This is Bits, a co-host with WX8BK's Night Train broadcast. We're on Twitter Tuesday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern, where myself, along with One Wheel Willie and our third Mike, Mike Nash, interview interesting artists and people from the Web3 world and everything in between, including, and not limited to, learning about donkeys and how much work goes into hosting parties. This episode features Denver Donkey, an accomplished 3D motion designer and co-founder of 10 Studios. He's a very talented artist and a great example of how real-world AI use is the wave of the future. Also, just a really cool dude all around. As always, for more information on the artist, check the links below. Also, hit the subscribe button and check out more of our great interviews. Mike Nash in here now. I'm going to tweet this shit
What
out.
up, guys?
Hey, man.
What's up, Mike?
No, not too much, man. Just chilling down here in South Florida.
Life is rough.
I'm telling you, man. Somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to do it.
That's right. Dude, thank you for taking it for the rest of the team. Like, you know, don't know what we do without you.
But it's real rough being the youngest man in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, right?
Right?
Oh, my goodness. Man, there's this one old lady I run into on the elevator, man. She's super handsy. She's about 126 years old. She still plays her game, man.
Oh, well, why not? She's probably maybe she's rich.
I'm sure she is down in South Florida.
That's right. Okay, I got a tune to play. We'll play a tune here and let everybody trickle on in. Get fired up.
All aboard! If I were you, I would think about climbing on board.
WX8BK Night Train. We are here. Climb on board. Don't worry about tickets. Of course, Willie and Mike and I have this ride on us. Glad you could all join us tonight. That opening song was a friend of the show, the Fendel. Link is up at the top if you're interested in purchasing that. I didn't want to say it. I thought it I've listened to it 4 times now, and I'm like, man, this has just got such a porno vibe to it. If it had a couple of those, the really good bass hits, it would have been. Anyways, How you doing, Willie?
I didn't think about that until you said it. I was too busy thinking about the new like automatic music that Twitter's putting in, I guess.
Yeah, we never experienced that. Maybe it's because we set the trend. We didn't. We created it, so they don't do it for us. We got our own people, man.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal with the automatic music is. We'd have to do that on a separate test day.
Yeah, I don't know.
See what's going on there.
Yeah,
but I was thinking, damn, did Findle get into that automatic gig? That'd be sweet.
Yeah, for sure.
Be a sweet lineup for him.
I like picking our music. We would have, but I mean, hey, it's cool if they're doing it. I mean, whatever, it's great. It adds a little bit of pizzazz to it. I agree with it 100%. Totally. Yeah, that song was called Scuffs Through. He just released that one yesterday. I think he's released a couple this week. Pretty awesome. Been a good week. Haven't talked to you guys in a week. Thanks for everybody for popping in here tonight. Texadelic in here. Ben, Laser Lou Dude in here. Poke Shaman down there. Of course, our guest of honor will definitely get to him in just a little bit. Once we do a little housekeeping, Denver Donkey. I'm excited for this. We're going to bray. We're going to bray together.
You're going to have to tell me what bray is, but I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready to find out what it means yet.
No, definitely not. And of course, co-hosts One Wheel Willie, Mike Nash. It's been a week. A lot goes on in a week, especially in this space. How you guys been?
Good.
Right on.
Just yeah, I don't know. Seems like it's been a slow week.
Yeah.
Seems like the years kind of started slow.
Is that a good thing, or is it a good slow or a bad slow?
I think it's a good slow right now still.
Sweet.
Still kind of a warming up slow. It's not too much at one time. It's not overwhelming. It's kind of nice and relaxing. Texadelic down there has us on a mission.
Yeah, I started reading that like just before we started the show, so I got to jump in on that and get on that chase. Absolutely. We got a giveaway. Speaking of running around doing things, we got a giveaway tonight. I'm going to pin it up to the top. We're actually going to be giving away a Mike Nash piece tonight. And it's Web3 Test Pilot 001 is what it's called. If I can figure out the Twitter, I'll get it pinned up at the top here. So we're going to be giving that away tonight. And it's going to be just a typical giveaway. This one's going to be a like, retweet, the post kind of deal thing, what all the funky people do. All the hip kids are doing these days. All right, I got it figured out. I don't have to ramble on anymore. But yeah, we're going to be giving away that tonight. It's a really dope piece, actually. Well, all of his pieces. All of his pieces are.
That's one of my favorites. It's a good piece.
You own that one, don't you?
I hope so. I hope we're not giving away something I don't own. I don't like doing that.
Well, I don't know. I can't. It's not even going up here. I'm really having the Twitter is just fighting me here. I'll get it. Oh, an update on the Kelly Telfer posters. For those of you that listen to the space, you know that sometimes you just get free stuff on it. We try to give away something every week, but of course our guests always like to kick in stuff here and there. We interviewed Kelly Telfer a few months back, and he was an amazing dude. If you're into automobiles in any way, shape, or form, you should definitely go give that one a listen. It was really amazing. But he offered everybody that was in the space, he offered all of us to go to his website and pick a free print of his, and he would mail them all out to us for free. And I just got in touch with him the other day about it, and he is sending them out this week. So Mike Nash, you'll be getting your print, and I don't know who else.
I can't wait, man. I can't wait.
That'll be awesome. So that's pretty exciting. I'm like stoked on that. I forgot I picked the Porsche 911 as mine. It's gonna be dope.
I let my kid pick, so I don't remember what he picked.
Oh yeah, right. I guess I could look in the email and find out, but not right
now. All of his prints were really, really awesome.
Yeah. No, he's an amazing dude. To have one of his prints on the wall would be just sick. Couldn't believe it. Yeah, you can go back and listen to that. I'm going to put our link tree back in, I think.
Yeah,
Is that
I don't seem to
is
see
that
any problem with
is that danger over now?
big
I'm gonna
scare
put that
tactic
link
for a
tree
second there, and then I still see a ton of bios, so
because I was just
think
gonna
it's safe
fucking
again.
I was gonna direct everybody up to the link tree, but it's not there. So I'm gonna put that back in so we have that the links to all of our old past shows and whatnot like that. Um, yeah, the wine barrel chase, Wag Me Wine in the Wag Me Wine game. That's been my focus, I guess, for the last week was trying to figure out how I was going to fill my barrel with grapes to make wine.
Maybe that's why it
And
seemed
I
like a slow week too, was because I was kind of done with that before it even started.
yeah,
Wasn't much I needed to do on that one. I was like, oh, okay, all right, we're good. Some of birds in now.
yeah, rough life there, man. Yeah, you man, like that was you nailed it down. You're rocking. Well, I was gonna buy one of the empty wine barrels that were going up for auction. What three of them went up for auction, and every time I'm like back and forth, back and forth. I'm like I should just buy another one. Like I should do this. I should do this. I'm happy I didn't. Of course it would be beneficial, I'd imagine, to have more than one, but I'm happy I didn't because finding the grapes to fill up my barrel, it was tough. Thank God you helped me out, Willie. We made a pretty nice little deal on the side there, and Willie filled my barrel. I went straight to the source. I went to Intent Wines, and I went to the right straight to the source and got my grapes that way. Made sense, right?
I've got the good connections with the farmers, so it's easy to source grapes when you need them.
Yeah. So that's what I did.
Get
And I
first
got
pick.
that barrel filled up. Yep. It was awesome. I made sure I got it done. So that's going to be exciting to see how that all plays out for sure. Oh, I got myself tangled up there. In this wireless world, I have headphones that have a cord. I don't know why. But anyways, that's a different topic, different time. Yeah, so no, that wine barrel chase, the whole making the wine thing is going to be interesting, going to be fun. I got my Carla Ganis bottles too from that project. For anybody that doesn't know, Wag Me Wine, great fun NFT project that has a brand new artist on the label. Every round of the game, there's a gameplay factor to it, and the most important thing about it to me is that you get wine shipped to your door, so for free if you play the game and participate and cash in these wine labels. So look into it. Poke Shaman down there. You could probably go to his uh, link tree, possibly. I'm not sure if he has it on his PFP there, and you can get more information about it and check it out. It's dope. I just picked up my Carla Ganis bottles this weekend.
Did you try any of them?
Yeah, I drank the red, and I drank the red was a Cab Sav. I drank it, and then I drank the white the next night, which was a Chardonnay. And I was actually Polka actually talked about it one time about how he liked the Cab Sav, I think, because it didn't have as much bite as normal Cab Savs do, and that's what I found it was lacking when I tried it. Was, don't get me wrong, very good wine, but it wasn't like I like my Cab Savs. I like my Cab Savs to make the back of my mouth just water, like the little bit of puckeriness, the tannins, I guess it is, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, but yeah, it was good. I drank them.
I drank them.
I drank them, good or bad. I drank them. I'm not going to talk bad about them. Totally.
That's funny. I haven't opened a bottle since, I don't know. It's been a while since we did that online tasting with the guy from the winery.
Oh fuck! I drink mine all down. I have one of everything except for the first round white, the Chris Truman white. I have 2 bottles of that. My mother has a few because I gave her like just about one of everything as well too. So, and she doesn't drink them. She just keeps them. One day she'll pull them out. It'll be awesome. But yeah, I just drink them down, keep one. I only got 4 this time, and that was just stupid. I should have got at least 6 every time. Got to get at least 6 bottles of wine shipped to my door. Shipped to my door. It's important to have that many.
Yeah, I mean, you save on shipping that way. Well, you might have to start thinking about that.
Oh yeah, okay. Well,
if Tez doesn't come back up, we might have to start thinking about that.
You just got to charge more Tez, right? Just got to keep it to the USD instead.
Yeah,
right. It makes sense. I don't know. Anyways, everybody should check that out if you're into wine. Even if you're not into wine, there's people that live in other countries that play the game. There's all kinds of. I actually just sold an NFT that I won through playing that game as well, and today, and it was but that's a story for after this because it pissed me off. I fucked up. I sold it for way too cheap. But anyways, we'll save that rant for later on, possibly. Cool. We got anything else? Any other housekeeping we got to talk about? Mike back Nast, you're.
Hey, yeah, I don't have excuse me, too much to say. It's been a pretty chill week. Picked my son up from the airport today, and he's hanging out with me for the week, and then riding back with me up to Nashville for the winter camp, the Camp Nether Yonder round 2. And so it'll be fun hanging out this week down here at the beach with him, and then doing the road trip thing. It'll be cool.
Cool, Bucky's.
You know it. You know it. On the north and the south side of Atlanta, we're gonna hit them. We're gonna hit them all.
Hit them all. Do the tour. Get the shirt. Right on.
What day is that? Is that camp out in Nashville? Right outside Nashville.
The 20th. I think 21st, 22nd. If that's how the weekend fall, or I don't know. I know I just got to be in Nashville.
It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday then, or what?
Man, I don't know. I just know I'm making myself be in Nashville on the 18th, and that gives me plenty of time to get my ducks in a row. And I think it's 2021.2.
Okay.
Man, Mike Nash lives the artist lifestyle, bro. He don't have no dates, times. He just goes with the flow. He's got to be there. He'll be there. Artist lifestyle, right? No?
I guess, man. I almost forgot it was Tuesday. I was like, man, I'm gonna miss the damn night train, man.
You caught it just in time. We'll hold the train for you, buddy.
Thanks, man. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. All good. Cool, man. Well, Willie, you were gonna say something there before Mike chimed in?
Yeah, I'm gonna mint my next piece here soon. I put a tweet out about it. It's in my pinned tweet. So it's gonna be a large cheap open edition, and you're gonna need a lot of them to get all the rest of the pieces. I'll just leave it at that. You'll need a lot of them.
You should pin that up at the top of here too. You should do your due diligence there.
I will.
You'd have to stop
walking if I can find it.
Yeah, I saw that today. I'm stoked. I'm stoked to see what you do. It's fun. It's fun to have you creating and playing around. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's I think it's gonna be fun. Try to keep them a little more consistent too, a little more in line with the schedule. But
dope.
Yeah, it's only gonna be like 10 or 11 pieces through this collection. And yeah, like I say, you'll need a lot of this first one to make it all the way through. I'll be surprised if anybody actually does.
Interesting.
It's kind of the goal, right?
Interesting. All right. We'll see. I'll definitely be in on that playing, and I'm sure Butternut's listening right now. In our Shadow Band gallery. Just I got to give a shout out to all of our Shadow Band fans. Over 1 million Shadow Band fans listening to us every Tuesday night at 9. And of course, you can't see them, but they're there. I assure you, they're there. We've all been in Twitter jail, right? We know how it works.
Yeah, you can see the IP addresses on the back end. If you're looking, you just can't tell. They just don't have names. So, but there's all the IP addresses.
Over 1 million Shadow Band listeners. We love it. We love each and every one of you. Got a lot of people in here. Got unshadow band people in here too. We got Pong stepped in. Jen, Quantum Spirits in here. Fendel popped in. Thank you, Fendel. We played one of your pieces tonight. Texadelic, of course, down there. And Ben, HP Lovecraft popping in for us as well tonight. Thank you for coming in to have a visit. Awesome. Good warm room tonight. It feels good. Lots of friends in here. And that's
Yeah,
awesome.
I was talking to HP Lovecraft just before the space here, and I think we're gonna have him on here shortly.
Yeah, cool.
Get a date set down and
That's
get him on soon too.
I talked to him earlier today too. We're just hammering people in the DMs. Hey, I don't care if you were. I don't care if you were talking to Willie. I'll give you a better deal. Oh wait, yeah, it's the same fucking space. Never mind.
Oh wait, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck. Oh, we'll bring him up here for 1 second before we get up to Denver Donkey. He just requested to pop up here, so we'll pop him up here for a moment.
So while he comes up, I was, doing some snooping around and some shopping and some price checking and things on just about every little piece in Tezos, right? Everything from your who knows artist, they minted 2 pieces, all the way to your De La Craze or UC Zine, anyone who's like super hot right now. And I swear to God, there wasn't a single piece that I looked at all last week that Mike Nash's name was not in there somewhere as a buy or a sell or something. I'm like, damn, man, how do you have all these pieces? I've never looked too closely at your wallet from a collector, at your collector wallet. I'm always looking at your artist created wallet side. I collected, and I'm like, that's everything I opened up and looked at. Mike Nash is in there. He's either bought it, sold it, put a bid on it.
Yeah,
still owns it.
That's nuts, man. That's nuts. I remember, like, in the early days, I used to see the party all the time and all the pieces that I wanted. Yeah, that's crazy, dude. I don't know, man. I see something I like, and I'm digging it. I'm gonna try to do what I can to get on it.
It's everything from old pieces to like stuff that was minted yesterday that I was looking at. I'm like, what the hell?
You gotta follow the Nash.
We gotta get in a tighter chat, man. We gotta get in a little tighter chat. I gotta follow you.
I gotta open up like an alpha channel for you guys or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Great, another channel.
Anyways, I just thought that was funny.
Hey,
HP. Yeah, we didn't know we had a secret Tez whale in our midst this whole time.
For sure, right?
Yeah, but you know what? Here's a little bit of useful information. Now is the best time on earth to become a Tez whale. Go out to your garage, sell a couple mountain bikes, sell some old camping equipment on Craigslist, cash that in, and you, my friend, you're flying high. You're a Tez whale.
Hell yeah.
You're a whale. Yeah, totally true.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out that my artist name is HP Love Bucks. HP Lovecraft is a great writer.
I did say that. Hey,
it's no harm. It's no harm. You know what? When I host a space, I just make a rule. We call you whatever is under your circle. So I'd just be HP Love. We'd have Laser Lee. We'd have Denv. Everybody gets an automatic nickname. Texad. Yeah, I think I can come on next week though. So, we can pump that up and we'll talk. But I'm excited to hear from Denver too.
I don't know if we're available. I think we're booked next week.
I've already sorted. Yes, I've already.
Never mind. We'll find it. Yeah. I'll start a bidding war between you guys. That's what No, all right. I'm gonna pipe down. Let's hear from Denver. Woo!
All right. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, man.
I knew that, even when I said that in my head, I said HP Lovecraft, and I fucking knew I said it. I was like, whoa, did I just say that? I wasn't sure, but I just kept rolling along.
He's a big inspiration, not exactly a role model as a human, but an amazing creator.
Yeah, right on. That was hilarious. I knew I did. I do it all the time. We may or may not be drinking or high on this space. You got to give one of those little disclaimers.
We are in the bar car.
Hell yeah, we are in the bar car on the night train. Awesome. Well, I think it's about time we get to it. If we don't have any other pressing questions or things that we need to clean up here, Willie.
No, I got nothing pressing.
All right. Well, we'll have time. We got 5 hours at least, right?
We got at least 4.
Oh, cool.
you gotta hit that Mike Nash mark. You gotta,
Yeah, that's right.
you gotta get your stripe for the night.
Cool. Cool. Well, I know a lot of you. I know a lot of you in here are already very familiar with Denver Donkey. I was one of those people that just kind of Denver Donkey was around, and probably like a month or so ago, I just kind of went, man, I'm digging this. The donks are cool. What's going on here? And I just started to pay attention, and what an opportune time to have such a guest on. So I'd like to welcome Denver Donkey up. You can unmute yourself. Feel free to step up, say hi.
Hey everybody, how's it going tonight? Thanks for having me.
Woo!
Hey, thanks for coming. Thanks for
Yeah,
hanging with us.
lots of homies in here. I think I follow everyone in this room except for Ben, which I just, fixed that real quick. So,
Boom.
yeah, there's some family in the room tonight. This is cool.
Yeah,
Right
that's
on.
awesome. That's what we like to do. We like to have a very comfortable
Make sure
place.
everybody retweets the space. Let's get some more people in here.
Oh yeah. Yeah, get
Yep.
that thing out there. Let's get some friends in here. And
Absolutely.
talk about donks. I mean, donks is it's my latest drop. It's what I'm doing right now. And the reveal is actually tomorrow night. So currently there's 91 of the 150 donks minted. So I'll be revealing 91, maybe a few more, if we can get a few more to move over the course of today and tomorrow. And yeah, everyone will get to take their donks home with them tomorrow night and scratch those cute little fuzzy ears.
Woo! Oh, woo.
Yeah.
That's so cool. Awesome. Well, definitely want to talk more about the donks. But if you don't mind, we'd love to get a little background on you. And if you got a little, give us a little elevator.
Sure. Well, I have been a digital artist my entire life. Like since I was probably 10, 12 years old, started the cracked version of Photoshop. We're recording this, right? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yep. We all.
My dad's buddy built us a computer and he was like, hey, do you know about Photoshop? And I was like, yeah, put that on there. And he was like, I got you, dude. And that changed my life. Definitely changed the course of high school for me and college, where I studied design, 3D, video editing. And then I got a degree in visual effects and motion graphics. So I worked in advertising for a really long time. And that was good to like cut my teeth, but it didn't really scratch the itch of an artist, right? It was always commissioned work with other people's brands or products or imagery. And then I just made it really fucking cool. And while I love that and it was great work experience, I wanted to do more. And I got into mobile gaming for a little while and worked on their marketing division and learned a lot about like interactive and real-time rendering and how to use a gaming engine in my 3D workflow. And then I got laid off. It was awesome. And I had 2 kids and was like, shit, what are we going to do? And my wife and I, we decided we'd give it 6 months and then maybe we just start our own studio. So fast forward, we've been running 10 Studio for 3 years, almost 4. It'll be 4 years in April. And we do a lot of different things. I still do marketing videos for video games and mobile games. But I've started messing in VR and planetarium films over the past couple of years. And we released Oh, go ahead.
I think you're getting some feedback.
Oh, okay. And then we released a planetarium film. It was called Forward to the Moon, and it was 28 minutes about the moon missions for Artemis 1, 2, and 3, which will be the foundation for the science and spacecraft that gets us to Mars one day. So it was a really passionate project for me. I learned a lot about 3D and rendering and Redshift and, of course, how to deploy that to VR or a planetarium type environment. So I came into the NFT space right around that same time as I was finishing that film. And I started putting out some old work, just some like archive work that I had lying around. Sold a few of those and was like, oh, cool. People like me. Let me make something custom. So I made a VR NFT that the holder of it, and it's still for sale, they will get the VR actual plate that they can load into their headset, and they'll be the only ones who can experience that. So it's kind of like living inside of a looping painting or a looping piece of art, but it's all around you. And nobody bought it. And I'm like, okay, I got to do some different shit.
How does that work?
How does it work? You'd load it into your headset. You could like connect your headset to your computer and transfer the file over.
I mean, yeah, it's just a single file though, right? So basically, you're just gonna only transfer that one file to whoever buys that NFT is all.
Yep, because it was too large to mint on the blockchain at the resolution I have it rendered at, which I think is like 3K. It's the max resolution that you can really handle with the Oculus. And, you know, there's a cool piece for your wallet in there that is the piece on Foundation, but certainly I'll transfer the large VR file.
How do I find this? It's on ETH though, isn't it? You know I don't have any ETH in the wallet ever.
Yeah, nobody's got ETH. It is on ETH. A lot of my work is, but I do have some on Tez. But Tez is just kind of a playful place for me, you know.
Is it the staycation?
Yeah, staycation.
Yeah, dude, I was looking at this just a minute ago, actually. It's a really cool piece all in itself, like without even being on VR.
Yeah, thank you. I really enjoy those looping visuals like that.
It took me at least 3 loops to figure out there was a palm tree in there too.
Yeah. Well, so bubbles and trees is something I've done since I was like in high school back in the late 90s. Some of my first 3D work is trees inside of bubbles, so I really wanted to go back to that place and try to see what I could do now, 20 years later. And yeah, I enjoy making 3D work. I enjoy doing 3D commissions. But in 22, I discovered AI, and I've been playing with AI as sort of a art therapy, if you will. As a 3D artist, it's very tedious. Sometimes you're just banging your head against the computer for a while, and there's a lot of like troubleshooting and things that can go wrong, points of failure, right? And with AI, it was just like instant gratification. It was something that I was like, oh my gosh, thank you. Like, that looks good. I like that. I enjoyed that. That was a good feeling. And the more I did that, I feel like the better I trained my Midjourney to make things that I enjoy. And that that just so happened to be donkeys. With a name like Denver Donkey, I thought, well, I got to do some stuff that's donkeys. So that's kind of how I got on that track. And I really believe that in NFTs, especially with AI, it's less about your style and more about your subject matter and what you're talking about or what you're showing with your visuals. So donkeys are my medium, and I'm going to use that to communicate and talk about things that I think are important.
I was just, I got some questions that I want to circle back to, but I was going to say, I think the donkeys, I mean, how often do you get questioned about that if you don't tell people that those are AI generated? Because they are, right?
Yeah, they're all generated with Midjourney.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I'm just like, do you find less pushback from people because they don't notice that it's AI and they just think it's 3D art?
Yeah, and I think they look good. Like they're passable as 3D.
I thought they were just 3D models that you created.
Yeah, that's what I thought originally too.
Man, I wish. I'd be a hell of a modeler. Nope, they're Midjourney. And I think it slipped enough people's radar that even some of my 3D friends are like, dude, those donkeys you're doing, those are wild, man. And I'm like, yeah, thanks, dude. And they're like, how are you doing that? And I was like, that's Midjourney. And they're like, what? Like,
Yeah.
their stinks. They're like, oh shit, you got me. And I'm like, well, then what's the problem with it?
Yeah, exactly, right? Exactly. We have no problem with AI around here. We're quite all right with it, but we have this conversation all the time. But you talking about just saying that and me just thinking now is like, yeah, I bet you don't get the resistance right off the bat that anybody else does. That, when they create things that have like the little glitches and the wonderful little things that AI does to show that it's kind of AI, right? Huh.
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Neat.
plenty of those little nuggets in there, you know?
Yeah, there for sure. I mean, if you start looking, but I mean, when you initially look at those donks, they're just like, that's what I thought. I'm like, these are dope. These are 3D renders, and no, cool,
No,
awesome.
but I hope to add some movement to them, and I hope to like give the illusion of dimensionality to them with some things I have up my sleeve. So that's one thing that you can do with your donks is you can upgrade them for 0.05. And then you get to record your own bray, which is a hee-haw, the sound that a donkey makes. It's called a bray. Yes.
Oh, no, the donkey's not on the track. Nobody get alarmed. Sorry. That was almost bad. Wow. Thank
But I
God
want
that
to
donkey.
like do something fun, something like cute with my collectors and let you put your own fingerprints on this thing in some way, shape, or form so that you want to hold on to it, I don't care if anybody like sells these on the secondary, you flip it, you make some good money, like go do you. But the people who really want to fuck with this thing, I want them to like keep it forever. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to do that and collaborate with my collectors on everything I do in NFTs.
I've actually, I'm actually looking for a new Discord PFP, and that's my little underlying reason for wanting a donk. And then when I read that there's going to be like the upgrade and everything, well, yeah, I'm excited. Okay, we got to talk about donks. I can't even wait. I'm not gonna. I got other questions. We can talk about those later if I remember to ask you later. But where'd you come up with the number? The 150, right? Or where'd you come up with the number? You just thought it was really nice and friendly for
Well,
the.
I had like over 800 initially, and I really wanted to do a good job curating the collection. And I got it down to like 300 or 400 and talked to some of my friends who had done drops at 300 or 400, specifically AI drops, and got some advice that like maybe you want to go for a lower number, especially with your first AI collection, just because if you want to sell out, which we all want sellouts, let's face it, I'm a sellout, we're all sellouts eventually, let's just cut to the chase. And so that became like kind of in the back of my head while I was curating the rest of the collection, and I really tried to pick the strongest ones, and I got it down to like 177, and I was like, okay, we're close. One more pass, we get rid of 27 of them, put them into another folder, and that's the 150 we're gonna go with. And really, this is like an exercise in writing my own contract with Nifty Kit and using their tools to do the blind reveal, to do the wait list, to do everything, right? I've never used their tools before, so this was very educational in that part, as well as uploading my entire metadata for the collection. And there's multiple factions of donks, and they're all based on either a movie, a pop culture reference, maybe a celebrity, a cartoon that I personally like or have found to be a good film, or enjoy that actor or that celebrity. So I really wanted people to kind of get a glimpse at what I'm into, the types of stuff that I find funny, because I think there's some common ground there between any artist in our generation. Whether you like South Park or you like The Simpsons or you like Beavis and Butthead or Ren and Stimpy, there's all kinds of shit that's popped in my head, and I made some donkeys, and if they came out good, they made the collection, man. And so there's an opportunity for all that stuff to be in there.
Were there any that came out nice and clean, but it was like a character or show or something you didn't like, and you're like, nah, I just don't like this. Like, you're like, nah, I never watched 90210. I don't know about this shit. Let's get it out of here. Was there anything like that?
I did some Saved by the Bell ones, like a Zach Morris one that was really funny, but I was just like, man, there's like too much of that.
That's hilarious.
So that's not in the collection, but there is a Snoop Dogg faction that is pretty damn spot on. And I've teased a few of those images. People have seen a couple of them.
Oh, I'm getting more excited now. This is all new information to me. I think that's fucking cool. I'm really I got to get two more. I really do. Okay, I've only got one so far.
But like when you were doing the Zach Morris, or when you were doing the Saved by the Bell, like a Jesse Soprano didn't pop in there, and you're like, nah, I just don't like her. I just do not like her. I don't want to see her face. I don't want it in my brand.
Yeah, it was Kimmy Gibbler that did that for me. I was like, get her out of here.
Okay.
I can't have Kimmy Gibbler in the collection.
So that did pop up, or
it did pop up. What's that?
I said, or were you just running with my joke?
No, I'm just running with your joke.
Okay.
But there were several in the collection where I was like, is this donkey enough? Does it look too much like a kangaroo? Like, it became an editorial exercise for me. And being an art director, like, I'm very comfortable with just being like, yes, no, that's a maybe. We'll come back to that. Like, let's get through this, you know? How can we make that one better? Let's run that one again. You know, it looks a little fuzzy, or you need to clean up some of those edges. And all of that's really easy to do with Midjourney. But I think having those skills was critical in me making this collection what it is.
I definitely imagine, I'm sure somebody like Jen down there could definitely, and even Pong, like anybody else that messes with AI, that's probably a very tough thing for anybody to do, right? When you're creating these things, is to have that. Nope, get it. This one, not that one. Yeah, for sure. Definitely made it easier for you, I'm sure about that, because it's probably a big problem. Well, I know it is for me. I only mess around with Midjourney very, very little bit. Like, I think I get like 10 free runs at it a month. So that's all I ever do, because I don't want to pay for a subscription, because then I'll just be like immersed in this and won't stop. I still have to go to work. But yeah.
I figured out how to use it at work.
Yeah, there you go.
We use it at the studio, and I was real gung-ho on like, let's use this in pre-production, storyboards, character development, like concept imagery for a pitch deck. This gets me to that finish line so much more efficiently.
I bet.
Yeah, and I've won a couple big projects and big contracts for the studio that were character development. And so that justified, okay, we're getting a good subscription. We're doing this thing, and I need to learn how to use this thing and harness it really well.
That's a really cool thing to hear, because I mean, that's real world, right? Like that's you can take that and you can say to somebody who's like, oh, AI, it's not real art, and you can go, well, here, it's a fucking tool, and this is how it really works, and this is how it's going to be a part of your life every single day eventually, right? Like, that's real world use that you're doing there, like facts.
Yeah, and we use Chat GPT to write copy, to like, get a good concept and then make it sound good. I mean, my wife is a copywriter. She's my business partner, and she even uses it, and then it becomes more of an editorial exercise for her, and we're able to take on more work. People are like, dude, this is going to take our jobs. Like, why are you supporting it? Why are you like advocating for it? And I was like, because I'm going to take on like 4 times the work next year, and you'll see why I do well. and
it
people
just makes you more
come
efficient
around to it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to replace any jobs. It just makes the job being done more efficient.
People got to jump on, and the people that are going to are not going to benefit are going to be the people that don't learn how to use it and jump on it.
That's exactly right. And I think it's similar to, classic photography with film and development when the digital camera showed up and people were like, oh my gosh, this is going to destroy the photography industry. It didn't. It made the people who had really good skills 10,000 times better, and they could take on more work, accomplish more, and have that instant feedback. This is no different, other than it's not photography. Well, some people are doing some really realistic, like synthesized photography projects, and that shit's blowing my mind. I just make donkeys. I'm a total jackass.
And they're probably they're probably going, we're just making photographs that are easy enough because we have enough information. Dude's over there making donkeys.
Let's hope so. I hope that's the thought process, man. But I look at some of this and I just can't help but feel like I've finally arrived at the point in my career, and NFTs showed up, and like I feel like we're in this arts renaissance, and I'm like, yes, finally, like all of this weird digital art and software and hardware that I've learned over the years, it's all finally coming together. And I can see this future where I get to use all my skills just to create art. And that's really what I'm after. I mean, I love client work. I love motion graphics. That shit pays my bills, but I got other stuff to say and other things to talk about. And that's really what gets me excited.
Fuck yeah. Pump me up just listening to you say all that. 100%. And you also got a chance finally in your life to use the phrase, nope, that doesn't look donkey enough. Get rid of it.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. And the screen name Denver Donkey has been my handle on Instagram since like 2010 or something. I don't know, right when Instagram came out.
So how did that name come about?
I'm a Broncos fan through and through, man. I bleed blue and orange. So,
but why donkey?
Well, because like in the 90s when they were pretty bad, my dad would be like, son of a bitch, the Donkeys lost again, And so in my house, it was kind of just a nickname, a pet name for them when they weren't doing well.
Oh,
gotcha.
Dude. That's killer. I love hearing how people get their little names here and
there.
We'll
try to keep it to art, but the Hawks.
Yeah. This is not a sports space, man. But I do love the Broncos. I'll tell you what.
Are you from Denver, or I mean, without if you don't want to dox yourself or whatever, then you don't have to. But
I'm from Colorado, born and raised, lived here my whole life. I know nothing else but Colorado. Went to school here, went to college here, did it all in Colorado.
I mean, I kind of assume that based on your name and everything, but you never know. So
yeah, and I don't live in Denver anymore, but I just live like 30 minutes north. It's really nothing.
Man, did it all in Colorado, dude. That's a song, son. I love that shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, Colorado's a pretty special place. I see Paper Buddha down there. I met Laser Lou when they came through for East Denver last year. It's a good place, man. We got a good vibe with good people out here.
Yeah, I love Colorado. We tried to move out there, but just didn't work financially with our jobs and stuff. So
yeah, it's dumb luck for me, man.
I tried to get out there.
I got to come down there.
Dumb luck.
I got to come down there and do some snowboarding with Huge Mike down there. Come and ride and shred the gnar.
Hell yeah, dude! Come on out.
Colorado.
I'll kick some beers back with you at the chalet. I don't ride anymore.
That's okay. That's part of it too. People can do that. I've done that a couple times here. Where'd you get drunk last night? Well, I went to the ski hill. Oh, you went snowboarding? No.
Nah, that's just too expensive. You know what the tickets cost these days?
I went and did ski shots in the fucking bar.
There you go.
kind of circling back a little bit to what you were saying earlier about the planetarium stuff. When you said like doing planetarium stuff, is it just because of the content of it, or are you talking like doing like those surround screen dome kind of productions when you say planetarium stuff, or all of the above, I guess?
Yeah, it was the surround sound or surround screen,
Right.
180-degree dome. And that's something I had never done before. But I have a friend that works at this planetarium, and he was like, "Dude, we need some help on this film. You want to get in on this?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure. Let's do it, man." And ended up taking on most of the film by myself throughout the pandemic. I joked with people, but I took spacewalks, and I was home in time for dinner.
Hell yeah. Nobody can say that. Not many
Yeah,
can.
it's definitely a dad joke, but like I'd just be so lost in outer space, and then my watch would notify me it was time to go home. My studio's in a warehouse space without much natural light, so like I could just work all hours of the day. Um, and I have to have those little reminders to myself, like, no, you need to go home and be with your family now. Put the kids to bed, you know?
It's like those people that were angry when the first Avatar movie ended, and they were like, "Oh my god, I need to go back into that world." Sorry, maybe not.
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
no,
little
that was
bit.
a real thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a real
That
thing.
that movie blew my mind when I saw it. I saw it in full 3D with like the glasses and everything.
Oh, I
And
never.
I walked out of there, my eyes were like bright red. I mean, you would have thought I was like hanging out with Bob Marley or something, because I don't think I blinked for like, what is it, 3.5 hours? Like
Well, the first one or the new one?
the first one.
The first one's only like just under 3 hours, I think.
Okay.
The
The
new one's
new
like
one.
3.5, though.
3.5 hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen the new one yet, but it's on my list. I just need to do it.
But
I think
okay,
maybe I
so
should look at that one in 3D.
so were you already working and kind of doing similar stuff back when that movie came out? Back when the original Avatar came out?
Yeah, I was. Certainly not at that level. I was
Well, I mean
a junior motion designer, but yeah.
that's kind of where I'm getting at is like did you see things in there that like you were like, holy shit, that's brand new? Like, were there things that like you could recognize as someone that's kind of in the same industry that like really blew your mind?
Yeah, I mean, the motion capture suits and the facial motion capture was all pretty much pioneered on that film. And on the second one, they pioneered underwater motion capture. That hadn't been done before.
Well,
Um,
he had to spend $1 billion to go to the Marianas Trench, though, so he had to come up with something
yeah, and he's always
new
got to
to
come up with a
justify
good
that
reason
cost.
to spend that kind of money, right?
Yeah.
Gosh, I know that just blows my mind. But then you look at like the credits, and please sit there and just watch all those people's names, because there's hundreds of artists that work on that thing, maybe even thousands. I don't even know. But those, without each and every one of those people, that thing wouldn't be what it is. And they all do something very specific, but they do it so well that you got to honor them. You got to sit there through the credits.
Man, that's pretty dope, because how many people never ever really, well, nobody pays attention to the credits, but I think that's cool to remind people that every once in a while you got to look at them credits, man, because those people were working their bags off. Pardon me for that phrasing, but like for sure, right?
Yeah, those jobs are really late nights. You're working weekends. It's asking a lot of anybody. And they're some of the most talented artists in the world, especially at whatever it is they do. Um, but motion capture, that really got me geeked out on like wearing one of those suits and being able to like be your character that you're trying to create for. I'm not a character animator. I would never claim to be. But I got a motion capture suit last year at the studio, and now we're doing some character work. And I'm wearing the character and acting like these people, and then I can go clean that up and make that into something really beautiful. So I hope to bring that into my animation workflow eventually. And I've got some big dreams for what this can be both for NFTs and my Web 2 studio. So
I just want to come work for you.
I
And
just
just like learn everything like this. Like, I don't know.
I'm just a jackass, man. You just ask me anything, honestly. I'm
I
an open
I,
book. I would tell
I
you
always
a
wanted to
good
learn.
resource.
I always wanted to learn 3D Studio Max, like when I was a kid, but I never had the time, and it didn't pay the bills, so I never got around to it. But that was
Yeah.
always what I wanted to do.
Yeah, that was always like the character animators software. And then Maya came out, and it
Hmm.
then 3ds Max just became like a modeling software pretty much for a lot of people who, they're really good in that software, and I don't blame them for not giving it up, but you got to move on. You got to learn the next greatest thing. Like Blender's out there, it's free. I'm a Cinema 4D artist because that's just what I picked up after college and had a couple jobs doing. So that's just where I'm comfortable. But I really don't think it is about the tool or the software. It's about what you do with it. I don't give a shit what software you did it in. As long as it looks good and it matches everything else, I don't have a problem.
It's amazing Blender, how versatile Blender is. I use Blender. I've been messing around with 3D printing, so I've started to use Blender. But the realization is how many people use Blender in so many different ways. Blender is an amazing free utility.
Yeah, and it's got a lot of relatively inexpensive plugins and like bolt-on applications that you can really tailor it to do what you want it to do. And the fact that it's open source and people are constantly adding to the toolbox for it is really, really innovative. And I wouldn't blame anyone for picking up that software. But I do think that rendering in general, the clock's ticking. Like, we're not going to be doing rendering for much longer. We're going to real time render. That shit's going to happen in your headset, your eyeglasses, like in your browser. We're not going to have to spend thousands of dollars in the whole weekend babysitting renders just to like hit a deadline. We're going to be able
Now,
to just crank that shit out.
do you think it's because the software will get more efficient, or do you think it'll be because of an offloading of resources first?
I think it's both. I think the software needs to be more efficient so that we can work efficiently. But then you can offload it to a bunch of resources that can just render it real quick or in real time. Real Engine is high on my list for things that I need to start learning.
There's no end for you. There's no end for you. I can just
man.
tell that yeah, man, and I can hear it. I can hear it definitely.
Like, you gotta always be learning something new.
Oh,
otherwise
sure.
you stagnant, you get stale, and then you don't get the work anymore. Like, people want that latest, greatest thing that you do or you learned how to do, and then they'll hire you for that for a little while. But then once like everyone's doing that, or like, it's not the cool thing anymore, they move on. And if you don't move on too, like before they move on, it's kind of hard to make it in the motion industry.
Yeah, I guess you got to stay ahead of everybody, or at least keep pace. It's like for anybody that watches any kind of like dirt bike stunting, man, there used to be a time where it was like a backflip was never a dream. Now it's like, well, if you don't do fucking double front flips or triple front flips, you might as well not even show up anymore, right? Like, same kind of deal.
Yeah, that's very similar to like snowboarding too, which the innovation in snowboarding, like, I can't even believe what I've seen happen in my lifetime. I can't even fathom what these kids are going to be doing in the Olympics in like 35 years,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's totally true. Like, that's amazing. Like, I remember when I first started snowboarding as a kid in the 80s, when it was like basically outlawed on most hills. And then it was like, man, if you could like pop up in the air or like do a hand plant, that was like, dude, you're king of the mountain. And now it's like, yeah, if you're not doing some corked up 720 or whatever fucking muffin, you shouldn't even
The
show
dinner
up.
rolls and yeah.
100%. Yeah. Just wanted to open it up. We got a lot of great people in here. Is there anybody down in the listeners here that wants to come up and ask a question? If you got something burning inside that you want to ask Denver Donkey, just feel free to request. I think everybody in here is just scrolling down. Oh, you got to watch out for that the chick threes.
Yeah, she's not paying attention.
She causes.
Do you have a second mic open? Your audio is not great right now.
No, I don't. It kicked me out,
Okay.
and I'm on my phone, so that's probably where you're.
Okay, it's just not normal audio from you.
Sorry, I had to put my headphones on and go through my phone because the computer kicked me out. You know, that technology.
I mean, yeah, I obviously have some more questions. While if anybody, while we wait to see if anybody else has any, anybody else wants to come up. Sure. I want to go back to this Mars planetarium thing that you did.
Sure.
Is that viewable anywhere?
Yeah, that's shown in over 200. Yeah, it's shown in over 250 planetariums around the world right now. It's called Forward to the Moon. And we did the project for CU Boulder Fisk Planetarium, and then it was distributed around the world for free to any planetarium that wanted to download it and show it in their dome.
So I have to register myself as a planetarium to try to view it in VR or something?
Yeah, well, maybe we could work something out there. If you got a headset, I could probably hook you up. But I've been actually talking to them about, hey, let's get this on the Oculus store. Let's get this on Steam. Let's get this out there to the kids that we're trying to inspire, that next generation of space explorers, right?
Yeah, because I would love to visit a planetarium, but there isn't one near me. I imagine the closest one is LA, 2 hours away.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly like a day trip even to get out there to do that kind of stuff. So I fully agree. Like, get it out to the VR so that people in all the flyover states who don't have planetariums, or just me, can be able to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we do need to do that, and unfortunately I'm not exactly in the driver's seat of that decision, or it would have already been done. But I think the future of that entire technology is really kind of up in the air right now with VR. People don't want to drive 2 hours to a planetarium anymore, and I don't fucking blame you. Like, I wouldn't want to do that either. It's 35 minutes for me to go over to Boulder and go check it out. But I wish we had done that, and I will be sure that we do that in the future. And that's something my wife and I have been talking about. Like, let's get an app in the Oculus store where we can just upload stuff and add experiences and add these short films that we're making to that application, and then anyone can view them right there.
Yeah, I think that would be really cool. I'm still yet to really dive in, because my kids don't know I even have the headset yet. So, because I got prescription lenses in there, and I don't want to be trying to change them out, pain in the ass. So I only get to do that while they're at school.
Do you like the prescription lenses? Because I wear glasses in mine, and it's starting to really wear on me.
Yeah, I couldn't handle the glasses. It hurts too much. Your frames start pressing against it. I guess if you're a contact wearer, it's probably not a big deal. But I don't wear contacts.
Yeah,
I got a weird thing about touching my own eyeball. So
these are the money makers, man. I can't damage these eyes. That's why I wear glasses.
Yeah. But yeah, I like the prescription lenses. They seem to work really well.
That's dope. I didn't even know that was a thing. Pong told me the other night, like, "Oh, dude, you should look into getting those." And I was like, "Oh shit, that's a thing I can do."
Yeah, and they're pretty cheap too. They were, I it's been a while, but I think they were only like 50 or $60,
Yep.
compared to the price of a headset that's
very
relatively
reasonable.
cheap. Yeah. But anyway, so what I was getting at was, like I said, I haven't really, I want to get in there and explore some of Laser Lou's mints and things like that. But I just like, is all that? I mean, yours you said is too big to keep on chain. So you would send that file to whoever buys it. But for the most part, is most of it all just browser driven? Like, am I just going in my headset to the web browser and
Yeah, if you want
navigating
to
to a
look at
page?
Lou's stuff, that's the way to do it. And I've done it, and it's amazing. It's a great experience. I've got a couple of his VR pieces, and it's fucking killer, man. I love it so much, and I loved when he dropped one of his first just still images. I bought it and loaded it in that night and was like messaging him the next morning, like, dude, this is fucking incredible. And but yeah, you're looking at those through the browser. But there are, apps and games and social apps even. I've been spending a lot of time in VR chat, hanging out with some NFT friends. They run a NFT project called Shrug Life, shruglife.xyz if you want to check it out. But it's a group of hip hop, NFT and culture enthusiasts, and we get together on Sunday nights and just, run around in VR and do stupid shit and record it and make videos. And I found a really good community there. But my initial contact with some of the VR community wasn't great. Like, I didn't like it. I felt like people were really taking advantage of my personal space and knew that I was new to it because of my avatar. So I tell everyone, make sure you have a dope avatar, make sure you look customized, like, learn from my mistake so they don't just clown on you when you first walk in, and you're going to be okay.
That's crazy. Who would even think about that? Fuck.
Yeah, violation of personal space in VR. That's kind of trippy to think about.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was like very harassing kind of situation, and I'll just leave it at that. I'll spare you the details, but I ripped my headset off and uninstalled VR chat and was like, I'm not doing that again. But Shrug Life and the homies over there have really.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Oh, no worries.
I thought that was me. I usually do that when I'm scrolling to see who's in the room.
Yeah, that happens all the time. No worries. But the Shrug Life guys have their own TV studio. They've got green screens. They've got all kinds of things that, when they first showed it to me, I'm like, I don't get it. But the more time I've spent there and the more I've thought about it, they've really given me a look behind the curtain on where this metaverse thing is headed and how we're going to be able to interact and interface with each other in that virtual environment. And I've never been more excited about it.
So what you're saying, they've got green screens in the room that they're physically standing in?
Yeah, so we'll put on the Drake avatar and dance like fucking Drake, and then get on TikTok and throw some Drake music underneath it and turn it into a funny thing, yeah, right?
With the headset on, though.
Yeah, but we're recording in the headset. So one of us is the cameraman with your headset and the other one is the actor.
Okay, so
okay, go, and goof around. And
but is the green? I'm lost here. Is the green screen in the VR world or in the physical world?
The VR world.
Okay,
so
that
then
makes
we
more
can
sense.
just
now
layer that over any video, do reaction videos.
Okay.
Those TikTok things that are real popular for a good reason. They're highly collaborative with the community.
I'm dying. I've been trying to stay away from VR headsets for such a long time because I know what will happen to me if I get one. And you guys are killing me here. I'm like, I want to go buy one right now. I got to get into these worlds. All
Yeah, it's
right.
cool, man. And I gotta say, like having a good community of friends encouraging me to get in on Sunday nights, like 2 hours, because that's all the battery life that I really have with the headset. So it's limited, and that's probably a good thing. I hear you, because I could spend all day in there if I really wanted to, but I don't, and that's a good thing.
I guess it's like you said earlier, when you have, your watch goes off when you're at work. It's like you got to have those little reminders that, hey, you got to go see the kids and and the family.
Yeah, exactly. And you can have your phone like linked up to your VR headset now, so you get your notifications from your phone in your headset. So you don't miss much.
Of course, of course. It's all set up. Why
I'm gonna
shouldn't I
start
buy?
running the space from VR.
There you go. Do it, man. Maybe that's where we got to go, Willie. Maybe that's where we got to go. That's what we're gonna
Get ahead of it and like build an actual bar car.
do. Willie and I have been trying to figure out how to grow this space and like move it to different places and different people to access it. But maybe that's what we got to do. It's got to be a VR space. It'd be
Yeah,
kind of cool.
you could have a bar car, and people could come in and like actually take seats. Like
Fuck, that
that
would be
that could be
cool.
cool. You only got 20 seats in the bar car, or you only
And
got 100 seats in the bar car.
Then we could
oh,
have a big screen that we can like scroll through all the artists' work with. Like you could be showing us clips of the Mars
yeah,
thing right now. And
we
Oh
could
yeah,
walk.
we could just drive over there in the train. Everyone get out, and we're walking around on Mars. You know?
Oh, dude. Of course, but that would, man, like, why not? That seems fucking brilliant. We could walk from the bar car into the next car, and it could be a big gallery with all of the artists' paintings on the wall or NFTs on the wall. Oh, dude, and then the next car is Mars, and the next car is another bar car, and then
I
Yeah,
like
and
it.
like that's a real custom experience. Like there are applications out there. There's one called Big Screen where you can all just log in, and it's like you're in a movie theater, and you all just like hang out in there and watch movies or watch videos that you've got on your headsets or whatever. You could watch Netflix in there. Like there's all
really,
kinds of stuff, and Spatial is also on the VR headset, which works in a web browser. It works on mobile. They've got a mobile app. So people would be able to come in and be their avatars from a variety of platforms and still have a very similar experience.
my mind is blown.
Dude, some of the VR stuff that really blows my mind is like this collaborative work where you can get in there and be online with different artists in different places and like do some live sculpting and creating together. That's something that really made me want to get a set, and I haven't yet, and I need to, and now I think I'm gonna have to after listening to all this. But to get in and like create together as a group from different places in the world, it seems like fucking amazing.
Yeah, I mean, we have a couple of homies out here in Colorado in the Shrug Life community. Our boy Goodies is out of Atlanta. Like, we've got people all up and down the East Coast who pop in and out occasionally on Sunday nights. And it is really cool to feel like, man, I've got friends all over the world, but we can get together right here. And I almost feel like I'm looking you in the eye, you know? Like, almost. It feels that real that I feel
Yeah,
like I bonded with these people.
I could load up the picture of me and Mike and Lou on the patio at the Nest and feel like I'm at the Nest with those guys.
Yeah, dude. I would love that.
That's it. Mike Nash and I next week we're gonna come on. So, did you buy a VR headset? Yeah, I bought a VR headset. Yeah.
We're gonna have to 12-step that thing, but we'll keep it under. We'll keep it.
It sucks though because I don't have the female influence in the house anymore that goes, well, you should just think about that for a second. but no. Now my dog, I'll just go to my dog. I'll go, hey, man, do you think I should buy this? He'll just look at me and I'll go, you betcha, buddy. That's a good idea.
Well, there's a lot of different tools for creating on there too. I mean, you touched on some of them about sculpting. I think it was Mike who said that, but you can collaborate with a couple people in real time. There's King Spray, so you guys can like go tag like train cars with spray paint cans in VR, or like tag up walls and shit. Like, I want to work with some graffiti artists in there and come up with some cool shit.
Well, you know, there's a real wall in the real world you guys can all tag up.
Let's do that.
Dude, we're going to make this happen this year, dude. We're going to go to Willie's Wall. Willie's Wall ain't going to be blank no more.
Ain't going to be blank no more.
You got a wall, Willie? I want to hear more.
Yeah, I got a just a big old brick wall at the back of my property. It's about 100 yards long. 8-10 feet tall, depending on where you're standing.
And it's just
blank.
Yeah.
And it's out
just
there.
Begging.
So
it's just begging.
It's just begging for some artwork on it. Because it's like past the view of the wife and the kitchen and all that. Like she can't see it from where she's at. So.
Is there power anywhere nearby? Because I do like some projection mapping stuff with digital projector. Ooh. And I would love to work with a graffiti artist to then, they paint it and then I'll projection map it and bring it to life at nighttime.
I mean, I can bring power out there.
Just
sick.
Dude, projection mapping. I'm so enthralled with projection mapping. You just became my new friend.
Oh man, I've been doing that shit a long time, like since 2010, probably.
That's wild, man. That's wild. I do it kind of like, very limited because I don't want to pay for the fucking for the programs, but it's kind of getting to the point where I kind of have to. So I totally get what you're talking about overlaying onto like a painted wall and then doing some animation to it. That would be fucking sick. I love that stuff. Man,
when I graduated college, it was 2010 and the economy was just awful and I couldn't find a job in motion. I got like a few contracts here or there. I was just kind of skating by, and so were all my buddies. And I was like, we got to do like an art collective. Like, we all need something to be working on all the time. So we formed a collective called Ghost Pixel, and we ended up projection mapping Red Rocks, and we were the first people to ever do that. And we did it 3 years in a row for this dubstep group called Big Gigantic. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
I am not.
Well, it's a music producer who, uses loops and synthesizers and keyboards, as well as plays a live saxophone and a live drummer. So it's like, really improvisational. We VJ'd on the rocks, like live in real time to beat sync with the music all night long. And we collaborated with their lighting designer to the lighting cues were the same color as what we were showing on the rocks or complementary. And it was a wild fucking experience, man. And definitely one of the coolest things I've ever done in my career. To have 10,000 people just go nuts when you change the visual was like, holy shit, I still get chills like thinking about that moment.
Please tell me this is on YouTube somewhere.
Vimeo would be where you would want to go to find that.
Okay. And just projection mapping Red Rock, I guess, would be a good start, right?
Yeah, or you could type in Rowdy Town, one word. That was the name of the festival.
Okay, I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, no, I muck around with it. It's funny. My neighbors ask me sometimes, "What the hell were you doing in your backyard?" You were like, you had your projector on the fence and blah blah blah. Yeah. Anyways.
My neighbors are pretty used to it.
That's right. You do like these big, crazy, like holiday extravaganzas, like Halloween and Christmas and shit, right?
Yeah, man. It's so much better than putting up Christmas lights and decorations. It's so much easier. Just fucking plop a couple projectors out there, and boom, your house becomes a castle or a haunted house, or I candy
or it's
cane.
snowing in October when like that's not the weather pattern, you know.
That when it's Canada Day up here, I project giant waving like Canadian flag on the front of my house and on my garage. It's dope. It's such
Man,
a
I bet your
Yeah,
neighbors
I
love
gotta get
you,
into
dude.
that.
my neighbors are all too old to know what the fuck I'm doing. They're just like, "What are you doing?" And then the one lady when I do it, she never answers me. I always ask her the next day. I'm like, "What did you think? Was it neat? Like, did you enjoy it?" And she's like, "I don't know." It's like, that's it? That's all you're going to say is I don't know? I was basically like, putting a TV show on my house and that's it? Okay. No,
She was
sorry.
too busy reading the HOA bylaws to figure out how to fucking Karen you.
You know that shit. You know that.
Yeah. Well, at Halloween, I actually purposely set my vehicle up on the other side of the street to kind of I nose out over across her property so that nobody can really pull in front of her house and stop and look at my house during Halloween because I just right from the beginning I knew I was like, you know what? I think I just need to make sure nobody parks in front of her house. Because if like kids and families start getting out of the passenger side of the car and stepping on her lawn, I was like, man, that'll be bad. So I'm careful. But yeah.
It's smart. And then take her some banana bread the next day and you should be all good.
I think just keeping my distance from her is enough. She has to stare at my house, and apparently that's a problem for her sometimes. So we'll just keep it to that. I got to be careful. She might be listening tonight. Dun-dun-dun. No,
Shadow ban. One of our
Yep,
shadow
she's
banners.
one of the 1 million, I assume.
she's the 82-year-old woman who's on Twitter. Actually, my aunt might be listening tonight, though. It's really weird that my family people could be listening and we don't know. But not our normal shadow band listeners. I love all of them. So tomorrow, the reveal for the donks.
Yeah, that's tomorrow. I'm going to do a Twitter Spaces at 8:30 Mountain Time tomorrow. That's 10:30 Eastern Time. And yeah, we'll try to get as many of us in there as we can. And then I'll reveal all the donks that have minted. And we can, throw them up on the Jumbotron and talk about other traits and cuteness or lack thereof. There's a few that, really embrace that donkey face that only a mother could love.
Well, that's awesome. Those will be beautiful donks as well. It's going to be dope. I'll be in there. I'll be there for sure. I think I need to pick up at least another donk anyways.
So if I mint one, and it is one of these that only a mother could love, could I burn it and take a pic out of the other 27 in the folder?
Yeah, we can talk about that. I'm open to some things like that.
He wants the Kimmy Gibbler one.
I love Kimmy Gibbler. She was hot.
Really? You were one that thought Kimmy Gibbler was hot.
Oh, buddy.
I don't know.
I don't know, homie.
Well, you know what, Willie? There would have been no competition. That's not nice. We shouldn't say that. Or I shouldn't say that. Sorry, we didn't say that. I said that. That's not nice.
I liked her personality.
Totally. Yeah. That raw.
I feel like she was a character we were meant to kind of just be like, ooh, Kimmy's here. Like, I'm not ragging on her looks as a person. I'm ragging on the character. And I think we were supposed to kind of like, ooh, Kimmy's here. She's a little like cringy.
Yeah, she was supposed to be abrasive neighbor, the annoying neighbor girl.
Yeah, yeah.
But she never got the treatment that what was his name? Steve?
Oh yeah, the jock.
No, from the other show. I don't remember the name of it. With the all black family. They had the nerdy guy Steve.
Oh,
Urkel.
Yeah,
Urkel.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
She never got
Family
the
Matters.
treatment. There you go. Yeah, she never got the treatment where she became the.
Man, I had a Gibbler, man. I don't know, like I started my journey in roommates like pretty late in life, and yeah, and people knew how to get in the garage and show up in the kitchen, and and it's like, what up, homie?
You walk out of the shower, thank fuck you put a towel around yourself. You're like, oh, hey, how's it going? They're like eating a bag of chips there in your kitchen.
Yeah, dude. Absolutely. Drinking all the beer out of your fridge. You know how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely had a couple Cosmo Kramer neighbors who would just like burst in the door and walk straight to the fridge.
We probably all had those back in the day, at least one, anyways. I noticed a couple of times you posted up on Twitter that you got your daughter to do some drawings and then you digitized them up.
Yeah, for Christmas she got a set of watercolor pencils, and she's 4.5 years old. So I was like, "What do you want Daddy to draw?" And I was like gonna, kind of do a coloring book page for her, just a quick drawing. And she was like, "I want a unicorn donkey." And I was like, "Oh shit! All right, I'm in. Let's do
That's
it."
your daughter, all right.
Yeah. And so I just like sketched out a little donkey action with a unicorn horn, and she colors them in, and then she washes them with, water to blend the watercolor pencil. And then we took a picture of them. We also sign them, so she learns how to sign her name and write her name. And then we take a picture of it, and I run it through Midjourney, and she gives me the prompt. Or like we'll name them. I'll say, imagine a unicorn donkey named Sunny. That was the first one we made. And the results we get are awesome. I mean, and I use Midjourney around her enough that I can just show her my phone screen, and she knows 1, 2, 3, 4. Which one do you want? And she's like, "Oh, number 3 is great." I'm like, "Yeah, I agree, but I like this thing that number 2 does." And she's like, "No, it's number 3." I'm like, "Okay, all right, so we'll upres number 3." And so she's kind of helping art direct it, and I don't know what we're gonna do with it. I was talking with my wife, like, my wife's a writer, and I was like, why don't we all three do something? Like, let's turn it into a kid's book, or let's turn it into a collection of NFTs that maybe someday becomes a kid's book. So I don't know. We're still kind of feeling it out, but we've done 3 or 4 of them. And she was bothering me this evening right before her bedtime to do the one that we started but we haven't finished yet. So I'll try to post a picture of that in the next day or two when we get it done.
That's awesome.
That's cool. Start them when they're young.
Just like
she
really took to it. Like my older son, he's much more into the science and outer space stuff, so he loved that whole planetarium thing I was working on. But my daughter just has a real draw towards creativity and expression. She's definitely going to be an artist or a fashion designer, or I don't know, musician or something.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's killer, 100%. So hopefully everybody in here is, if you haven't went out and bought a donk yet, hopefully y'all have. I pinned it up at the top there. I do believe I think it was your pinned tweet, and the information's up in there. So
yeah, sure that's a good thread to pin, because that's got like all the details, including the spaces tomorrow night. So just scroll down and check out the couple preview images of some of the things that are in the collection, as well as some of the details around the drop and the reveal and all that.
Mm-hmm. And your PFP is up for grabs too, is it not? Did I read that correctly?
Yep. Yeah, this PFP that I'm wearing tonight, and I've been wearing this for a while, you get a free upgrade, whoever mints this. So.
And that's the animation upgrade?
Yeah, and I just really want to get one out there early to show people what it can be. But of course, I need to sync up with that collector. I need them to record their bray, their hee haw. And we'll get that in there, and add some motion to it, and replace the static file with a video file. And I'll also give you a GIF and some other stuff that you can, use at will.
Yeah, what's the deadline for that?
The way I'm thinking about it, I'm glad you asked that because that's a great question. Thank you. The way I'm thinking about it is it's going to be a Google form that you fill out with the token you want to upgrade, and it's going to be first come, first serve. I'll open that up on Thursday, the 12th, and we'll just see how many I get initially. But I plan on, being able to turn these around pretty quick. I've got some tricks up my sleeve over here, and I'm just really looking forward to like bringing in some ideas that the collector might have for things that could move or motion they would like to see in the piece. Of course, trying to add like blinking to the eyes or like movement to the eyes is going to be critical. There's plenty of them that have VR headsets, so those ones, will have some lighting effects or something like that instead of blinking. But I really want that to be a conversation that I get to have with all my collectors and all my friends. And so many of you guys are talented artists too. Like, you want to swap the background out for a paper Buddha temple in the background? Like, shit, dude, let's
hell
do
yeah.
it. I'm open. Like, you want to put a laser Lu in there or some Pong AI beings in the background? Like, I'm in, dude. I'm in.
Oh, I love it. Like, seriously, if you haven't minted one, go do it now.
Dude, I'm getting ready to move a little ETH around, man.
It's been such a struggle with me lately because ever since my wallet got compromised and my bad PFP experience with ETH, it's like I just have shied away from it. But then there's just been some artists lately where it's like, okay, I got a little bit of ETH into my ETH wallet. And then I get pissed off because I'm like, fuck, I didn't put enough over there because there was a fee, there was the gas fee for this, then the gas fee for this. All of a sudden I lost $6 more. I'm like, God damn it. I guess I just can't be a thrifty ether. Just need to go hard.
No, I hear you. The gas prices get you, but it's been creeping back up lately. So, I mean, if you're at all thinking about doing some maneuvers, I'd suggest doing it soon. Not financial advice because I'm just a donkey, but I think we're going to see another bull run in the next few months that may not be as big as the one we saw in 21, but I certainly think we're going to see a new herd of people come into the space. Artists, collectors, musicians, I think, are going to have a big moment in 23, and I'm just really excited for what this all has in store for us. And I think everyone in this room knows, like, we were here early. We continue to be early. And we innovate and pioneer and really show the world what we can do here and what we are already doing, and the potential that this technology offers to the world.
Damn, somebody put
that. Well said, sir.
Yeah.
Holy
yeah, somebody
smokes.
clip that, please.
Yeah.
I blacked out. What happened? I blacked out.
I got
Damn,
you.
that man, Denver Donkey for president. Let's do it.
Holy, put that on a big coffee mug.
Dude, I don't want to be president. No thanks.
No, not president of the U.S., but like a decentralized president.
I am the official
that wouldn't be
donkey of the
decentralized,
metaverse.
what it might.
Yes, absolutely, man. Absolutely.
I'm sorry, I was making a note of the timestamp on that speech because I just got to play it back after when I have a chance to go. Man, whenever I need to be inspired, I'm gonna pop that fucking soundbite in and go, yeah.
I did the exact same thing.
Fuck yeah. Fuck
I
yeah.
I want my donkey to say this.
Will you send it to me too? Because I want to hear what the hell I said. I don't even remember.
Absolutely. I hope it will. I got to listen to it after too, because there's been a few things where I've like made little timestamp notes and then I go back and listen to it and I'm like, what? Why did I want this? That was really lame. No, just kidding. That was inspiring. Everybody was inspired, man. There was hearts and fists being thrown everywhere in this space. Yes, I will. I'll get that to you for sure.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it, man.
Paper Buddha.
I was trying to buy ETH. I didn't hear it either.
Oh.
Yeah, bro, that was the exact moment when I minted all 3 of my donkeys. Well, I was just like so inspired that I minted.
Oh, PB, thanks, man. I appreciate you so much.
Dude.
Yeah, I just want to come up and say congrats, man. It's looking like it's getting sold out pretty quick.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. And if it doesn't, whatever. Like, it's all good. It's all a learning experience. And at the end of the day, like, I learned a shitload on this one, and we'll just keep moving down the road. I already got a couple more drops in mind, and donks holders will get first access to those. So yeah, everybody who's shown me support, like from the bottom of my heart, I mean it. Thank you so much. And I'm here to connect with all of you, collaborate with all of you, regardless of blockchain, man. I've done collabs on Tez. I do collabs on ETH. Like, I'm open to it all. So don't hesitate to reach out, man. I love everybody who's in here, and thank you for your support. And PB, thank you for picking up 3, man. I really appreciate you.
Yeah,
You're the man, dude. When's the reveal? I'm gonna be that guy.
Sorry, I was popping over to my browser to see how many we had minted when you asked that. The reveal is tomorrow evening, 10:30 Eastern time.
Okay, during the spaces. Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah, so I'll reveal everything that's minted so far, and we'll all get to take a look and take our donkeys home with us.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. That's my bray.
I don't know, man. You're going to have to work on that one.
Wow. I got the guy from Florida schooling the person that lives in a farm area about donkeys. Come on.
Hey, he's from Nashville, bro.
I'm from Tennessee, man.
He's from Nashville.
we got donkeys for days, man.
You're in Florida now, man. You're in Florida now.
At the moment, yeah. But
I
got a pair of cowboy boots.
Who else is coming to Nashville? You guys are all coming, right?
I'll be there, damn it. I'm going to be there come hell or high water.
I certainly wish
PB,
I could.
Yeah, I wish I could, homie, but I can't.
Hoping to see you out in LA though. You're coming out here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be Denver first week of March and LA last week of March.
Oh, hell yeah. We're going to have to link up while you're in Denver then, man, for sure.
I might have to go to Denver. Denver would be a dope one to go to. I got to go come and visit the sister city to mine.
Denver's easy to fly to.
That whole deal is free too, man. Like the whole ETH Denver deal is like straight up. Like you can roll in and like be a part, listen to amazing speakers from around the world. And it's all free.
That's fucking dope as fuck.
Didn't you say that NFT Tezos LA or NFT LA is during the week?
Yeah, it's like Monday through Thursday.
Play.
Yeah, it's kind of shit.
Who does that?
I'm actually talking to those guys because what they're trying to do is block out part of the city and just have a ton of satellite events like loosely connected. So they were like, "Oh, you do events?" I'm like, "Yeah, I do an event at all these things." So they started talking to me yesterday about it.
I was listening to the space you were in the other day with them.
Yeah, I mean, fuck. I've been looking for an excuse to come to LA. And it's like a week. I was talking to the guy. I was like, "How much time should I block out?" I'm the dude that usually comes a day before and after. He's like, "Oh, I would block out a week, man. I'm gonna be there from Monday to Monday." I was like, "All right, fucking rage in LA for a week."
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
Go
did
at it,
some.
temple style.
Yeah, they had a cool dome experience that they were running a bunch of different projects and marketplaces and stuff through last year. And they hit me up to do some content for Wonder Dome, which is a sweet venue in LA, man. They've got like 3 or 4 domes, various sizes, and you can just rent like a smaller one if you got a smaller get together, or the big like 80-footer or 100-footer. And they even work with people like me to make custom content that's branded or get artwork in there, and really make it a cool immersive experience.
Dude, that sounds sick as fuck.
Yeah, that sounds amazing, dude. I mean, my plan right now sounds like we should do that. And I got this club called Dancing Seahorse that exhibits my work down there that we can just like totally take over. And then my air quotes manager is in Hollywood, so I know that we can like score a mansion for the week and some famous person's mansion and just fucking rage and have a blast.
Holy shit, man! And we gotta maybe a couple days we can roll up to Willie's wall, right? We gotta hook up that wall at least,
Hell
like put
yeah,
out
roll
some
up to the
stuff. Yeah,
wall.
we gotta hook up the wall.
Hell yeah, wall this bitch up.
Dude, we gotta coordinate some shit because LA's a hop, skip, and a jump for me. I could come out for a day or two. I don't know if I
That's
could
right.
do a whole week.
Yeah, dude, it's not far at all to LA. But then we're gonna be in Denver like a fucking week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks right before that too.
Yeah, we definitely got to link up for that, man. Hang out for a little bit, get some time on a patio somewhere.
I don't know, dude.
That's March. Is that March? That's all happened in Denver and LA.
Yeah, like the East Denver thing, Builders Week is actually starting at the end of February, but last year there wasn't too much going on. Like I was there for too long last year. And so the actual East Denver, I think, is the first, I think it's like the second, third, fourth, fifth, maybe. And then, yeah, the NFT LA thing is at the end of the month.
Yeah, it's like the 21st through the 24th or something like that. Don't quote me on that, but somewhere around there.
I'm pulling up my notes. Here it is. It's Builders Week is February 24th to March 1st. The core event of East Denver is March 2nd to March 5th. And then NFT LA is March 20th to the 23rd.
Boom, and there you are. Mark your calendars down. Get it all loaded. Book your flights. Animate your donkey. I think that just started to change it. Made me think just to change it a bit. If this doesn't mint out by the time the reveal tomorrow happens, very shortly after you do the reveal, I believe it will mint out fully. And never mind if somebody whips out an animated one, like that'll be it. People will be like, "Why were we sleeping on this project?"
I hope you're right, man. Yeah, and I think my plan would be to do a mint and reveal on anything that didn't make the initial reveal. So you'll be able to still mint something potentially, and then it'll instant reveal when it hits your wallet.
Oh, that'll be cool. So I guess the hope is that if you get like a Snoop Dogg donk, you would really hope that Snoop Dogg would want it after.
And it's a Snoop Donkey Donk.
Snoop Dogg.
That's the trait.
Oh
man! So are you familiar with the term donk in the urban culture?
Of like big rims on a car?
Yep.
Yeah, dude, for sure.
Yep. So do any of the donks? Are any of them in donks?
No, I didn't go that far with it because I wanted it to be like a consistent PFP kind of vibe,
Okay. I think
none of them are even full body. They're all like the bust, like neck up.
I've thought about
that's even better. Get them driving a donk. We need to get AI Machina down there to do some new donk cars to put the donks in.
Dude, I'd be so down. You get AI Machina to do this with me. I'm in. I
And then
love
we saw
what
some
they're doing.
killer donks down in Miami, man. They were,
Yeah, we did.
yeah, hell fucking yeah.
Well, I just minted two, so I want one of mine inside of a donk. I
There
need a
you go.
donk and a donk.
That's called a badonkadonk, I think.
Now we're back in Tennessee. No.
Hell yeah.
Well, don't
Ev- ev-
confuse it with Kush Zombie's double donk, which is where you put two blunt wraps lengthwise and then you roll like a really long blunt.
yeah. That's
Yeah.
OG.
He pioneered that.
I ever since I saw the animation option when you put it up there, like in that tweet, I was like, man, the one thing that's really been in my head is that the mohawk, like the donkey hair, the mohawk, like it's
That's a
got to
donk
move.
hawk. Yeah.
It's a donk hawk. Is that what we're calling? Okay, right. I'm writing these down. I got to get this proper vocab going here, and I'm gonna keep it. It's gonna be hashtag donk hawk. Okay, we got that. Like that's where I see the movement every time. I haven't pictured anything else about mine yet, and how I would want it to move. Well, obviously I haven't met my donk yet, but that's the one thing I know is that hair has to move. Like if he turns his head, like that hair's got to like move a bit. But
You can
then,
like blow in the wind a little bit, like a
Yeah.
little moulet.
but it's always got to go back to business, right? Because I mean, a donk hawk is always back to business. Like it'll move, but it's like always got to go back right on guard.
Yeah, it's got to have
You
a
got some
little like
Aquanet.
movement.
You got
Yeah, a little like ocean breeze action. Yeah.
100%. This is fucking cool. I'm stoked. So tomorrow night we're gonna find out. It's gonna be great. Willie's got a couple there. Everybody's gotten them. Everybody's gonna get them. And the people that don't get them are gonna be flipping
I gotta,
jealous.
I gotta send you my ETH to animate now though, or else I just won't have it by tomorrow. It just burns. It just burns in my wallet. I don't know how it works.
Yeah,
You can
Willie,
send it over here. I'll keep it safe.
it's fucking cool.
Speaking of burning, I really like that burn series you did on Tezos. But it feels
Oh,
I don't
thank
know,
you.
feels weird to
Yeah.
talk about that now. We're all having so much fun with these donks. I'm like, I want to talk about the Tezos stuff though.
Well, but that was my first AI collection. So I think it's relevant in that connective way. And it also was a fundraising effort. I donated 100% of the proceeds I made from that project to a fire recovery fund. New Year's Eve last year, there was a big fire that swept through a neighborhood and wiped out over 1,000 family homes in like a matter of hours, and just left all these people out in the cold. So it took like the 150 maybe $200 that I could have contributed, and tripled it, and allowed me to contribute over $600 to the fund. And I felt really good about that. And it showed me like, hey man, AI art could be used in a short time frame to raise money for a good cause. And so I think there's a real lesson to be learned there, and try to apply that on something else that happens. I've got donkey crystal skulls that I've been working on for months, and I'm trying to find the right donkey rescue who takes in these animals who don't have a home, or like their owner died or lost their property or whatever their story is, and gives these animals a home. So I'm looking for the right one. There's one in Colorado. I need to go visit, and be sure it's something that I feel comfortable donating money to. First of all, like that they really do treat the animals well, and
And that the money's
if it,
going towards what they say it's going towards is always my big thing.
yeah, exactly,
So much of it gets locked up into administrative fees and
right.
things like that, where like you're just paying people to raise money, but then that's really all you're paying. You're not really actually doing much with it.
Yeah, and this one I'm looking at is a very small operation, and it's run by a young lady, probably close to my age. So I think she's going to be on board, but we want to meet each other, and I want to see the facility before I say that that's a real thing. But I'm looking for some way to donate funds from that collection that'll be coming out later this year to an actual donkey rescue. And I know that sounds like funny or silly, but there's a lot of these animals out there that really need some support.
Yeah, I don't think it's silly at all. Like actually one of the very first, if not the first NFT I ever minted was a PFP collection on ETH. And the reason I chose that was I have a big thing for sloths, and part of their roadmap was adopting and donating sloth, or like donating to foundations that really take care of sloths. So I think it's you know I think there could be a lot more of that still going around.
Yeah, and I
So
want to partner with the right one so that I can maybe do some cool promotional materials and video type work for that drop, to really highlight them and maybe try to bring more people in than even just NFT collectors, but drive some other awareness and maybe donations their way in the process.
Oh man, that's just fucking beautiful. Like I'm just sitting here looking and I'm going, everybody, I'm sure everybody here feels the same way. You know that little emoji of the face with the little teary eyes that you can like put up. I mean, that's what I want right now. Like I want to pop that up. Fucking donkeys. Everything needs love and rescuing.
Yeah, and like the more I've grown to love donkeys, like a couple years ago, like donkeys, whatever, but I don't know, they've like really won me over. I think they have a variety of personalities. They're very communicative, and like they speak loudly. They have their own like voice, and like they have goofy shit all over the internet about donkeys, and I think every time I saw it, it made me smile. And I was just like, you know what? Like, I think it's about that being my subject matter. And then if you see this cool artistic donkey, you're going to be like, is that a Denver donkey? Like, that's what I want to come out of this. Is that when you see a donkey, you think of me.
Dude, for sure. I I can tell you that already, that if I ever saw a donkey now, because I don't see many donkeys in a day, that I would definitely think that, and especially after all of hearing all of this tonight too. 100%. Every
Well,
donkey's going to bring me back to Denver donkey and make
and
me want
I
to give.
drive past two every time I go from my house to my studio.
Oh,
I go
dude.
past this pasture that has two of them, and
Do you ever
they're
slow down
like
and
a
talk to him?
pack animal. You have to have two of them. If you just have one, they get like sad and lonely, and they have to have a companion. Which is why I thought it was critical that everyone mint at least 2 to 3 of them. Right? We don't want them to get lonely.
That makes absolutely, totally makes sense. Do you ever roll up to those donkeys? Have you ever had the chance to like roll up and slow down and roll down the window and say, "How's it going, guys?" And like, do you ever say anything to them?
Oh yeah, occasionally they'll be in the pasture right by the road, and I'll stop and take a picture. And I'm sure the farmer that lives there's like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? But I'm like not going to approach that area of the country unannounced. That's a good way to get shot where I'm from.
Right. Totally.
That was a nervous laugh because it's fucking true.
No, no, exactly for sure.
And but I would definitely holler at them, or like if my kids are with me and we're running out to the studio, we stop for a second. There's a good little place on the shoulder to pull off and check them out.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. I do that. When I travel to my cabin, there's certain animals along the way, and occasionally I'll pull up. They'll be like right up against the fence. You got to pull your cows. How's it going, guys? What's going
Do you
on?
make up names for them? Where you like, hey, Mr. Bigglesworth, get over here. Mr. Bigglesworth and Admiral Pickles, get your asses over here right now.
Damn, that's some specific names, homie. You're up there in God's country. I'm sure you got those names going on. Um, I
Just
used to pass by a donkey, man, and it had like a cross on its back. It looked like a Christian cross on its back. And that was like my Jesus donkey. I mean, I drove by that guy every day down in Tennessee.
Unless
that's a
he
common like fur pattern actually. And if you have a donkey that has like a cross pattern on it, they're supposedly like a good contender for breeding because that marking says they come from a good lineage.
I've got a cross on my back. That must be. I'm a good breeder, I guess.
Yeah, mom said something about good Christian donkeys, right?
Oh, fuck.
Is there a difference between a donkey and a burro, or is that just a different name for the same thing?
No, that's just the Spanish name for a donkey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ooh, look at the
But there is a
education.
And can you
difference
still call them an
between
ass? Is that not the preferred nomenclature anymore?
oh, you can call him an ass. That's fine. You might want to be like a little like closer with that particular donkey before you go that route. But yeah, that's a good way to get kicked, PB.
What about mules, man? How do you feel about mules?
Okay, good way to get kicked. All right, I'm taking notes.
Mule is a different animal altogether. That's a donkey crossed with a horse, and they can't reproduce or have offspring of any kind.
That's all sick shit. That's like dogs and cats doing it together. That's all weird, deep, dark parts of the internet you don't go to.
That's some wombat shit.
Crazy Mexican bars right there, man.
Arriba. Jen stepped up. Jen requested to speak. Hey, how you doing, Jen? You got a question, something to say?
Hey guys. Yeah, I just wanted to jump up and give flowers, as they say, to Denver. I don't know what you give donkeys. What do you give donkeys? Carrots?
Chocolate.
Okay. Chocolate carrots. Okay. But I was sitting here and I was remembering you guys were talking about the project on Object with the fire and the fundraising, and I remember learning about that project, and I can honestly say like that's the reason why I got into AI. I remember you showing it to us and telling the story, and I bought one, and it's funny because Rob, for anyone who doesn't know, my husband was trying to teach me about Google Colab, and I was like, whatever, like you got to sit there for 10 hours and wait for something to happen. No, thank you. But then you're like, yeah, you can just use this Wombo app and it's really easy. And then like I was hooked. So I just wanted to thank you for that, and for being kind of like one step ahead there tech wise, and I just know that
wow.
you know
that blows my mind, Jen, because you're so good with it now. Like I love your work so much that I'm honored that you came up here to say that. Thank you.
No, it just hit me. I was like, geez, that's where it all started, and it like feels like a million years ago, but like it really wasn't. But
no,
thank
it was
you.
like a year ago, pretty much. You know, it was like New Year's last year. So, but also I'm sorry because I'm sure you've like not slept a lot, and like you're probably addicted to your phone now, like I am. But wow, that blows my mind. Thank you for sharing that. That's so cool.
So I got a question while you guys are both up here, because you said that you did advertising, and we know from talking to Jen that she does some product advertising. Have you guys paths ever crossed before NFTs?
I don't think so, but I bet if Jen and I like sat down, we could make some connections through like mutual people we know, or
you'd be like, oh shit, I lost
someone
that
who
contract
works.
to you.
Yeah, I don't think it's like that. I think it's more like we could probably find, what do they say? There's like 5 degrees of separation.
Yeah, 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon, but designer version, whatever that is.
Yeah,
6
it's
degrees
delicious,
of LinkedIn.
Though.
Sorry, what was that?
I said 6 degrees of LinkedIn.
Yeah, something like that. Third whatever. But yeah, Donkey, I just wanted to just say congrats, and I'll be there tomorrow.
Oh hell yeah! I'll love to have you there tomorrow. It means a lot, especially after you just said that. You got me blushing over here.
Well, it's just true. I mean, it's just because you authentically shared your experience with other people. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
and
cool.
somebody introduced me to that Wombo app, and like that was about a year ago. It was like December of 2020, I believe, and or no, of 21, excuse me, December of 21. But those memories on my iPhone, I have like the memory tile, and it's like a year ago you saved this Wombo dream, and it's just blowing my mind, like how far we have come in 1 year. Like I cannot wait to see where we are at this time next year.
Dude, it's fucking nuts, right? I don't know. I don't mean to interrupt, but like I look at AI and I look at the relationship between the artist and the machine, um, and it's like, sometimes you can tell it's like I'm sitting at like a coffee shop and I'm overhearing a conversation of like a Tinder date, and that's what happened. And then sometimes it's like I'm under the bed when the fucking's going on, and it's like, holy shit, like these guys are getting it. I don't know, man. It's this cool relationship between like human and machine, and it's fucking amazing to see like the progression and to see this relationship. I mean, some of them do not work at all, and some of them are like these beautiful marriages.
Yeah, and it went from like muddy and kind of nondescript. You're like, yeah, maybe that's a donkey, to like, is that a 3D donkey? Or holy shit, you made that with AI? Like we went that far in 1 year, and that is a testament to where this technology can progress us in the next year, in the future.
Fuck. Sorry. I had a whole bunch of thoughts come through. Not me, not laughing at you, Denver. I was just gonna say, but Mike, did you just say fucking underneath the bed while there's fucking going on up above or something like that?
He
Yeah,
did.
something like that, man. I mean, that's one end of the spectrum, right? I mean, like sometimes, like I feel like this intimate relationship between like the creator and the machine, and it's like, oh my god, like that is like this was meant to be. And then other times, it's like, oh no, this ain't gonna work out. I don't know.
Jesus, sorry. And I had a question for Denver too, but just as soon as I went to go and ask that, that pushed it out. I'm sorry. Hopefully, it comes back into my head.
Oh, no worries, no worries. We got 94 minted out of the 150 available. So
No,
Oh
I'm into
shit! I got I
95 and
gotta get my
96.
I gotta get my ETH moved over. Holy smokes, man! I
I'm
got
into 95 and 96. So that's that. Either something's
okay,
wrong
we're
on
at
my end,
96.
or
No, I looked like a few minutes ago. Let me look again right now.
I just want to make sure something didn't screw up on my end. I hate losing gas,
No,
though.
we're at
Error
96. We're at
transaction.
96. You're
Okay,
good.
good.
You're good.
Whew, all right.
I see
You're
you.
making me nervous over here, is all.
Oh no, I'm not trying to do that. I see you in here.
Um,
Willie's all up in the donks.
You're in that ether scan. I see you.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to go onto my phone now, and I'm gonna have to get my rest of my donks. I can't.
well, I'm glad I minted two now too. I didn't know they were pack animals, so I'm glad I didn't just
I
mint
got
just the
three.
one, all lonely by himself.
Well,
I
I
got
did.
three, so I can adopt one out to somebody who's lonely. At the
Well, see,
ceiling, of course.
Yeah, there you go.
I had to save enough to make sure I get one of them animated. That's all.
Oh man, that's a no-brainer. I've already accounted for that. I've taken out a little bit from groceries next month, and I'm animating my donks. So,
My wife will never notice that I minted out of the household grocery budget.
no,
Beer money.
we talked about that earlier. I don't have a lady in the house to answer to anymore, so I'm fucking cool. I'm talking to the dog. The dog thinks it's a great idea, so it's a good idea. We're doing it. No worries.
No, I heard you. I got jealous, fucker.
Oh, okay. All right. All of a sudden I'm coming home with a whole bunch of dog bones and stuff, and I'll be looking in my head like, how the fuck did this get into my head?
I'm bribing my dog. Now I'm bribing my dog so he says yes when I want to go buy a bunch of shit.
He doesn't say shit. Dad, you got a milk bone there? Do whatever you want.
Yeah, do whatever you want. I'll be over here. Bye.
Yeah. Give me milk bones. 100%. Just because we're getting late in time, and definitely Denver, I'm not telling you you gotta take off and we're done with you or anything like that. But I don't know if I ever told you either. If you ever got real life shit you got to go out and you got to go like hang out in Mars and or work with your daughter and AI, you can feel free to duck out whenever you have to. But definitely it's not a you have to go. These spaces usually go for 5 hours, so just fair warning, I guess, is what it really is.
Yeah, I'll hang out, man. I appreciate the opportunity to just talk about donks for a little bit, and like you guys have a good vibe going in here, so I ain't got nothing to do. My kids are in bed. Shit, my wife's probably asleep by now too, so like I'm a free man. We can hang out for a little bit.
Thank you. I appreciate the good vibe feel that you got going on. And I was going to say to Jen too, Jen, man, you have been a big supporter of our space, and you're always in here, and you're always bringing positive vibes to us. And I appreciate you every time I see you down there. 100%. Everybody in here.
I enjoy it. I enjoy being here. So I thank you guys for doing the spaces, because it's not easy. I have such a hard time doing them, and so I really appreciate it.
That means the world.
You do quite a bit a week though, don't you? Don't you do like 2 or 3 different ones for different people that you like host or co-host with?
I do one every Friday, and it's an AI sort of art space with Jeff Jag and Animate down there. But yeah, I'm the quiet one. And it's fine. You know, I never have too many words for anything, but I try to bring value where I can.
Well, I know what your secret is. You're sitting back there listening so that you can run your overheard prompts minutes.
Yeah, that's fun. I do have some fun with that.
Those are fun. I
really
enjoy those.
You know, it's like I always used to tell my mom I was upset sometimes because I wouldn't get many lines in a play when I would be in a play when I was in elementary school or whatever. And my mom always used to say, doesn't matter how much you have to say, it's that what you say is quality. And it's really big and everything. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And that's
shucks, man. That's cute. I love that shit, man. I want to see Vince in a play now. What was your favorite play, man? What'd you do?
Let's check it out. Let's do it. Actually, my favorite play that I was ever in, and what I was doing was giving a compliment to Jen there too, and saying that it doesn't matter if you say just small things. You make a big impact when you do speak for sure. But yeah, okay. So my favorite play was actually long after I ever was in drama class or anything ever again. It was in my grade 12 year, and it was literally because I had to take drama in order to make up enough credits to graduate. Like I just had to like get 3 more credits in something. So
what
I took
class was? I'm sorry. What class?
It was yeah. I know what I know.
What is this?
Drama.
Sorry,
I walked too far away from the Wi-Fi. I couldn't hear that. Could you say that again?
So one semester, this is a recorded space. I'm going to delete that part. So yeah. Anyways, I ended up taking it again. And it was just the teacher looked at me. He said, look, play this part. He just said, fuck it, and walked away. He's like, you're the only person that I think that could play this part well enough. And you don't even have to remember all the lines. You'll just be able to do it. And I was like, cool. And it was actually in the musical Fame. And it was just like kind of a little, I played a Spanish
Oh no, I lost you.
Yep, I did too. Okay, that wasn't just me.
Yeah, I lost him too.
Right at the juicy part too, man.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah, he
right?
said he was
He,
like a
he
handsome Spanish something.
Yeah,
I
dude.
heard I
he
was a
he
poor little Mexican boy.
In the musical fame.
he got upset because we made fun of the way he said drama.
that
That
I'm
fucking
sorry. I'm
my
sorry.
that
I'm
fucking
sorry. I'm
my
sorry.
my computer couldn't
He's
crashed out
sorry.
so much. That was the perfect spot for my computer to crap out in. I love it. Okay, so you guys heard the story. That's it. I'm never saying it again.
We only make fun of the ones we love around here.
I know. That's all good. I put myself out there for it, so it's no big. Anyways, thanks for PB for taking deep notes on this and calling me out first. Okay, I was in drama for years. I failed 2 grades in high school just so I could do drama 2 more times.
Fuck yeah, dude. Well, you're owning it now, dude.
I just want to
There you go.
dance.
Oh my God, what was that from? They were all stoned in the station wagon.
Yeah.
I just want to
Oh,
dance.
Dazed and Confused. Dazed and Confused.
Yes, that's the best.
Yeah. That was the nerdy station wagon. Yeah. I just want to dance. Because
What a fucking classic.
that was a class. You know, it was really funny when I watched that movie originally. I did not realize who all the actors and actresses were in it, right? Because I was probably stoned, guaranteed, every time I watched it back in the day. But then when I remember watching it, a few years ago, and then like looking at all the actors and actresses, going like, "Holy shit, really?" Like this movie was loaded, like
Dude, like that
unbelievably.
was Ben Affleck, right? That was Ben Affleck
Yeah,
Yep.
chasing people around with a paddle.
and
Yep.
Mila Jovovich was one of the
Oh,
hippie girls,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And McConaughey,
And
obviously.
yeah, and McConaughey.
Yeah,
And
that
what's
was
his
McConaughey's like first film. I think he like stumbled into that role.
who was the other girl? The other girl got really big too. I want to say Pipe or something, but that doesn't sound right.
Oh, the blonde. Is that who you're talking about? The short hair. But
No. I gotta look it up. Oh, you're thinking of Joey Lauren Adams.
yes. So you know who the other one is if you guys watch Yellowstone is what's his nuts there? Rip. He was fucking O'Banion. Was he O'Banion? No, he wasn't O'Banion. He was, but Rip was in there as well.
What a fucking great character.
What's his
let's
nuts?
just talk about that. Let's just talk about what a great character that is in Yellowstone.
Rip is? Fucking right.
Yeah, dude.
So actually, Texadelic, who designed our our Dow token in our contest and won the contest. He actually made another version of it that's called, I believe it's called the Take Him to the Train Station version, and it has two cowboys standing in front of the train. But anyways, that was just a little side note.
Oh, I love it, dude. Rip is my power animal for like if I was a cowboy,
Oh,
I'd be Rip.
I'm Beth all the way, man. That girl, and you know my
Beth is great too.
oh
Dude.
man,
It's a great show.
She could have never did the nude scene in the tub in the first season or second season there, and I still would have loved that girl through and through. Like that, she is brilliant. Her writers are fucking awesome. The writers of that show, period, are pretty damn good.
What'd she say about her diet? She said, I'm on that intermittent fasting diet. I wake up, I drink coffee and smoke, and then eat whatever until noon, and then eat whatever I want until 4, and then I start drinking and smoking again.
Yeah, yeah, love it. I haven't watched the last season yet. I haven't binged it yet.
Yeah, me neither, man. It's sitting there waiting.
Yeah, it's on Paramount. They switched it up. At first, I was like, I can't get it, and then I realized they switched well, I don't know about down there, but up here it's on Paramount Plus or something like that. You got to watch it on, but I do have it. I just haven't watched it yet. Yeah.
Wait, which one is this?
Yellowstone.
Oh, dude, I have not.
Oh shit, dude.
Oh, bro, it's like a gangster series, but all cowboys, and Kevin Costner just slays.
Dude,
it's in Colorado, isn't it?
Dude, I've been like binging
Montana.
on the Tulsa King with Stallone on Paramount. I think I'm caught up on that one. It's actually pretty damn good, man. I mean, yeah, it brings me. I keep coming back.
Yeah,
I'm with Buddha. Like, is that good?
I know, right? I know, but it kind of is. I don't know. I keep coming back.
Dude, Yellowstone is rowdy, and I come from a farm and ranch and family, and my old man loves that show. He's watched it since the beginning, and he's the one who got me into it. But that show is very good, and I agree. The writers for the daughter are fucking phenomenal. Like, she just kills with all her one-liners, dude.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, she's so good. I've spent plenty of time like off-grid farming, in the weed scene, and yeah, some of those bar scenes are pretty legit, bro. I was like, oh, I've seen bars like that. Like, you definitely don't want to be hanging out there if you're not local.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I used to tour with a bluegrass band back in college. I did their posters and ran security for them.
What?
Yeah,
let's get
man.
into that.
Yeah, totally. Here we go. Here comes the next hour.
Yeah, let's get into that.
Well, they kind of gave me like my first like client shot, right? Like they wanted some young artist that was going to be cheap to do their posters. And dude, a couple times they were like, "We can't like pay you for the posters. We can only pay to like print them. But here's what we're going to do. It's like we're going to take you on our Northwest tour." So it's like 4 weeks. We're going to do Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, Washington, Oregon. We got one show in California, and then we play like 3 more shows when we get back to Colorado. And I was like,
Straight up
okay.
frontier states.
Yeah, man. It was like Oregon Trail shit, We crossed that like multiple times.
Do you happen to have any of those old posters, or like even just pictures of them or anything that you know of?
Oh, I could probably dig some up. Yeah, maybe I should post one of those.
Yeah, that'd be really cool to see. I mean, I don't know, I know you listen quite a bit, but not all the time. But yeah, old concert posters like that have definitely come up as some influences and like things we like to collect in this space before.
100%. I know Mike Nash and myself are both interested in that. Like, love that shit.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I grew up like going to shows, then working shows as a security guard at a venue. and then kind of dabbled in promoting, but more so like the art materials and advertising side of things. So, but I love
Man,
me a good show poster, man, or like a ticket stub that's just fucking killer. Like I have
which you
some
don't even
fish
get it.
tickets framed that I mean they're killer piece of art.
Dude, a fish ticket. That that must be amazing.
Yeah,
Like there's
I don't
art there's
I don't think I've ever
there's
actually noticed art on tickets. Maybe it's just where I'm at.
would have been the
yeah.
OG
These are like
back in the day.
4 colors, and they're all like similar but different kind of artwork. And there's like some holographic shit so that people couldn't like copy them and scalp them. But I did
Right.
4 nights of Fish at Red Rocks in 2009.
Oh yeah,
Dude,
I'm
that's
giving it a quick Google. Those
epic.
are dope, man.
Holy smokes, man! I've been to one fish show, and it was. I mean, that's a fucking story in itself. Holy moly!
I was gonna say
Um,
4 nights of fish. Like, did that ever end? Did you ever leave, or was it just like that's how it went? Is that you just stayed there for 4 days straight and they never stopped playing? Because I mean, that's how a fish show goes, right?
That's a funny way of looking at it. We definitely left, but we went back to a campground, and they had a bunch of bands lined up for after party shows. I mean, it raged till sun came up, and then we slept a couple hours, and then it was like 2:30. We got to hop back on the bus down the mountain to Red Rocks and go to the lot party.
Man, Red Rock is actually somewhere I don't know why I have not gone to any kind of a show or event there yet. Because as people who've been in this space with me for a long time know, like I was a DJ and I was into live production, and I'm all into that. And it's like, Red Rock is a place that it's just like it's one of those. It's kind of one of those meccas that everybody should go to at least once that's in the industry, because it's a unique, very unique venue, like 1,000%, right?
Yeah, it's one of the coolest places I've ever seen a live show. And I've seen hundreds of concerts, but the sound quality, because of the shape of the amphitheater itself, the natural rock shape, it sounds amazing no matter where you're sitting or standing. And you can get down close, like you can kind of sneak down there if you're apt to do that sort of thing, or you can climb up to the top and like have a bunch of space to just like dance around and get weird with your friends. And it's like family friendly, and it's like no other place on earth. So I would definitely say anybody who's into live music needs to see at least one show at Red Rocks, if not more. It's that good.
Yeah, I want to take my dad to a show here soon before
How
I don't have that opportunity anymore. Because he's always wanted to go to a show there. Neither one of us have been anything out there.
how do you get a sponsorship from Red Rock, man? You're doing a great job of promoting.
Yeah, I know, right? I should get a sponsorship from them, but it's a place that's like near and dear to my heart. I saw Tool there. That was my first
Oh,
Ah,
show.
fuck.
Yeah, and that really blew my mind. In their video show, I was like, wait a minute, like concert visuals, I could do that. And I did that for a long time in my career, but I don't do a lot of it
Did
anymore. And that's
did you
just,
did you do it for any big name bands that we would know? You told us a DJ earlier, but
yeah,
did you
big,
do it?
gigantic. I did a lot of like dubstep and that sort of like electronic scene because that was really big at the time. Um, but I've done visuals for Big Gigantic. I've done visuals for Grammatic. Um, I've gone on tour and done some visuals in New Mexico. A couple other like EDM stars, Rusco, and the Living Color Tour or something like that is what it was called. It was some like Ticketmaster or something run deal. But I'm trying to think who else I've done visuals for that maybe isn't an EDM thing. It's been mostly like local Colorado stuff or smaller venue stuff. And a lot of it's
Definitely.
been due to like the venue hitting me up because I used to work at a venue. I have some connections that way, so it was more like indirect, not necessarily the artist looking for me, but the venue looking for me.
That's pretty cool. I lost half of that. I didn't. My headphone cut out or something. I don't know.
Yo, Bitch, you're a big Tool fan, right?
Hell yes.
You got the posters and the flyers and all that shit, right?
Yeah, I got a lot of that stuff collected over the years. I was just thinking, it's funny when we started talking about the Red Rock again. I was like, well, that's one band that I would definitely. There's been a few times where I've seen them playing there, and I'm like, well, that's a show I should go to. And of course, I haven't yet, but yeah, for sure.
Or
the EDM
Did you get
thing.
that?
anything jam bandy
Oh,
that
I'm
you can
sorry,
just
go
get
ahead.
high at and just hang out all night.
Yeah, that works with me. Sorry, what was that, Denver?
Oh, you said you were like collected a lot of Tool stuff. Did you get their like video screen album a couple of years ago? There's like
No.
it's like a CD case, but it
No,
has a
I
video
didn't.
screen in it.
No, I
Yeah.
didn't. No, I didn't. Did
Dude,
you?
I'm looking at it right now. I need to charge this thing up.
Dude, yeah. No, it was right at a point in my life where I was just like, I can't, I shouldn't, I can't, I shouldn't. And I didn't. And of course, yeah, I should have. Dude,
I
they're
think that's like
holographic.
the first like small scale screen with a really cool piece of art that I ever encountered.
Yeah.
And then they had that album Anima that had like the lithograph or not lithograph.
The
What are those
stereograph
things called?
or
Yeah,
whatever.
the stereograph
Yeah.
cover on the CD jacket, and you could like move it around.
Yeah.
That's
I was
what
just
got my
gonna,
attention from those
yeah.
guys, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that about that. That was the 10,000 Days album.
Well, we did meet Alex Gray in Miami.
We did.
That's dope.
Alex is cool as fuck. Do you collect Tim Maxwell's art?
No.
He's
No,
like
no.
all over Tez. He's done a Tool cover or two
Yeah.
or
Oh,
three of them.
yeah. Okay. Yeah.
He's done a Tool
But no,
cover?
I don't. Yeah.
Maxwell Inc. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I know his Tez stuff. I didn't have any idea he did a Tez cover though. I mean a Tool cover.
Yeah. I think I read that actually within the last couple of months. I discovered that, and I was pretty impressed.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm
sometimes
looking.
he'll take pictures of his studio and you'll see it just sitting there, fucking gigantic poster that's all hand drawn, lines, no rulers. Pretty crazy shit.
I'm looking at this CD album on eBay with the screen in it for only $50. Like, why haven't you bought this yet?
I
Do I need
don't
to buy
touch
this
eBay. I don't touch eBay anymore.
If I buy it for you, it's not going to your house.
Yeah, right. You buy it for me, get it delivered to your house, and as soon as
Yeah.
you see it, you'll be
Oh,
like,
sorry, Vince. Yeah.
yeah. No, that
Dude.
night.
Oh, I was just gonna say, man, to do it like a fucking album cover or even a show poster or maybe hopefully a festival poster or something like that's my moon. Like that's what I want to do. I want to be on an album cover. I want to be on the festival poster or the show poster. I mean that's fucking amazing, man. Yeah. Props to Maxwell Inc. for that. That's fucking amazing.
So do you mean you want to do the art, or do you want to be like you naked in the front or something?
No, I want to. No, I want to do the art.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. No. Absolutely, man. Well, let's get you there. We're gonna get you there. One day, people will be coming to the space because fucking they love this band that Mike Nash did the cover art for. It'll happen.
Man, I used to.
do it.
I mean, I used to do all the show posters for all the
Yes.
bands that I was in and stuff, and that's like my love. But to be like the go-to dude for something like that would just be. I mean, that would be like, all right, yeah, that's bucket list, and I've made it type feel, you know.
Fuck yeah. I remember back in the day. My dad was a manager for retail. Well, he was manager for Kmart's back in the day when they existed. Um, but I remember the one store he worked in the 80s, and in the basement they had an old school big mechanical printing press that was like, you knew that if you stuck your fingers or hair near it, you were getting crushed. But it was all manual. It wasn't electric. Like, it was like really old school where you had to like turn the cranks to make the prints happen. But I remember they had a wall full of, letter blocks and kind of different shapes and shit like that they would make the sale signs for and shit in the store. And I used to love just making things on that. And I remember back in the, like, I was a little kid back. It was elementary school back, early days of elementary school. And I used to make these things, and then I'd be able to take these posters home and put them up on my walls. And they probably said nothing. Like, I can't even remember what they used to say. They probably said just gibberish, but I would take them home. But it's like, nowadays I think about that stuff, and like, that would be fire to have access to that kind of stuff, to live out your dreams on old ink presses like that, right?
Dude, and yeah, in Nashville we've got the Hatch Show print, and it's a legendary printing press that did stuff for Elvis and Johnny Cash, and I mean it's still a working press for show posters, and yeah, that's kind of where I learned about all that. And yeah, look up Hatch Show Print, HATCH. It's freaking amazing, dude. You can go there and like be in the room, like when they're making these posters. They're still working. It's fucking amazing.
That's
And then
pretty
there's silence because we're all Googling Hatch
dope.
Show.
I know, right?
That's what I'm doing right now. Got to check it out.
Oh,
See
dude, if you come to Nashville, actually, Paper, man, when we go to camp, because I think we're doing like a Nashville night, we should go check out the Hat Show while we're up there, for
As long
sure.
as there's fried chicken involved, baby, I'm there.
Hey, we'll get you some hot chicken, son. Some hot chicken, some
That
Princess
Prince's hot,
chicken.
that Prince's hot
Yeah,
chicken,
you
that shit's
got
so
it. You
good.
got it. Yeah.
I was gonna
PB,
ask
what?
Paper if he had ever done any posters for any of the bands he's ever been in.
I used to do rave flyers back in the day. I was a rave promoter and would do like flyers for my own shit. And when you guys were talking about tickets, I was thinking about how I used to have to do tickets and thought about all the different holographic numbering and stuff. And I definitely have a big appreciation for poster art. A lot of my first concerts were at the Fillmore and shit in San Francisco. So a pretty rich history of poster art there. And when you walk into the lobby, if you've ever been there, they're all front and center. The really sick ones, Jimmy, Santana, Janice, like all those are there. So yeah, I've always loved it. And then I started doing posters last year with Basil and NFTC. So I'm probably going to keep doing them, like little show posters. I like it.
Yeah, I really dug the ones you did for Basil this year. Those are really cool.
Yeah, thanks, dude. They're totally fun.
PB, I definitely, the next time I ever get to be in like the same 4 feet as you, I hope that we can have a good conversation. Every time I hear you talk, and I'm like, well, there's something else I want to talk to him about. There's something else. Well, wait a minute. I guess we should maybe just have PB on the show someday. We could probably make that.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, hey, it's a 5-hour show. We can drill down on some shit.
I was going to say, well, that'll be our first 10-hour space.
We'll have to start it early.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can't do another 5 after midnight. Well, when I was looking at trying to find like a Buddhist holiday or something to have you on, something that kind of like ties in with your stuff. I mean, we could talk about this offline, but we don't gotta take a Denver space here with all of it. But that's just kind of where my head was at.
No,
cool thing about being a Western Buddhist practitioner is that I don't really celebrate a lot of the holidays.
I just thought,
I'm not steeped in the tradition.
Try to tie it into something or even just a drop or something you're doing is all. So So but either way,
We could just celebrate a day, any day. Pick a day that ends with a Y.
there you go. All right,
a Tuesday.
Oh, congrats, dude, on the portals, on the porter sale for Super Rare, dude. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, thanks, man. We got a drop going live tomorrow in Solana, 10 a.m.
is that an open
Dude.
edition or an auction?
101 auction, because everyone got airdropped that bonk in the ecosystem. So I'm like, all right, let's do a 101 auction and see who still has bonk in their wallet.
Yeah, smart,
dude.
I
Then
get
there's
priced
bits
out of those pretty quick as well.
There's Bits over here who gets ignored in restaurants by servers, and yeah, no bonk in Bits. I have 4 Solana wallets, and there's no bonk in any of my wallets. I guess it's because they've heard me talk
Just see if I got any extra.
about
No,
Solana.
didn't get dropped anymore.
All right, so I found the poster. I pinned it up.
Oh, hell yeah.
Holy shit, man. Yeah, dude, I just saw that. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, I've been like rummaging through my basement for the past 20 minutes on mute. Yeah, I found this old portfolio that got me into art school, and it was in there. And I was like, oh, here it is. Yeah.
That's
so this
clean,
bluegrass
man.
band, Whitewater
that's
Ramble,
so
they
clean.
hired me to do their Johnny Cash tribute show poster. It was like right after he passed away. And I was like, okay, really? Like, that's what you guys want? But, the client's always right. Am I right? Anyways, we made this poster, and I always keep it around just to like remind me of where we really got started, like getting serious about a career as an artist.
Dude, someday, there'll be an estate sale, and that'll just like some collector will find that, and they'll be like, "Oh my fucking god!"
It's a poster from the Spaces that I listened to on
That's
microfiche at the library.
They're like, it was Willie and Bits. We don't know who the artist was, some donkey, whatever. But this poster was pinned to the top.
There you go. I love it. Yeah, they don't know anything about me, but they know you guys. And this was in the space. And...
That's right.
Okay.
No, it's cool to share that with you guys, though.
So I want to get like super technical into this, because like nowadays you can like take a photograph and run it through Photoshop and have it kind of cartoonized and colorized and all that shit and kind of make it look like this, right? But I'm guessing that this is early in your career. It's not what you did. Those tools, I'm guessing, weren't available yet.
It wasn't that easy like it is now. No, you could just like run some filters and like, quick trace a photo or something. That was not the case. I had to like get in there and do all that line work manually.
Yeah, so this is all basically hand drawn essentially.
Yeah, it's Adobe Illustrator and then like typeset with, a type tool, but
yeah, so
come a long way, man.
not ink on paper, but digital drawing like you would do on with a iPad pencil and a
I mean, I did like a Cintiq little like Wacom tablet or something like that, with my laptop.
You had one of those?
I did, yeah. I was gifted one from this studio that I got like an internship at, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, thank you so much for that, man. That's fucking cool." So
holy shit, you had a Cintiq, man.
Like, well, it was draw on Wacom. Like, no, I think it was like an Intuos, not a Cintiq, just an Intuos like drawing tablet. But you still had to look at the laptop screen,
I don't know if you heard the last couple spaces, but Mike's going to go real old school with Mario Paint here.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah. I think my first Pepe is going to be on Mario Paint, man. Yeah, we're going to do that, man. But the Wacom thing, I don't... if you look at some of my, like, early stuff, especially the vehicles that I did, was all on a Wacom Intuos Pro. And it was super shaky because I didn't realize that you could smooth on Photoshop. And but then this one collector was like, dude, no, keep that shit because you can't recreate that. But yeah, look back at like the early stuff on Tezos, and it's like super shaky Wacom tablet shit.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, it was such an innovative tool though when it first came out, and like it kind of changed the game for a traditional artist wanting to become a digital artist. And I was just a digital artist from day one. I've always loved computers. I started learning Photoshop, like I said, when I was in high school. I went to a high school where I could like create my own curriculum, and like
Oh
create my
wow.
own classes to like teach myself something. And I luckily, like, my homeroom teacher was the art teacher. And I was like, listen, like, I'm really into this computer made art, graphic design, like potentially 3D and animation. And I worked the whole summer at a feedlot, like building fucking corrals and welding in the 100-degree weather to save up to buy a laptop. That could actually run like a 3D software. And this was like, I don't know, 99, 2000. So I spent my whole savings from that job that summer on a laptop. And my dad thought I was crazy. And that's where it all started. And learning new tools has always been a part of that. So as soon as those Intuos came out, I was like, I got to get one of these things and try to be a digital illustrator for a little while. And that helped me like get some jobs and get some clients and just experience. And I can't say better things about it. I still use a Wacom tablet to do 3D and to do video editing, and I just feel like it's a great tool if you need to be really precise and fast.
That's unreal. Like I think about back in the day, like to 99, 2000, and just buying a laptop period and what a regular piece of shit laptop would be worth, and the fact of what you were going after for a laptop, like that's unreal.
Yeah,
You
my
were
like half sister worked at a bank or something in college, and she was like in the IT department, and they had some deal with Dell. And so she was able to get me like 20% off a Dell laptop, and I was like, "Oh, let's do it. I'm in."
I bet you it had super long battery life too.
Oh, it was like maybe 90 minutes at
Yeah.
best. It pretty much had to be plugged in all the time. And the CD drive was like a peripheral device, like didn't even have a CD drive built into it.
Yeah, I hear that. I remember the first.
Old slow ass USB too.
Well, I
Yeah,
know you.
USB 1 maybe.
Yeah, that would have
Yeah, no,
been.
I meant two as in TOO also. Yeah.
I was gonna say. I was gonna say that you still back then, buying a stack of DVDs to burn on would have been your best bet.
Oh, you had to bring up DVDs.
Oh,
All right.
sure.
Here's another cool project. This is really funny for everybody who's in the room. Like few people I don't know, but you'll get a kick out of this. One of my first jobs out of college, I got to do the DVD menu design for Jersey Shore seasons 1, 2, and 3.
Shut up.
Oh, this is where you got to read the credits, people, so you see this.
Yeah, exactly. You'd see
Go
Giant
find those
Interactive.
DVDs.
Yeah, you'd see the company Giant Interactive and their logo. They hired me to build those menus and do the motion design, and I had to Photoshop Snooki and but every time somebody brings up DVDs, I'm like, well, here you go.
Oh God, that would have been terrible. That would have been a lot of. Uh,
It
I
was a
bet
lot of Photoshop work.
I
yeah.
bet I have those around here somewhere.
Jesus
No,
Christ,
you
you have
don't. Really?
Jersey? Really?
Not me, but the wife. I bet she's got him around here somewhere.
Don't talk about our AR department like that. Dude, I remember back in the day, like I would get off of the club, I would come home after work, and I remember that I would have a shower and sit down and pour some wine and fucking smoke a bowl, and like I remember Jersey Shore was like on every damn station, and I would just zone out on it, and just it would be kind of the thing where you'd wake up in the morning and be like, oh my God, did I really watch 2 episodes of Jersey Shore last night? It's kind of like a train wreck. You couldn't stop watching it. Shit.
Well, she was my
That does
girlfriend at
sound
the
like a
time.
train wreck.
Yeah, my wife was my girlfriend at the time, and she would just look at me and be like, "They're gonna call you for season 4. They're gonna call you for season 5." And they didn't, but they did call me for Geordie Shore, which is the UK version of Jersey Shore.
Why
And
have
it's
I not
even
heard of
worse.
this?
Yeah, dude, it's even worse. Go
Because
watch
it takes place in a rainy place where they don't get to wear muscly shirts. It's like it's
No, they
rainy and
like
cold again tonight, mate.
it's like Brad Pitt Snatch. It's like
Yeah,
gypsy people in the
that's what I'm
UK.
imagining.
Yes, it's something. It's a spectacle. But I
Like
did that
like
D&D menu
backcountry
design
soccer
too.
hooligans.
Yes, exactly.
This I'm writing this down now. This is one of the things I'm tomorrow I'm gonna look at my notes and start punching this into Google and go, holy shit, we talked about this, hey? Really? And then next week I'll be like, oh my God, I binge watched season 1.
Well, it's Geordie, like Prince George. So that's how you spell it, GEO.
Thank you. So that's how they spell Geordie, Geordy. Is that what, or IE or something?
I think it was IE, but don't quote me on that.
Okay. I'll put both spellings down so I can figure it out.
I'm the worst at spelling, and that's why I married the woman I did, because she spells perfectly everything. She writes amazing stuff. And that's why I picked her.
That's what makes a relationship work. There you go. Figured out the secret. Good punctuation.
So what about ChatGPT though?
Oh, dude, she and I have some really interesting conversations about ChatGPT.
You're like,
she's into it.
She has to spell check that too.
Yeah, and like it says things in a way that like a person wouldn't say it. You know what I mean? Like it might be grammatically better, or it might be like a more efficient sentence, but it's just not how someone would say it.
It's not natural conversation flow.
Right.
Yeah.
Or it'll like repeat itself a lot too. I feel like that's kind of a telltale sign, is if it makes the same point like 2 paragraphs below, but it's just worded a little bit different.
When were we talking about that, Willie? What was it in here?
Poke? Yeah, Poke was he was typing up or putting in some prompts on a couple things and giving us some readouts.
And I'll be honest, I've been using it on Donks to write tweets occasionally. If I'm like in a pinch and I gotta like go dad mode and work mode and donkey mode, like sometimes I've been going, give me a viral tweet about donks, and then I just make a few edits and I post it, and it does perform better than some of mine that I spend 15 minutes writing, dude.
Is that seriously your only prompt in there? Is give me a viral tweet about donks?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've told it about donks before, so it remembers. Like,
yeah,
I wrote some basic copy for the contract that's in the contract. Like, I ran that through GPT, and it gave me back like a nice bulleted list that's I felt easy to understand and pretty concise. But I think it's going to accelerate everything. I mean, I'm using it to write pitch deck copy, to help concept things or settings, or you know what I was doing with it last night? I was having it write expressions for After Effects. and it can write a script that I can run in After Effects that's like, going to randomize color or something like that. You just copy pasta that shit onto a layer. Boom. There you go. Colors are randomized.
Dude,
Really?
you got to be you are the poster donk for AI. You need to be the person
under the bed, man. Under the bed.
Yeah, like fuck, like you got to be quelling.
I think he's on top of the bed.
Yeah, no, he's in the bed.
Yeah.
No, I'm outside braying by the window.
Yeah, he's fucking
I'm
AI.
braying with myself outside. Okay, heyo,
heyo, ba-doom. I lost my train of thought now.
I'm sorry, Vince, man. I just got to.
No, absolutely. No
poster child for AI.
Yeah, poster child. Well, that's all I got. That's fucking post.
Man. They're all in here though. Animate Dead, AI Machina, Gen, like Pong. There's the poster childs, man. I'm just like another one of these amazing artists down in the audience. It's like the land of misfit toys right now. We all have like these really interesting skill sets, and we're bringing this like really different approach. And you can't say that any of our work looks similar, but like I know Animate Dead uses Cinema 4D. He does some 3D work. I know Jen has that like advertising vibe, and she did the wine label that looks so good. Like I see you guys out there. I want to know more about AI Machina though, for sure. And I've been to one of their spaces, and it was super cool. I don't know if you've been to one.
Was that the Ben? Was that one with Ben Kaninsky? I think
it wasn't even an interview or a person talking. It was just like music. And I walked in there, and it was like 1920s, like speakeasy music. And I'm like,
oh wow,
okay, I'm into this. And I just like hung out and did some work, and everybody was like posting things and pinning them up, but no one was talking. It was super, super interesting.
I've missed out on that. I didn't know about that. Have you ever heard AI Machina talk?
No.
Yeah, I heard that there was a space. I don't know. We definitely need to have AI Machina. Everybody says it's different. AI Machina, AI Machina, AI. However, I fuck that shit up all the time. Just like HP Love Bucks tonight and call them HP Lovecraft.
Well, until she comes up here and speaks for herself, I'm gonna go with Machina because that's how it should be pronounced, as in Ex Machina.
How it should be pronounced.
That's what it is.
You're like making a statement here, dude.
I don't know what it is. It's a statement. I don't know what to tell you.
It may not be financial advice, but what Willie just said there, that's how it's said.
It's a play on Ex Machina.
Yeah, well, I thought it was Ex Machina. I don't know.
Until she speaks for herself, and that's what I got to go with.
Okay, so I have to be the dumb person in the room, and I have to ask, what is Ex Machina?
Well, it was a movie recently, which was really good.
Oh, okay, all right.
I believe it's an Isaac Asimov story. I think. Don't quote me on that.
Okay.
Wasn't it like a graphic novel or something?
What's that?
I thought it was a graphic novel initially.
That could be.
Okay.
Yeah, it could be. It's basically a play on Terminator, where the machines run everything.
Sure. Oh, okay. Right on.
Right. If I'm remembering correctly.
Man, we're not getting any emojis out of AI right now. So this is a fun little convo here.
I know.
There's no reciprocation going on here.
I back in the
we've invited her on the space, and she's not ready yet, I think.
Well, we were.
Is that right, Bits?
I actually haven't. I don't believe I've personally spoken, DM'd. Maybe just around Art Basel, we talked maybe, but we did talk about having. I want to say I can't. I have. Sorry, I have to say her because of the PFP. So just for anybody that wants to be non-binary or anything like that, that's why I say her because we don't know.
It is they
Fucking
them,
2023 police,
wouldn't
bro.
they actually be
It is
fully binary?
straight they them right now, yo.
Yeah, but
Aren't they just ones and zeros? They should be fully binary.
right? Oh,
Theys and them.
They're binary.
Love it. But yeah, we talked a couple months ago about having her on, and the voice. They were working on the voice. The people were working on the voice box to make the voice proper. Is how it was working, and then I listened to the one space. Well, I don't want to. I keep messing up his name. Ben Kaninsky. I was hoping somebody would correct me.
I can't correct you on that one. I can correct Machina. I can't correct you on that one.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just trying to because I don't remember. I'm trying to look it up, but I always hate fucking with my phone while we're doing spaces because I don't want to shut us down. But yeah, she did a space with him, and it was cool. It was really neat. So I actually wanted to find it to pin it up to the top, and then you could all listen to it because if you haven't heard her speak.
Oh, I've got it right here. I was just looking in my DM with them, and I received a GIF that says "Thank you for your cooperation," and it's a scene from RoboCop. And then it says, "Sorry, no vocal modules available at this time."
That's the phrase I was looking for was vocal modules.
Yeah, this was back November 25th. And I said, understandable. Please invite me to your next space. And it was the Ben space that you're talking about.
Good. All right. Good. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pinning it right now.
Thank you.
I'm going to say Kanizay. Kanizay.
Yeah. I couldn't remember if there was a C in there somewhere.
No C.
Yeah. No, perfect. Great. That is one thing. I mean, we host these spaces and you and I, Willie, we try to juggle all of this stuff around. Like when you're trying to talk about things and think about questions and then you're trying to look this stuff up. I don't want to shut this space down.
Well, we're looking for an A&R department, someone that can do that for us while we talk.
I thought we had an A&R department.
And yeah, but she's always busy during this time. She's trying to get kids to bed, and she likes to dox people. There's that whole problem.
It's all right.
I love a little bit of that variable of mischief. That's cool.
Speaking of Mike, you crack me up, dude. I love the way you turn a phrase. It fucking cracks me up every time, dude.
Man, we had Mike Nash on 5 months ago, and he hasn't left. No, we love.
Holy smokes, man, dude!
Was it 5 months?
Dude, I was so fucking afraid to be actually interviewed and to talk about myself. Like I can get on and I've been doing these artist spotlights on Saturdays for months and months and months. And that was kind of hard to look at somebody's art and in 60 to 90 seconds actually have something important to say about somebody else's blood, sweat, and tears. After just experiencing it that quickly. But to talk about myself, holy smokes, dude, that's a huge fucking fear. And you guys made me feel so comfortable. It's man, I gotta stay. I'm at home, and I'm glad that you guys keep welcoming me back and letting me up on the stage for sure.
Man, I seriously got scared. I was like, what? There's something missing today because you're normally logged on before I am. And when you weren't today, I'm like, there's something wrong today. I don't know what's going on here. And then I was like, oh, and then you popped in. I'm like, oh, fuck, we're missing Mike Nash. That's what it was.
Yeah, dude. No, I picked up my kid at the airport today, and I totally and we both got back to the nest, and we're like, man, we're tired as fuck, and took a nap, and it's like, holy shit, I just rolled over, and it was like almost 9 o'clock. I'm like, oh my god, I got to get on the train, man. I'm gonna miss the train.
I'm gonna miss the train, man.
You're our technical support. You know, Mike, like what you say, because I've listened to a lot of those spaces with you critiquing the art, and I never really thought about that. Is that like you're looking at this and then you have to come up with something to say just after looking at this, and you have to experience it in that long, you know, and give something, you know, meaty to say about this person's art. And it's like, I never looked at it that way, that you were being put on the spot, and knowing that now and listening to you say how quickly you have to come up with an opinion that basically won't be stabbing a person through the heart if you're not too wild about it. That's really mind blowing, and you do a fucking amazing job at that.
Dude, I really appreciate that, man. Dude, no, seriously, like those spaces, when those are over, it's like I have to sleep for the rest of the day. I mean, I am fucking tapped out. It takes my whole soul and my energy and everything. But I mean, if somebody's gonna like have the nuts to get up into one of these spaces, like on an international stage, and present themselves and their work, I believe that it warrants, like, you know, some sort of like fucking, you know, real commentary, and not just blowing smoke up each other's asses and all that stuff. I mean, but yeah, it's crazy, man. I love letting my hair down and coming out on the night train and just like hanging out. This is fun as hell,
dude.
So
absolutely.
One thing that I was actually taught, and it was actually like part of our job description kind of thing, was every month we had to go critique everyone's workstation and their what's it called, ergonomics. Like when I was working with a company that worked for Chevron, and one thing they said, like this is part of the training, was always start with 2 compliments. And then go to your critique. So, you know, okay, you're doing really good at this. You're doing really good at this. This sucks. Change it.
The old compliment
Basically.
challenge. Yeah, the build, break, build.
Yep.
Oh, PB would know about that. I was just gonna say, really. So this is a real thing, hey? Like you fucking walk around and critique people's workstations?
Oh yeah, we had to do that. We had to do it once a month. We had to pick 2 people a month.
That sounds like an HR nightmare. Like you can't.
Oh, it was to prevent HR nightmares, actually.
You piece
Yeah,
of
I was
shit.
gonna say, it sounds like manufacturing, like lean manufacturing.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, it's part of it's all Lean Sigma stuff.
Yeah, Six Sigma. I used to do that shit in my exec life.
Wow.
Yep. There you go.
Well, holy shit! That's what I learned today. See, a blue collar mechanic kind of guy like me wouldn't know those things.
The boss.
Yeah, I would think if your workstation like needed critiquing, then you probably were on your way out the door. You know, it's like you got to get that fucking shit together, son. I don't know. It's like,
it was weird because you always had to find something to critique about it too, which was like, I'm like, oh my god, it was like the worst part of my month. It was like, okay, end of the month, I gotta go around and find something to critique about somebody. Like, it was stupid. It was the dumbest shit ever.
That is fucked up. That just doesn't sound like. Well, that doesn't sound like. Definitely in modern day, that doesn't sound like proper HR stuff that you can do.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
sounds
no,
like
the
now it's
club that I was
instant
at, we
toxic.
actually we used the video feed so people didn't have to stand over other people. They just got into the cameras. They were like, bro, this guy. And then they would go talk to him.
That's fucking crazy.
So
This
what
guy.
would be what would be a critique of a workstation? Because I would love an example.
Like you sit too low so that your wrists aren't at a proper angle for your keyboard. You know, like
Holy fuck,
we're
man! Are you
we're
serious?
computer jockeys.
You got
So
too many
Oh,
lucky
wow.
bamboos hanging
yeah,
out
shit
or
like that.
something. You got like
That's funny. I did I
Yeah,
did manufacturing, so it was more like how long does it take? You have to bend over at the wrong angle, and that's taking you an extra second in your process. And
Oh,
you fucked up 8 times in your process, so it's 8 seconds off of a 30-second process. You're fucking up, dude. Like you
so
need to
there.
stand up straight, move this thing over here. You need an accumulation table over here.
dude, I'd be fucking dead if I was critiqued like that. It'd be over, man. I'd just peace out.
So
Holy shit.
I just realized there's two different, like, PB's, what PB said and what he was critiquing. That makes sense to me. But Willie's talking. Willie, are you talking about like people's cubicles,
yes,
or you're? Oh, okay.
yes. But
That's where I'm. Yeah, no, but that's
but
where
it
I'm.
bleeds. It basically bled down into cubicles because the safety departments didn't have anything else to do, so they kept writing shit up after they got done with the field guys.
Right.
So it
Yeah.
would start with the field guys, right? You know,
Gotcha.
like, hey, do you have wrenches that you can actually work with, kind of shit? Like, are you wearing proper boots and hard hats to be out in the field, welding pipe or whatever? But
Right.
then the safety guys got bored, so they started writing it up, and it just all bled into the cubicle shit. And we're like, really? Come on.
Holy
So.
shit. So it started out with OSHA and it ended up with if you've
Boredom.
got like a fucking footrest or
Yeah,
something, like,
yeah.
oh
The good
my
old
God. Oh my
the good old
dude.
justifying your own job in 2009 and 10. I got to figure out
Holy
something to make my
shit.
job justified because they cut a bunch of fucking people last year.
Someone in the field department figured out, oh, if we just buy all the PPE, then they can fuck off. And then that's exactly what they did. So they had to start busting the computer guys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
That's
exactly it.
100%. So I get this now. Yeah. Just the way the two conversation, I was like, well, it seemed, but I was on the safety committee at this last company I worked at. I was on there for 6 years. They hated my ass. But one of the first things I recognized was I went through the whole book and I read it. Like, I read this shit. Like, even the guy that was the head of the safety committee was like, you actually like read this shit, hey? And I'm like, well, yeah. Like, you can't sit up here and fucking be responsible for people's safety and not actually know what the fuck's like. I was kind of like, are you kidding me? Of course I read this fucking thing. But I brought up at the first meeting I ever went to, there was a policy and procedure for making coffee in the office. No word of a lie, no shit. This isn't made up. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And they all laughed. And it was like this, like, well, we did the blah, blah, blah. And they all laughed, but it was a real procedure that was made up because somebody spilt coffee on the floor and somebody slipped and hurt themselves. So they actually made this whole fucking policy and fucking
Holy
procedure.
fuck, man. You're stressing me the fuck out. I'm like getting anxious all of a sudden. And, I guess, I've started, I guess, mom and pop operations that don't have like hardcore AR stuff. And I've been a part of like that kind of thing. But, oh my God, like corporate, like that. I guess I am living the artist life. Shit.
Oh, Mike,
Oh,
Well,
enterprise stories? Holy shit, man. Like,
you thought we were joking about your safety when you're out there smoking cigarettes on the balcony in a goddamn hurricane. We were seriously concerned about you, brother.
Oh man, I was just thinking I need to, clip in so I don't get sucked off the damn balcony. I could jump in the pool or something.
Okay, wait.
That pool is dangerously close.
I know.
Pretty jumpable.
It's inviting sometimes. I don't know.
Very.
Wait, the conversation changed again because we went from talking. We did this before. We were just talking about Mike having a smoke having a puff on the balcony.
I'm having a
in
smoke on the
hurricane.
balcony right now.
In a
Yeah, but you're
hurricane.
not in a hurricane right now.
No, sir. No, it's very calm.
Not
Well,
as
we were
We've
worried
got
about you right
a
now.
beautiful moon. Yeah, it's good. It's cold out here, though, kind of. I mean, I'm still in shorts and a t-shirt, but I could put on a jacket probably to be a little more comfy. You know.
Don't even get me started. But I was going to say, we were talking about you being out on having a smoke in a hurricane, but then all of a sudden you turned it around and you were talking about getting pulled off on the balcony.
Yeah.
It's like a total different route.
The best,
Sorry.
dude. The best though was Geek Myth at the Nest. He's like, I can't go out on the balcony, bro. I
Dude,
got
he was
dark
like
thoughts.
pinned to the wall, man. Homeboy was like
He's
pinned to the
afraid of
wall.
heights or what?
He was like, man, I really want to hang out with you guys.
He wanted to jump. He wanted to jump in. He was scared that he was just gonna like auto
He was
jump
going to be
into the
like
pool.
compelled to jump over. And dude, I felt that with heights a lot in my life. I don't feel that at the Nest. Thank God. No, but like going hiking and stuff and like being on the edge of a cliff, it's like, yeah, sometimes you just kind of, it's weird. It's like a magnet. You feel like compelled,
You got to look over.
to go over. I don't know why. It's strange.
I just think you got to look over. I just want to look over.
It's that lemming's life kicks in. You're like, bro, I just got to get off that cliff.
Yeah, I got to meet Geek and Sage at a show at Meow Wolf a couple months ago.
Oh, fuck, dude. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we went to this show, but beforehand there was a Tie-Dye Ninjas meetup, and any holders just like came in and got their beers covered at this brewery across the street. So like we got to know each other and then like went to this show, and it turns out we have like a bunch of mutual friends and shit. It was pretty fucking crazy.
Dude, it was so cool to hang out with Geek and Sage. They stayed up here at the Nest during Art Basel this year, and I met Geek for the first time at summer camp, and met Sage for the first time this year at Art Basel, and I mean, such beautiful people, man. Holy smokes! Like Sage is a mover and a shaker. It's pretty cool to be around that. And what just a couple of rad people, and like kind of a contrast of a relationship. It's really cool. I love it.
Yeah, man, I met them, and I honestly, like, I was trying to find the Tie-Dye Ninjas meetup, and I was just like looking for some Web3 kids, you know what I'm saying? And Sage walked by. I was like, she's totally into Web3, but may not be here for the ninjas. And then I like finally found him, and she was sitting there. I'm like, damn it! I knew I should have just asked you what was up. And then I found out it was Sage. I didn't even know that, and I was like, oh shit, really? Like I know you. I follow you. You've been following me since day one. Like it was cool to actually like meet up and put a face to the PFP. You know.
That's dope. That is so dope. Mike has definitely spoken about that in the past, about how cool it is to go to these places like, NFT NYC or in Art Basel or whatever, and you can be having conversations with people and wondering, like, who are you? Like, are you so and so, or you have probably met, people that are, not doxed or incognito in the space and shit like that, and it's like you don't realize it until after. That's really cool.
Yeah, at ETH Denver, I was able to meet Lou and Buddha, and Lou knows that my utility is I have folding tables, so if you ever need to borrow folding tables, just hit me up.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
Is that where it came from? Maybe that's when I started looking into you too, that I'm starting to wonder now. Because I do remember that now when we had Lou on, and he's like, fuck yeah, though. Yeah.
Well, and then we're like sitting around hanging out at the temple, and then Buddha walks in and started talking, and I was like, oh shit, that's him. And I was like, Buddha, is that you? And he just like smiled at me and then came over and fucking rapped with me on the couch for a half hour and fucking hung out, man. It was a cool vibe over there, and I
Dude, I
definitely
fucking love it.
yeah, I learned a lot about real world utility and like what that actually means. So it opened my eyes to like a thing that I hadn't really experienced firsthand.
Man, when I went down to Art Basel last year, was the first time that I ever met anybody in Web3 in real life. And Buddha, and I kept introducing myself as Mike, and Paper Buddha was the one. He was like, man, he was like, you're not Mike, man. You're not Mike from Nashville. You're Mike fucking Nash. And it's like that shit has stuck. And it's like, you need to introduce yourself. And it's like, I started like introducing myself as my PFP, and like people are like, holy shit, yeah, dude, what's up? You know, it's just so crazy, man. And yeah, and also to chime in on meeting, hell, I probably met like all these artists that I collect that are anonymous, and I don't even know, and probably like a bunch of my homies are like probably the same homie, but they got anonymous, you know, wallets and collections and stuff, and I'm still learning that, and it's fun, and I don't have the time to do that shit, but you know, but I've got like my suspicions, and like I've got, you know, like on a detective, like I've got my like murder wall with like all my lines drawn between the pictures and shit. like this guy is this guy.
I'm
You
glad
know?
I'm glad you
Basel alone.
specified that. I'm glad you clarified
Specified
that.
what? What do you mean?
Your murder wall. I'm glad you clarified that.
Well, I
As to
mean,
what
what
that
else do
was.
you call it? I don't know.
I don't know. Detective Red Stringwall. I don't know.
Dude, I'm a detective fiction nerd, man. Like I studied that shit in college. I like, no, I'm like trying to figure. I'm like fucking Sherlock over here trying to figure out everybody's shit.
Yeah, like who is AI Machina?
I like I like
As I
some of
stroke my beard.
I liked what you said there, Mike, about that some of my homies are my other homies, and I don't even know.
Yeah, awesome. dude, I didn't know. Like I mean, fucking, I've been talking to Out Doty like they were, you know, like a dude until I met Out Doty on the catamaran, and I was like, holy smokes! Like speaking of smokes, you know, it was like it's just crazy how all that works, man. It's great.
Dude, that same thing happened to me with Sage. Like, I was like, oh shit, like, I hope I was fucking in line with talking to you because I didn't realize you were a chick. And like, she's like, well, yeah, I'm a chick. And I'm we had a good laugh about that.
I dig that. I totally dig that 100%. That's fucking, and it's true. I don't think I've really run into that yet, where I've met somebody who I didn't know was a female, or vice versa. But I've definitely seen it a
Yeah,
couple
and
of
it just
times.
has me like, it was a good shot over my bow. Like, just be sure you're on the right side of history, you know, especially in Web3. Like, you can't be
But
a dirtbag or a fucking cornball in the DMs and then expect to like be someone's friend on stage in Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, it's true. Although sometimes people appreciate that because your true colors are laid out right there. So it's like, no, I got it. I know how to read you now.
I think there's a big difference between just misidentifying someone though, and like you say, being a dirtbag in the DMs and then like trying to be this golden boy on stage.
I was going to say too that in these conversations, you've had a rapport with these people through DMs or through texts or Discord or whatever, right? So you know what the person's vibe is already. It's not like you just fucking randomly drop shit to somebody that might be an offensive joke, a super offensive joke or something, right? You know what I'm getting at?
Yeah, for
That makes
sure.
sense.
For
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I try to treat everybody, the way I want to be treated, and keep it all kosher and stuff. And it's actually one of the things, and I'll scream it from the rooftops, and I have been for the past 3 years, that this space is one of the only places on Earth or in any universe or whatever that you can get to know somebody's soul, their blood, sweat, and tears without having all these micro judgments of age, race, gender, color, nationality, geography, all this stuff. You can get to know people and their souls without making up your mind about somebody, and I think that's one of the most beautiful things about Web3.
Oh, you just gave me chills, Mike.
Fuck yeah, Mike. Absolutely.
In a
Preach
good
it.
way. Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of, they have getting back to the critiquing people's workspaces, but the bit work. I know that there's something that they've discovered with that about how like men and women getting into relationships at work who wouldn't normally get into relationships because of how they look or whatever, but because they get to know each other better in a neutral kind of space, that they eventually build bigger bonds, so they become the work wife or the work husband kind of thing. You're my work husband, Mike.
Oh man, I'll
You're
treat
my
you right,
Web3
Vince.
husband.
I'm gonna treat you right, one of these days.
Yeah, it's the commonality, right? Exactly. It's getting to know someone on
I've
a different level of just, how's the weather.
I've said it a million times too, just like you said, Mike, and I know Willie has. Well, all of us probably have, but yeah, like I talk with people, and I talk daily with people that I would probably never cross paths with in the real world any other way. Like, like when I went to Miami, every time I sat down to dinner or went to an event and had drinks with whoever the group was that I was with, or went on the catamaran or whatever, it was like, it was always it was so crazy to go and talk to these people. Like, everybody's my friends, not like everybody was my friends, but everybody's my friend, and we chat long conversations, and it's like, these are all people that I would not talk to. I wouldn't be talking to the curator of some art gallery ever in my life, because I probably wouldn't go into that art gallery or definitely not have the funds to purchase half the art or whatever, right? Like that, just as being a loose example. It's a beautiful thing about this space. 100%.
Yeah, I've seen it like really lower the gloves in the motion community quite a bit. Like a few years back, if you did a really specific thing, like let's say fluid simulation or something like that, like you got all the fluid simulation jobs. And someone would be like, "Hey, man, you want to like show me how to do some of that?" And it was kind of like, I don't know, man. Like, I'll give you some pointers, but that's kind of my thing. And now I see a lot of people being like, "Oh, dude, let me show you how to do that. Oh, here's where you need to find that." And they'll like send you a screenshot of, the menu that you should go into to click on the thing. And
Because before they didn't want to lose their gig, right? Basically.
Right. Yeah. And we were all just like paycheck to paycheck. And now there's a little bit less pressure to be that way. And so I've seen a lot of artists kind of coming together in their own little communities and really, I don't know, strengthening the NFT community into some real life stuff. Like we have a motion meetup in Denver once a month, every third Thursday at Ratio Beer Works. anybody in Denver or you listen to the recording, come stop by, pull up and say hi, because it's a good group of
Timestamp in
people.
918.
Yeah. Yeah, come by and say what's up and, meet some cool artists. David Ariev, who's an amazing 3D artist. He's actually who told me about Wombo Dream. If Jen listens to this later, he's the dude who told me about that AI app. And there's like a group of us motion designers here who are also NFT artists, and we kind of have some of the more interesting conversations about where things are headed and what's in store for the future.
So one bringing it back to like Chevron and corporate worlds and things like that. One of the things that I think really attracted me to this space, even just as a collector, is corporate is so step on your back to climb the ladder, and I've always been of that, rising tide lifts all boats mindset, right? So I've always been the person to be the mentor to help the younger kids, to help the younger guys who come in, to teach them what I do, because I'm like, I don't have time to do it all. Basically, like, we always have too much work. I don't have time to do it all. And when it comes down to it, if jobs get cut, it's either going to be me because I'm too old and I'm too expensive, or it's not going to be me because I actually have more knowledge than you, because I'm still teaching you day to day, right? So, but when coming into NFTs, like, it really is that more like, let's all, you know, it, to be cliche at this point, it really is wag me. We're all gonna make, like, it's everyone really wants to help each other to try to find their spot, to try to find their niche, to get their following, to all succeed.
Dude, yeah, the all ships rise with the tide, like, really stuck with me, and that was something that I heard first from Paper. Actually, mentioned it in a space. I think that was before I was even talking in spaces, because I was afraid. Um, and then, I mean, dude, I've had some pretty big like physical art shows in Nashville, like back in the day. I was doing some large scale painting, and but I never felt like I was part of the art community, and until NFTs. I felt like I was on the peripheral or on the outside, and now I feel like I'm in it, man. And it's like what I've always wanted. I'm living the fucking dream. I'm in the art community, and I'm hanging out with artists and collectors, and we're talking shit with each other, and this is fucking beautiful, man. It's amazing.
Well, and like you were saying a couple weeks ago, Mike, about GM, and like GM not meaning good morning, but it meaning that we're so early in the space. Like, that applies to collectors and artists.
Well, yeah, I mean, it means, like, I mean, to me, like, yeah, it means good morning. I mean, the thing that I love about it is that it's always morning somewhere around the globe, and this is an international fucking community, right? So it's always morning. But also, it's like we're all so fucking early, so it doesn't matter what time of day or when time of day. It's just like a confirmation type thing, that hang in there. I mean, we're creating the infrastructure and the foundation of like an entirely new industry. I mean, this asset class, it's crazy, man, and who knows where it's going to go. um, but it's fucking special, and I just fucking love being a part of it every damn day. It's nuts.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. As a digital artist that was mostly commercial in my career, it's so nice to finally be able to create PNGs and MP4s that are my art, and they're not for something else that just also kind of features my art. Um, that means the world to me about this opportunity. And I've never been able to have a storefront that just sold my art. like this before. Like, what a fucking opportunity. My mind was blown when I learned what this technology was. And I'm right there with you. I think the future of this is going to be absolutely insane. It's totally a new industry, and we just got to stick with it. And we will be the pioneers who did something really different to push the world in this direction.
Again, take that note down, get that marked. We got to put that in with the speech that we had earlier marked. Willie, you got that? Thanks.
924. Let me write it down. I got 19 for something else though. Something else.
I got what Denver. What you said, like absolutely. Like and Mike, like being the pioneers, like we're all. And Mike, like being the pioneers, like we're all here doing that. Paper Buddha definitely forging the way. Like, and that's where Willie and I, creating this space, we definitely had imposter syndrome for a long time early in this space because we were talking to artists and people, you're looking at the numbers and it's like you got 80 people that listen to it within a 24-hour period. And we're like, no, this, like, we don't deserve this. We like, these people aren't going to come and talk to us. And now we're just going, hey man, we may not, well, Willie's an artist. Willie's got his own collections that he's creating, but like we're hoping that we, obviously doing interviews and having a broadcast kind of format like this is not a new thing in this world by any means. Radio's been around forever, but like at least Willie and I will have the knowledge and the people and the background and of this space to hopefully that Willie and I can be somewhere in the future too. Just be MCs at your children's weddings or something, maybe.
Bits, man. We got to work on some songs, man. I've just now like relatively completed Project Studio down here at the Nest, like in the past couple days. I'm ready, dude. I've got my my Akai MPC. I got a bass guitar down here now. Got my interface. We can. I mean, hell, you're fucking DJ, man. Let's you're a creator too, son.
I got another buddy that I've been trying to drag in by the teeth who does some music production and stuff, and another friend of the family that also does some music production stuff that I've been trying to talk to lately. So
you got to tell.
I'm trying to bring some more contacts, some more real world contacts of mine in to, help out if those that might need help on some music production and things like that.
It's a whole new world.
It's time for me to.
Oh no!
Time for me to hit the sack. I'm out. It's 12:30 here.
All right, PB.
PB,
thank you, man.
Well, I missed you, PB. Man, it's good to talk to you.
Love you guys, dude. I'll see you next week.
I'll be in your DMs. We'll set up a time for just you.
Way up in there. Get way up in there, man.
Oh, I'm gonna get so deep in those DMs. I'm just gonna curl up in there like a little puppy dog and just fall asleep.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I hope one of you guys gets to sneak away and come to Nashville and join us for winter camp.
Oh hell, fucking yeah, dude.
Yeah, we'll see you guys soon. All right, peace.
Later, man.
Later, Paper.
Later, Paper.
Later, Paper. Love that. Later, Paper.
Man, I love that guy, dude. He was like the second dude I met in Web3. I met Crypto Wook early because he was selling his glassware at Art Basel last year, like before anybody showed up. And then I went. to this house. I was invited, and dude, I met Paper, I met Lou, I met Empress Trash, V Coleman. I mean, holy smokes, dude! And I was just like welcomed with open arms, and I don't know, that just like fucking fired me up, man. Just started my whole world on fire, and I fucking love it, man. I love Paper so much.
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
right
he's
there with you, man. His temple at East Denver, it was a good vibe. And then like Blunts and Brunch, I went to that, and there was a bunch of my other artist friends there at that, and I got to meet Crypto Wook at that, um, and I got to meet Jay Burn, and he and I did a good collab on Tez. If you guys like Tez stuff, which it sounds like you do,
I've
that's
got that
like probably
piece.
Do you really? Thank
I
you.
do so.
I
Yes.
think I
That's
have that
awesome.
piece too as well.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
That's that. Is that Celebration? That was called. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that
Yeah.
was like
Yeah.
his 1 year celebration
Yeah.
piece. And when I met him at East Denver, I was like, "Hey, man, you want to do like a collab someday? Just let me know." And he was like, "For real?" And I was like, "Yeah, dude, whenever." And he sent me a few things, and we finally like landed on that one. And it was like, "Okay, let's do this."
He's
Fuck,
starting to really,
that's.
really blow up too.
Oh, he's
Dude,
awesome.
that's fucking
He's
amazing,
good
man.
people too, man. And
Oh,
he
hell
was
yeah.
like mixed into that whole crowd of everybody you guys are talking about too. And it was so cool. That lit a fire for me too. Like, all right, there's like real people here who I would enjoy spending time with. So I need to put more time into this craft and into this community and really see what it's about. And so I spent like last year just trying to do that. I didn't do many drops. I dropped something kind of like below the radar in July, and it's still sitting there too on Foundation. I think it's Foundation. I don't think I get any traffic over there. So that was a big part of like, all right, let's do our own contract and see how that goes.
Dude, that's a huge point, man, that you made. Yeah, when I rolled down to Miami last year, it was like, I don't know if this whole industry is for real. If all these people are out to fuck me and this is all like a game, um, like what's going on? And then you meet these artists, and it's like, holy shit, like yeah, you're real. Yeah, we're homies. We feel the same way. Real people doing real things, and yeah, it lit a fucking fire, man. It's so awesome to hear. Yeah, like I think the in real life meeting of people in this space is paramount. It's actually one of my favorite things about it, is just getting that confirmation over and over and over that everybody's here for the right reasons. I don't know, like it's just amazing, man.
Yep, I agree with that 100%. I remember pre going to Miami, after being in this space for like 9 months, that I was. I told everybody, I'm like, hey man, when I see you in Miami, forget fuck the handshake. Like we're giving a hug. We're giving a hug, and it was so funny because everybody I met, even people that I had never said that to before, but I had met in the space, it was just like that was it's the hug. That's my feeling with all of this, is that all these people just want, just you met each other like, oh, I'm Bits, I'm Empress Trash, fuck you, here's a hug, here's a sticker, right? Like it was just like, it's such a good vibe, it's a good feel, and that's kind of what you're talking about there.
The hell yeah, man, dude! I like
Hugs.
I rolled up on you guys for the Wynwood Walls tour. It's like, holy shit! There's Bits in his silver shiny slippers, and there's Willie in his summer straw hat, and and it's like, oh my God, like you guys are my homies. And then we had the tour guide that had like the most beautiful mullet I've ever seen in my life. That was like
Have you guys
amazing.
found his Twitter handle, by the way?
No, I
Yeah,
haven't even looked at
I've
it.
He's
got
only
him
on
on
Instagram, I think,
Instagram.
right?
Yeah, I haven't found his Twitter handle, but I was down yesterday in Wynwood, and I drove all the damn streets and went back through all the art. Holy smokes, man! Got me a Cuban sandwich at that Las Olas hole. It was amazing, man.
No, I just want to have that guy on. I don't know how to. I guess I got to get hold of him on Instagram.
Yeah, we need to move him into other areas of social media. But I mean, that dude's got a pretty big following, man. I mean, he came down to paint that wall for Art Basel. He came down 3 months ahead of time to do that, and he learned English, I think, to be able
Well,
to
that's at least what he told us.
make money to pay the rent. Yeah, I don't know,
Yeah,
but you know, um,
I'll take his word
no,
for
that's yeah, that's pretty. That's pretty cool cat, man. I didn't get to go paint with him, but I really fucking I'm gonna take that to my grave that he invited me to come paint with him, man. That was fucking amazing.
Got to make it so. I can't wait until we have this festival every year, Willie Wall Fest.
I like it. Willie's Wall.
Willie's Wall.
Mike dubbed that tonight. Willie's Wall.
Willie's Wall. Yeah.
Dude, I'm in. I'll do the mapping. Let's do it.
And then at some time we're gonna have to have a cover song that's like, I don't want to paint on Willie's Wall no more.
So, okay.
Go Maggie's Farm? No, nobody. Yeah, a little bit.
Denver. So, like when you mapped at Red Rock, for example, what do you use when you do it? I mean, you set up projectors and then you adjust all your images, right? Like what do you use for it? Like
well,
what
so
programming?
for Red Rocks, it was tough because the red rock is so porous that it has a really bad like dimming effect on the projectors, right? So we needed to converge all the projectors, which we had, I think, 4 or 6 on one side and then 4 on the other. Because one rock's a little bit bigger than the other one, especially from like the crowd's perspective. So anyways, all that to say, we had like 8 or 10 projectors out there, and we had to converge them on each rock so that we had just maximum lumens, because you're competing with stage lighting, you're competing with fucking lasers, you're competing with strobe lights, and so there's a lot washing out the image. So that's why we went that route, converged them all, and then we could send out a single feed, which this was back in 2011, 12, and 13. So I was running like a Mac Pro media server with Resolume Arena, and we all had iPad MIDI controllers with effects and like layouts that had the tools we wanted, and there was 3 of us VJing the show in real time.
Dude,
and 4 if you count the lighting director doing all the stage lighting and LED walls on stage.
So how many projectors did you have? Did you say?
I believe we had 8 and the first year, and then we had 10 for the subsequent years, because we had one go out in the middle of the night on alignment night, which that was the craziest part about that, was we loaded in at 1 a.m. the night before, and I got from whenever they got the projectors into position until sunup to map it, and that was it. And then we showed up the next day to do the show. Like, you can't map when the sun comes up. You can't compete with that shit.
That shit is wild, dude. Like, this is pornography to me, listening to you talk about this. I'm totally down with this.
Yeah, and there's
So,
like, raccoons coming in and eating nachos from the show the night before and shit, and deer wandering in at 6 a.m. Like,
but aren't
it's
aren't
pretty
aren't mo-
wild.
aren't most concerts there still starting during daylight? Are you just like waiting until the sun goes down to start the projection or what?
Well, you've got opening acts and all of that has to take place
Right.
before the headliner goes on. And the headliner usually, at least at those EDM shows, they don't go on till like
Oh, till
10:30, 11
I was gonna
o'clock.
say like
Yeah.
fucking midnight. Fuck.
Well,
Yeah,
they have I
I'm
think
thinking
they
I'm
have a
thinking old guy
midnight
concerts.
curfew
Yeah.
at Red Rocks, so they have to stop the music legally at a
Right.
certain point.
Sure. But it's funny. I'm a big Dead Mouse fan, and the only 2 times he's ever come to my city, both times, he didn't go on stage until 12:30 at night, and it was on a weeknight. And I like in my head, I'm like, well, what the fuck? I get it. I'm old guy, but no, like this doesn't make any fucking sense on a weeknight. Like who can go to this fucking show? Like I'm not gonna book fucking a day off just to fucking go. Anyway, sorry. That was old guy rant. Okay, it was an old guy thing.
I don't
Never
know.
mind. Yeah.
Well, I could have seen like 8 times in Vegas for free, but my wife never wanted to go with me, so
I would have went in a second in Vegas. In Vegas,
yeah.
I went and saw Nervo in Vegas. That was a good show. A couple of ladies, man, they were
Dude,
amazing.
I saw Dead Mouse in Nashville, man, at like this weird club. It was fucking amazing. Holy shit. It was like the I don't know what you'd call it, like the tailgate bar for the Tennessee Titans on the east side. Um,
Okay.
it was like where if you didn't want to like set up and tailgate, it was like the bar like right next to the stadium, um, and
Well,
it,
do they even allow tailgating anymore there? A lot
I
of
don't
stadiums don't
I don't
allow it
even
anymore.
know. I don't even know, man. It's been years since I've tailgated, but this spot was it was called Limelight, I think. Dude, it was so cool. I mean, fuck, I was dating a girl and she was like really into Dead Mouse, and I didn't even know at the time, and it blew my fucking mind. It was such a great fucking show, man. It really got me into EDM, actually.
Yeah, that's
That's
cool, man. I got to see him at Red Rocks multiple times,
ah
and
again, damn it.
I'm
There you go,
sorry,
Bits. We
man.
should
I've
go out to
seen a
Red
lot of
Rocks and see
shows.
him.
I know we should send this to them and
Yeah,
see
we
if we
should
can
go out
get
to
me
Red
a
Rocks and see him.
sponsorship here. But Dead Mouse's visual show is just phenomenal. And
We
what's
need to get
cool
Lou
about
in
him,
there.
yeah, we do need to get Lou in there. I've brought this up to Lou multiple times. I want to go big scale lasers, big mirrors, get fucking crazy with it.
Everybody does. PB talks about that too, 100%. You know, Dead Mouse. The other really cool thing about Dead Mouse is the fact of that he's involved in everything. Like his visuals, his stage production and
Yeah,
manufacturing and building and all. He's
and the
deep into.
animation.
Yes,
Yeah,
he's deep into all of that shit. He
and the
Well,
knows like
he's got
programming
NFTs,
and
doesn't
yep.
he?
Oh, probably.
Doesn't he?
I actually have
yeah.
never looked,
Oh
but he
Oh,
probably
shit!
does.
Are you serious?
no.
I
Well,
need to
no.
go
You know
run out and find that shit.
what I'm thinking of? I think I'm thinking of he did a very small drop with Greg Mike just recently,
Yeah, Greg Mike actually painted his.
like
He painted.
like a single edition or 5
Okay,
editions or something like that.
because you brought it up. Like
Oh,
you brought it up. Winwood. I was like, oh, Greg Mike did a piece there. That's cool. I fucking met Greg Mike, but I didn't bring it up. And then we bring up Dead Mouse, and I'm like, okay, I got to say something here. But
Okay,
I
say it.
met Greg Mike and Dead Mouse at the same fucking time in Denver.
what? When you
Yeah,
went to
I
that helmet signing?
Oh,
I
was that
went to
just
that.
recently then, like a month ago?
Oh shit!
They do it every October, and so this was in 21. And I had bought a Greg Mike NFT as like one of my first NFTs. He did a collab with Bill Ellis, who's a 3D artist. And I picked that thing up and I'm like, well, Greg Mike's in town. And it was like right by my birthday. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm going. And I went down there and I'm like, yo, Greg Mike, like I hold your NFT. And the whole conversation changed. Like, he stood
For the
up.
better?
He he came around the table, was like, dude, so fuck yeah, like, tell me about it. Tell me about NFTs. Like, he wanted to know more about me. He supports my tweets occasionally. Like,
Dude.
I'm on his radar, and I really love his work. But I mean, only because you guys brought up Greg and Deadmau5 did I have to tell that story.
Dude, that's epic. That's
That's the kind of
awesome.
stuff we want to know, man.
I know, it was a cool experience, and I feel like Deadmau5 felt like I wasn't as excited to see him, and I'm like, no, dude, I'm still excited to like be here and talk to you a little bit too. But I thought it was just a Greg thing, and I showed up and there's like all these Deadmau5 kids, and I'm like, oh shit, this must be for the Red Rocks show. Like, I understand now. And waited in line, and I bought a poster, fucking limited edition. They both signed it. It hangs in my studio right next to my
Oh,
computer, dude.
Oh,
that's awesome.
that's magic, man. That's
I
magic.
had to. I was like, this is too
Yeah,
cool. I gotta commensurate this like moment forever.
that's wicked. That's fucking
Well,
so cool.
my in-laws own like a framing business for art, and they have an art gallery as well. And I definitely gave that to my mother-in-law. I was like, can you hook it up on this one, please? Like, thank you. I love you. And she sent me pictures immediately, and we like got it all matted and framed, all cool. And yeah, I'm really stoked on it. It's a great piece.
That's dope. That is really cool story. These are the stories, and these are the cool story. These are the stories, and these are the feels that we want to get in this space.
Well, hold on,
These,
Bits.
they,
I got a train of thought here going. So your in-laws own a framing business.
Yes,
We've
sir.
been trying to figure out the logistics and how to actually get like I don't know if you listened to the post Miami show, but we're trying to take all the stickers that we all have individually and put those between like two pieces of plexiglass and like kind of standoff frame them that way. I haven't seen anything like pre-manufactured on Amazon or anything like that you could do. So I don't know, maybe if you have a little insight on that, maybe.
All I know really is plexi is super expensive to work with because you got to buy it in like bulk, like a big sheet of it. And so they kind of stay away from it. Just
Would a regular glass be easier?
Perhaps. And if you wanted to like protect it from, colors fading and things like that, you'd want to put some museum glass in there.
Well, I don't know if we need that on vinyl stickers. I think the printing and the
Sure.
Mike chime in here. What do you think about that?
Well, I remember that space, man, and it was NB that brought it up.
yeah.
And so what my plan is and was to take all these stickers and immortalize them on my guitar cases. And then NB was like, saying like you want to put the ones, the lesser stickers first. So if so the better stickers might cover up. And then it was like, holy shit, it's like, oh, that's something to think about. And then and then he was mentioning not even taking the backing off and
Yeah, that's
framing them. Yeah. And so you can keep them without, because they are physical works
but
of art.
I don't want to see I don't want to see an actual frame around it, and I don't want to really see any backing. I just want to see them like floating in midair, all kind of collaged together,
Like an infinite object kind of deal.
almost. Yeah.
So my buddy Morgan Chadwick, he has some NFTs that he dropped in 2021. And he collabed with a bunch of like graph artists to do like, they do the USPS labels and like, the my name is stickers, and he got stickers from them, and he created these collages like you're talking about that have like Buff Monster next to like, you know, another graffiti artist. I can't even think of one right now, but he's got some big names in that collection, and it's really similar to what you're talking about. And I think he used like some sort of poly backing and made it look like kind of street and like a alleyway kind of vibe.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for, at least, I think.
Man, I got so many damn stickers, dude. I gotta buy more guitars or figure out a way to do this framing. Man, speaking about physicals and losing the room, holy smokes, dude! I've got a Laser Lou physical. Actually, I have two because I'm holding on to one for Emperor's Trash. And I'd like to do like a standoff like glass deal with these. I've yet to hang them up because I want to do them justice. I'm looking at them right now. I'm touching them as we speak. They're fucking amazing physicals. I can't believe that Lou gave these to us. It's fucking amazing. And I've got 2 bowls full of stickers too. I've got a hell of a lot of Texdelic stickers because they came in late. Because I was supposed to be handing them out during Art Basel, but they came in after everybody went home.
I'm gonna send you a self-addressed stamped envelope.
Yes, you need to do it like the old school, like skate mags. I love.
But for real, I grabbed so many duplicates of things. I was thinking about like giving them some away as giveaways here on the space.
Let's do it, man. Now we can do the tech stuff.
G and Skellies and stuff, and
oh yeah, dude, I've got a bunch of the Skelly stuff too that I can let go, but some of these I'm not gonna let go of. I mean, I got stuff from New York. I've got like our homie that gave us the tour. Got a couple of his. I've got Stone by Nature from New York. That was a really good one. Or actually a pack that he put together. That was awesome. I'm looking at them right now. I'm like, hell, I got a bunch of like threesomes. Thank you, Willie.
Oh
yeah, dude.
I just gave you the duplicates. I got a lot of those,
dude. I got
and you only wanted the monsters.
So Max Capacity did these awesome DOS Punk prints on UPS or USPS labels. Speaking of that,
that's what it is.
Yes,
I was
dude.
wondering why those were so big and like so unique.
Yeah, so they're like shipping labels,
No shit.
Like
okay.
he printed them out.
Yeah, you can just go like swipe a stack of those from the fucking post office and run.
You just blew my mind. I had no idea that's what those were. I'm like, why are they different though? Because they're a lot thinner and they're like, yep, that's awesome,
dude. I mean, you're not gonna want to like stick it to like the back window of your car. But yeah, for any other application, I mean, I think it's pretty fucking rad. I mean, it is straight up analog, right?
I'm gonna stick one on the tube on the outside when I send Bits his Laser Lou.
There you go. I love it. I love it. Yo, send me a self-addressed envelope and I'll send you some donks. I made these Denver Donkey. They look like the old Broncos D logo, except for they have my old PFP donkey like standing there instead of the Broncos logo. They're pretty fucking awesome.
That's awesome.
Oh, dude, that's amazing. That sounds fucking awesome, dude.
Yeah, it's like way throwback, dude. And my mom, for Christmas this year, she handed me a gift and it said to Denver Donkey from Denver Donkey's mom on the label. And I was like, oh, this is going to be good. And I opened it up and she got me an old school Denver Donkey fucking starter jacket, for Christmas.
Oh, shit. You got like an OG starter jacket. That's fucking amazing, man.
Like from 1990? Like a 90s starter jacket?
Yeah, like pullover
with
the kangaroo pouch.
Oh, the pullover with the top.
Yeah.
You got the marsupial.
Yeah, totally.
Dude, I've got a special place in my heart for the Broncos, just because of the Manning family and Peyton coming from the University of Tennessee and following that whole legacy and that whole family through. Legacy and that whole family through. Hell fucking yeah, man. Like, yeah, that's special.
Yeah, it was way special, and I was like, "Damn, Mom, you killed it. Thank you so much." Like, and I've been wearing it ever since. And the next day they fired the head coach, which was the problem. So I'm like, "This thing's good luck." Like and then we won a game. I'm like, "Okay, I got to keep wearing it." So I'm gonna wear it. If you see me at East Denver, I'm probably gonna be in that Denver Donkey starter jacket.
Wearing the jacket, unwashed, hasn't shaved in months. No.
Years, man. This beard I got's 10 years old, man.
Damn,
Oh,
for real?
I was gonna say
for real.
I can't go more than 3 months without shaving my beard.
Oh fuck, man! I can't go fucking 5 days without shaving anything. Like,
I want to see
fuck.
all you guys in a big ass fucking beard. I can't wait. That's awesome, man. You guys are shaved pretty close down there in Miami for the heat, I guess.
Fuck, I ain't growing
Well,
no beard, man.
I trimmed mine down. Like I haven't ever I haven't clean shaved down to the skin in, I don't know, 10 years. But yeah, as far as like letting it grow out like that, no, I keep it pretty close to the skin.
Mine doesn't get too long. It kind of just gets wild, and I gotta like tame it. But it stays nice and full.
Okay. Yeah, I've done this. Shit, I haven't shaved. I'm like Willie. I haven't shaved down to the skin in a long time. But I've got this thing where like the mustache like takes like maybe a year to come in. So it's like a bunch of trimming to get it all like even. And so I really like take good care of the stash. And the rest, I don't know. It's starting to get gray a little bit, though, brothers.
You're starting to get old, man. I'll tell you.
I don't know, man.
I mean, I am too.
Yeah, I got some grays in the beard and grays in the sides of the hair for sure. It's just being a dad, man. That's just what happens, right?
Dude, I'm telling you, man, it'll turn to gray quick. Yeah, holy shit, man.
Well, hey, this has been really fun, you guys. I got 5% battery, so I just wanted to say my goodbye before I just like rug out of here for the whole night and can't come back. So thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about donks and talk about me. I don't do this very often. I try to just meet other artists and ask questions and get opinions about work. So I really appreciate the space to do that, and you guys are great hosts. I'll definitely be coming back by more frequently, and I don't know, I just really appreciate it. We moved some donks while I was in here, so it's all good, man. This was an amazing space, and yeah, once again, just thank you.
Well, thank you, man. We really appreciate you coming by and giving us your time. We know all artists' time is everyone's time is precious, and we appreciate you spending it with us. So
yeah, much love. I really appreciate the opportunity, and it was cool. So many other artists pulled up and said what they said, or were just present. That's cool. I really appreciate it. And anybody who listens to the recording, thank you so much. Much love.
Yeah, and you're always welcome back if you want to shill anything or push anything, or just got something that you need to get off your chest. Come on
Hell
by.
yeah, I appreciate that. I'll try to come back in when I got those donkey crystal skulls ready to go. That'll be the next one.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm literally transferring ETH right now to buy my last 2 donks. Not even joking. Not even joking. Yeah,
Thank
man.
you so much, man. That's going to get us real close to 100, and then of course reveals tomorrow. So
Yeah. Well,
come
I,
by
ca- I can't.
Spaces at 8:30.
I
I'm
can't
hoping
be
I'm
that.
hoping I can be around for that. I don't know if the timing works for me, but I'll try to at least have my PFP in there.
Well,
Yeah, for
he's
sure.
7:30. 7:30. What are you doing 7:30 tomorrow, Willie? Come on, you got one of them HOA meetings or something?
No, I think I got to take my kid to buy a baseball glove because baseball season's starting. Kind of shit. So I don't know. Like I said, I'll at
Hey,
least be somewhere where I can have my PFP in there. I don't know if I'll be
dude,
able to actually
that's
listen
way
and be
more
involved.
important.
But
That's way more important than my jackass. So you go do that.
hey, but if I'm available, I'm gonna want to come up and co-host and chat with you. So
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I would love a co-host tomorrow too. I think I may have some homies in and out, but yeah, any help is always welcome there.
yeah. So yeah, if I'm around, I'll try. I'll see what I can do.
All right.
Well, we
Well,
appreciate you tonight, man.
yeah, I'll catch you guys on the next one. Have a good one.
You too.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Fuck yeah.
Later, homie. I hope to see you in Denver, man.
I am. The only reason I'm like totally pro donk is because of the animated upgrade that I can do to my donk. Sorry, I say that's the only reason. That's not the only reason, man. It's cool project and cool guy, 100%.
Yeah, it's hard to push a PFP project these days.
Yep, it is, and
like this, especially on based around an animal that's not super loved. I'm not gonna
Yeah, dude,
sugarcoat it. A
I'm
lot of people
stoked.
don't
I'm
super
stoked
love it,
about it,
but
dude.
I,
I'm
I'm
stoked about
I'm
it.
excited. I like it.
Well, have
Hell
you seen the
yeah.
way?
I'm digging
Have you
it.
seen the way that he presents them though? Like, have you seen them in their winter jackets and shit like that he posts up? Like, they're fucking awesome.
I've seen some of them, yeah.
Oh God, they're fucking just
But
brilliant.
no, I like them.
And
I'm just saying like full public, like zoom out perception. It's a tough project to push.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's definitely a hard sell, man. And I think he's doing it just about as good as anybody can.
well, by the time I'm purchasing my next two, we're gonna be. I think we'll be at 98. I think he'll be at.
Well, there's 150, right? So I still got
Yes.
time. I haven't transferred my ETH over.
Yeah, and I mean he's not burning off. Like, it's just the reveal is tomorrow. So I mean, even if you buy them tomorrow or the next day, you're still good.
All right, good. Yeah. No, that was a
You're
little
just gonna know it's
FOMO.
revealed.
No,
Yeah,
he's
man.
not. No, he's not. He's not doing it that way. The ones that don't get minted by the reveal tomorrow, he's still keeping them secret. He said.
No, I'm saying like you're gonna know
Sorry.
what traits have already been revealed, and like how much of those that kind of thing.
I don't
If I'm
think
going,
he's doing. I don't think he's doing
no,
it
am
like.
I wrong?
No, I don't think. Well, I just don't think the traits are going to play as much into it because
As
he
a
was.
normal like PFP project.
Yeah, yeah. I could be wrong, but that's not the way that I believe. Damn it! See, these questions pop up and he's gone.
No.
But anyways, I think it's dope. The artwork is amazing.
Well, I mean, we can always bring questions up again tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
in the reveal space.
8:30 tomorrow, absolutely. I'm just
what time is it? What time is it supposed to be for you tomorrow?
It'll be 7:30 for you, 7:30 p.m.
8:30 for you, 7:30 for me.
Yeah. because
Yeah,
I'm
I
on the
should be.
same. I'm
Like midnight for me, I
I
guess.
should be free unless we're doing dinner or something. Okay.
10:30 for you, Mike.
Let's talk about this baseball glove, man. I mean, that's a big deal, dude. I remember. I don't know. Not only do you have to get the glove, you got to get the mink oil, the fresh ball. You got to get the rubber bands. You got to get everything like ready
Dude,
to.
this isn't 1952, man. It's not. Just kidding.
No, I don't know shit. You're telling me much shit I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, educate me.
Oh,
Holy shit, man! You
you
get a
gotta get
brand
the
new
boil
leather
in there.
glove,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
You got to put a new ball in the mitt. You got to oil that shit up. You got to like get some like strong rubber bands or string or whatever, and then you got to put it between the mattresses, and then it's got to stay for a few days, and like to get that good pocket in there, man. I mean, I don't know.
So
That's my
Yeah,
experience.
I
to
never did. I never did the between the mattresses, but yes, I
to
did do the ball, and I thought I used Vaseline though, is what I think I used.
Oh, all right.
the illusion. Rawlings makes a kit now that I bought a couple years ago because I hadn't had a glove since I played fucking t-ball. So a couple years ago, my kid first started playing. I bought myself a new glove, right? And yeah, Rawlings makes a kit. It comes with like a larger plastic ball, so it doesn't break down with the oil. It comes with the oil. It comes with this extra wide rubber band. Yeah, it's all it's got your instructions for you for dummies like me who haven't played ball since they were 8. So yeah, I got all that
You
handled
got it.
already.
You got it. That's cool.
I
No,
got that handled
it's cool.
already.
I wish my son was still up because he's like a all-star baseball player, but I think he's crashed out for the night.
Well, you're
But he would know.
you're doing boring dad stuff. It's dad and his NFTs.
Oh, Dad.
I know. I was like, man, I got this show tonight. I was like, oh, I totally almost forgot it was Tuesday. I just picked him up at the airport. He's like, all right, man.
All right,
He's
Dad.
like,
You didn't even
Whatever.
take him to Gator Bites, man?
he's like, my dad is such a nerd.
Yeah, no gator bites tonight. No, but we went to the grocery store, man. We got way more than a week's worth of food, I think. But I mean, he might go through it all.
You're
We'll
like, I
see.
don't know. He's a 19, 20-year-old kid. What am I gonna do?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna mint my last 2 donks. I finally got all my ETH transferred over. I'm gonna hit confirm. So the donks in the box, I like that picture that he has when you get them right now. He has the donk in a box. And I remember when he first posted that up, he's like, first you get a box, then you cut a hole in it, and then you stick your donk in it. Like it's like I love that shit. Right? Donk in a box.
Oh man, my Twitter is so fucked. I know. I did not get any of that. I know I've been following him since.
Dude,
whenever he
man,
came out with Lou or Jen at least.
yeah, don't even get me started on this because I mean, obviously, Willie, like I'm using our WX8BK account, right? Like, and I was actively staying very active with all the people that connect with us, whether they're listeners or artists or whoever the fuck. And man, in the last like month and a half or whatever, dude, it is like collapsed like immensely. It's horrible. Twitter,
So
the algorithm is just horrible bullshit.
so that was like when I kind of tried to stay off Twitter for a week there, towards the end of the year. It was I wanted to kind of get away and be with family, but I also kind of wanted to test that, and it did kind of work. Like staying off it for a week kind of brought new people back in. Like A.A. Machina had dropped completely off my feed, and when I came back, she's back on. Like now she's in my feed.
No, but I think but you also have to look at it too, Willie. And what I'll say is just because like I paid attention to it the whole time, I didn't disappear. And some of the people that we follow are very similar. Well, with the WXAB, obviously with the WXABK space, but
Right.
Is that some of those folks took breaks too. And I think AI Machina didn't. I don't know if it was official or not, but I think AI Machina did.
So you're
Not
you're saying it's just coincidental that I'm thinking that they're coming back in my feed, but they're actually just coming back on Twitter.
Yeah, well, I think it's a mixture. I was going to say, so I should have. I think it's a mixture of that, because some of them did just disappear. Because some of them, and some of them did just take breaks that I knew of. So, not that helps,
Okay.
I guess, what we're talking about. We are talking about how shitty the algorithm is, and yes, the algorithm has been shitty. Period. I don't know why I'm trying to
Well,
defend
I'll
them.
tell you
I was
what's
like,
shitty is man, I go through if I'm on it too much, man, like my likes disappear. Like, I mean, in front of my eyes. Have you guys experienced that?
Like
No,
you
like
like when you like a post and then 10 minutes later it's not liked
no,
anymore.
like that second. Like it's like let's
Yeah.
say there's 6 likes and I like it and it says 7 and then it goes back to 6.
Yep. I've
Like
seen those too.
it's like, does this mean I just need to like peace out for a day or two? Like, holy shit.
Well, I always kind of attributed it to me going back and forth between my phone and my computer. So like I'll like something on my phone, then I go to my computer and it's not liked anymore, and I have to like it again. But
Or if it's
I
not
don't
like
know.
refreshed or something, or yeah,
That's kind of what I thought, but I don't think that that's right. I think that it should be like I don't think it's really caching anything. I think it should just be updated. I think you're more right in this situation.
it's like I guess I can over like. I don't know. Like
no such
shit.
thing. Damn it, no. There's no such thing, Mike. You keep liking, goddamn it, as much as you
I'm
want.
gonna keep trying my ass off. Yeah.
I think what we're
My
really getting at is we're moving to VR. We just all
oh
need to move
man,
to VR,
the VR fucking thing. Jesus, that would
and
be
I
crazy.
tell
we'll
you,
just post the link to
everything I
VR on
like
Twitter.
on Telegram sticks. I'll tell you that. And on
I can't
Discord.
I can't grasp. So the I was gonna say I can't grasp the Telegram, but
Yeah, I need a
some
guru to walk me through Telegram.
something that PB brought up, and I've heard it in a couple spaces now, is this Farcaster, I think it's called. I downloaded the app the other day. I just need to add. I need to. Currently, right now, you have to ask to be let in, and they're not letting everybody in. But I'm hoping there's a spot there where that it says like I know Paper Buddha and Empress
Did you put DAO
Trash.
Curator? Always put DAO
Well,
Curator
yeah,
in.
no, and I will. That I haven't tried to sign up yet, so I don't know what it asks. But that's all I'm hoping for is like, yeah, okay, so I'll put DAO Curator, and I figure if I say I know PB and fucking and Empress
Yeah,
Trash,
you need a personal invite, right?
yeah. Well, no, I don't know
Is
how
it
it
one
works,
word or
but
two?
yeah, they have to let you in. They're only allowing, it's like a beta,
I'm not even
but
seeing it.
apparently it's
Is it
apparently
an
it's
app or
real.
is it a web page?
No, it's an app,
Give me some
and
deets here, because
it's Web3 blockchain based. I have it. I'm not gonna look at. I do have it in my DMs or saved
all right,
tweets or
you have
something.
to give me
Yeah,
some more deets on it.
no, I will. And
Give me them deets.
give me the deets.
I need
But
them
yeah,
deets.
apparently it's a good
Totally
place to
derailing
be.
you.
It's a good place to be. No, you're not. I was like, AI Machina just answered back to me here, so that's what was. I was doing my due diligence and answering. Cool. I got my other. So I have 3 donks tomorrow. Like I just bought shit on ETH again. That
I
freaks me out.
know.
That
I
freaks
don't
me
like.
out.
I don't even like E.
I
So
like the
peer
donks though.
pressury. Just come on our show. I'll buy your shit.
So next week,
That sounds
next
terrible. No.
yeah, that did. That's why I just went okay. So next week, just kidding. So next week's guest, we Willie has set up Google Sheets for our space that I just haven't adopted yet because I'm not of that world. So I'm trying to, and I know I have to. But so anyways, next week we will 99.99% be having HP Love on as our guest, because I'm just going to offer to give Empress Trash another week, because she just moved to Mexico City today. Like, she literally sold her car yesterday and she fucking flew to Mexico City. So I'm just giving her an extra week to decide if she wants to be on right away. But that's going to be our next two guests.
Okay, I dig it.
Just so I dropped that.
Hell yeah,
No,
man. Fuck.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
Well, Empress Trash was just like ecstatic. Loved it. Wanted to be, like, wasn't even a hesitation. Not that HP was hesitate. Not that any of our guests have hesitated. But yeah, no, she was really stoked to come on. So I'm stoked about that, because I know I did. She was another one of the people.
Paper, we got to like hold off with a cattle prod, man. We're like, no, stay away. Stay away. We'll get you on when we want you.
Dude, that's awesome. It makes me feel.
Yeah,
dude, like that.
Love
that's
that, man.
big. But I mean, that's big to me. Like that fucking. Like we've been experiencing that over the last couple months, where it's like, it went from having to look for artists to artists are like, yeah, get in my DMs. Like, let's. I want to come on. Like, dude, I don't even know what it means. Like, I guess we're doing it right, but I don't even know what doing it right is. So we're doing a great job.
Yeah, I'm just at the point. I just want to hang with my friends. But Paper's one of those. I want Lou to come up and talk to us and hang out more. But I know he's in the closet. He's trying to be quiet so he doesn't wake his kids up.
No, this space is growing.
Oh
great.
man, I love you, Laser. Man, I love to see you all the time. I hope you come on, hang out some more, man. I love you so much, dude. I can't wait to see your shit on Red Rocks, dude. We're gonna do that.
Yeah, that'd be dope. On Laser Lou on Red Rocks, fucking rights. They have him and Pong have that piece up right now. I'm just stuttering because I'm trying to find the tweet here. I gotta get it. But they got a piece that they're auctioning off right now, I do believe. That's pretty dope. It's one of those good VR pieces. And Lou has created the code that he's using for it too, as well.
Yeah, I gotta get into my VR. So I haven't even been in that shit in months.
Dude, like, what's a VR headset? Like, that's the thing. It's like VR headsets, right? They're
$200.
Those... Yeah.
Is that what you're saying? Like, what's it cost?
Yeah, well, I was gonna say fucking, but I guess maybe I'm looking at stupid shit, because the shit that I was looking at was like $600 or $700.
No, like a Quest, like the lowest model Quest, which is you're just paying for memory, like storage area. It's like $200, I think, maybe $300. And next up is another $100. It's from like 64 gigs of storage to 128 gigs of storage. I don't know what year or so ago, so it might be different, but and that's American, not Canadian.
Yeah, no, I always account for that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
but yeah, I mean,
that's just the
it's cheaper than an Xbox, cheaper than a PlayStation.
Yeah,
you know.
My nephew just got a fucking Xbox for Christmas. I was like, holy shit. And my dad was like, he's sitting there on the couch next to me. He goes, well, are those expensive? They look like that's probably expensive, eh? And I'm like, oh, dude,
yeah.
that's like $600, Dad. And he's like, no. And then my sister's like, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it was like $600 we paid for it. And I'm just like, holy fuck. My dad was just like, Jesus fuck.
Yeah, glad you can actually get them now.
He got. Okay, I just pinned that up.
I was working.
That's cool that your dad was like, eh? You know?
Yeah. Absolutely. That's how we roll up here in Canada. You got to have the A. But yeah, no, I've wanted a VR headset for a while, but just one of those things where I'm like, I get worried that I'll get trapped.
Yeah, it's It's dangerous, that's for sure.
And I say that as if I'm going to be in there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But no, it's not the truth. It's just I'm trying to make myself be responsible and go, no, you don't need to buy a VR headset. But maybe I do.
You got to start listening to your pup, man.
Yeah, he tells me he knows. He's laying on my lap right now going, Dad, you got to buy a VR headset, brah. And
Well,
buy me another biscuit.
like outside of gaming, you know, which games are really fun, but outside of gaming, I'm like, okay, I know there's more that this can be used for that I'm just not utilizing. So it was really cool to talk to Denver tonight about some of that stuff. And like now I have like a resource. Like I can be like, oh, okay, hey, well, what about this? What about this? And somebody that I've talked to now who can just be like, hey, check this out. Hey, go in here. Hey, come hang out with us in this space or whatever. And can kind of, walk me through and teach me. Because it's a very intimidating like environment. Like he said, like, hey, be careful. I didn't know I was gonna be like violated. I didn't know I was gonna feel violated.
Oh yeah, right.
In there. I'm like, oh fuck, all right, yeah, I didn't think that was a thing either. So it's like now that I have somebody to talk to and like I can message and DM or whatever and just be like, hey, well, what do I need to sign up? Where do I need to meet you guys? Where do I need to sign up? What are we doing? Like, it's I think it's going to open up a lot more opportunities and a lot more things to explore.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying there 100%. It's definitely more of it will be more comfortable and you'll have better direction going into it. I agree. It's not something it's not something that I would have thought of. Like until he brought that up, I was like, "Oh, really?"
Yeah, because even gaming is so social nowadays. It's like, okay, well, what are you playing?
Mm-hmm.
Where are my friends? What games are my friends playing so that I can play those games too? Like, I don't want to play this game over here by myself.
Well, my cure to that is I just don't have friends. I mean, I got you guys, but we don't play games together yet, so I just don't have friends, and then it's the better fucking way to go. Fuck it.
Oh, because if we did, we'd just be playing games all day.
Holy shit, man! If I got into gaming, like I still don't have time to like create as much as I'd like to.
Mike will be like, "Hey guys, I know we're having fun in this game, but don't we have to get on the night train?"
Yeah. Like, no, night train exists in Call of Duty now. Sorry, guys. Come meet us in here in Call of Duty, and we promise we won't snipe anybody that's actually listening.
Yeah. All right, I'm just uploading my picture. Uploading my picture of my 3 donks in a box to Twitter.
Yeah, Mike, you got to do some creating, man.
I know, right?
Dude. I really need you to get on get back on the Shark website and find me something that matches some of the new bands that came out, because I can't wear the one you signed anymore. Too valuable.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah.
So
I liked where you're going with that. Yeah, we need to get with those guys somehow, some way. Maybe we need to get the A&R department in on that. And like do some sort of collab. I think that'd be fucking rad. Yeah, and I've got that FX hash deal like kind of in the sandbox, like loaded up with new colorways. And I'm waiting to deploy that.
An FX hash drop with different colorways.
Yeah, it's the Make-A-Wish watch, man. With different colorways where you mint and it picks for you, kind of a pseudo FX hash deal because it's not like super.
There's our alpha tonight.
Oh yeah, that's ready to rock and roll, man.
I don't think we knew that.
Oh shit!
I think, I'm sure. Yeah, he's mentioned it before. I forgot it's kind of fallen to the back, but no, Mike is. definitely talked about it before.
Tezos Miami hooked me up with the Pure Spider code from GitHub about kind of putting in just basically layers from Photoshop and doing the randomization that way, and like putting different weights on different rarities and all that. But yeah, that's something that's in the works. And those are all kind of complementing colors, and I can I'll send you some little alpha sandbox trials on that. It's a little darker, like pinks and greens and stuff. It's fun though. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that'll be cool. No, yeah.
Yeah,
I need to get my own fucking watch in a band. I mean, I when I was creating those things back, hell, it's been over a year now or more. Gosh, 2 years. I never even thought like to format those for an Apple Watch. I mean, it makes so much sense. It's
that's
It's
see, now you got to
actually,
reformat it.
yeah.
yeah, dude. I mean, I don't think it would take much. But
Especially
or
especially
if you could like kind of zoom in or zoom out on on different watches. But yeah, go ahead.
oh, I was gonna say, especially if we can look at the like how the watch actually takes a picture, or like not takes a picture, but like accepts a picture, and try to get even the like the numbering to match, or like even be blank,
Ooh,
so that
yeah, yeah,
so that so that so that the native watch numbering just kind of sits there where the numbering should be. You see what I'm getting at?
yeah. Ooh, that's super
So
rad.
so
Hell
you're
yeah.
so you're really just creating the background to it, and really letting the Apple Watch do the smart part of it. Because
Okay. Yeah.
the original ones, they're 11:11, they're Make a Wish, which I love because I can always make a wish any time of the day, right? But if you can if we can take a look at how the Apple Watch, and I haven't even like looked into it, but like just look at how the different options that it has to display, and then you can be like, okay, look, set your watch to these settings, blah 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 blah, and then put it on this as the backdrop, and then that'll be the prime way to display it.
Shit, Willie, that's some pretty fire fucking shit you just like
Hell
dropped
yeah,
there.
dude. And then lock in the bands.
Yeah, exactly. Then dial in with whatever bands are current, or I mean, fuck, you can get a partnership thing going on. That'd be awesome.
I know, man. I know, dude. You tried. We
Well,
early
I
on.
I I didn't actually reach out because they wanted an Instagram following, and I don't have an Instagram following at all. So if you've got an
I
Instagram
don't have
following,
much,
then we
man.
can.
I got like maybe just under $2,000 or something. But
Oh, they only want like 500.
okay, well we'll
I didn't
throw them
I didn't
that
have an
way.
Instagram at all. So I mean, yeah, like we could definitely
Oh,
reach
that'll
out
be
as
fucking.
an
Let's
influencer or
let's
whatever.
let's do this, man. Hell yeah, that's super fun. No, but I've got, man. I'm wanting to start to I just kind of got my little project studio set up. I can't wait to start collaborating on some music stuff. I don't know if I'm going to actually release or mint any of my own uh, newly created music on the chain for a little while, but doing some song covers with Geek, and maybe doing some music collaborations, dropping some bass lines, and hopefully doing some stuff with Jayburn. Uh, but that's going to be something that I'm really going to be focusing on this year. And the show poster deal, man. Making either commemorative posters for actual in real life events, or also doing this the event that never happened, or the event that could never have happened because the artists on the playbill never existed in the same timeline. That's kind of my whole
I like that idea.
push for this whole this year. And
Like a Kurt Cobain opens for, like Nirvana opens for Jimi Hendrix kind of poster.
Yep, absolutely.
Something along that line.
Yes, sir. Yep. And then tie it in with something that's going on currently in the space with some artists and throw some Web3 peeps and personalities in there as well. Yeah, that's like my baby.
Hey, did you like how I asked Paper if he had ever done any posters for any bands he had been in that was specifically for you?
Oh, really?
Did you notice that?
Dude, I mean, I would say like probably more than 50% of Paper's pieces I could see as being like the base image for events and multiple shows, and I think that's yeah, like, I'd love to collaborate with Paper on some of these things.
No, I think you're missing the point of what I'm saying here. Any
I don't
bands he
know.
had
No, I think
previously been in.
yeah. So yeah. So my suspicions of who Paper is in real life.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm I'm moving around on that, and I'm still leaning to where yeah. I mean, I think Paper's a fucking amazing musician, and like in the shadows, and I don't even know why, but yeah, some sort of East Bay punk or some sort of Northwestern grunge for sure. Something in there.
Yeah. We'll keep that as a laugh on a recorded space.
Mike, did you ever listen to Modest Mouse, Mike? You must have listened to Modest Mouse.
Oh yeah, okay.
Did you see
Here's
the
a funny
drummer?
story.
The drummer just passed away last week. Here.
Oh no.
Yeah, he did.
I heard that. Yeah, that was sad.
Oh fuck, I didn't know that. No, I'll tell you my first experience with Modest Mouse though. I was working at a relatively mom and pop. There's like 14 stores in Tennessee, and it was like designer jeans basically, and it was a clothing store, and the vibe in the place, it was awesome, dude. It was like Empire Records. It was like we could like play our own music. We could like lean on the counter. It wasn't like Nazi, like a lot of like I don't know, Banana Republic or whatever. It was so fun, and we could like design like our windows and shit. It was awesome. And I was like really still like hardcore. I mean, gosh, I don't know. I think I worked there from like 16, 17, 18 years old or something. And I was like really still like hardcore in like the punk scene. And one of my managers, and then there's a whole fucking story with that. Like her husband, like, and like, oh my gosh, like all these punk rock bands. And anyway, so we were playing our own music, and she played Modest Mouse, and I was like, okay, I kind of dig this. And she was like, yeah, this is punk rock for adults. And I was like, okay, like, all
Punk
right,
rock for adults.
And I was like, and I was like, I'm digging it, it's cool. I've never heard it, but dude, I listen to Modest Mouse all the damn time now. It's crazy.
I don't know if I'd call it punk rock at all.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know.
it is.
Maybe she was
Modest
just trying to
Mouse.
sell it to me.
Yeah. I love Modest Mouse, but it's my chill vibe. Like that's
Modest Mouse has always been considered in the punk genre, 100%.
Really.
Yeah, I know I get where you're coming from, for sure, man.
That's always chill as shit for me.
Yeah,
like,
no, I know, right? It's not what you think, but yeah,
it's up there with like Sublime on my relaxed music.
yeah. You know what I heard today? So some DJs on a radio station here in town were fucking saying that they were discussing how Alice in Chains I don't know if you guys, either of you no, I know you both probably listened to some Alice in Chains, but
Yep.
they were saying that Alice in Chains Dirt was an underrated album, and I was like, I didn't think that. I think that everybody appreciates Dirt. Like, I mean, if you were ever listening to grunge period at all, like any of that music, like Alice in Chains Dirt is a fucking, it's, I don't know.
That's the big one with Rooster and all that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'll chime
I
in on Alice in Chains.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Willie.
oh, I was just gonna say, I can definitely agree with it being underrated. Like it didn't get the commercial appreciation that all the other bands got. I don't think. Like it's got its huge cult following, right? And it's appreciated by those who appreciate it, but it didn't get the Nirvana and the Soundgarden and the Pearl Jam appreciation that all the other bands got.
Yeah, I would concur. Personally, um, I felt, and I don't know if this is just me coming from like the American South, but I felt that it was kind of like a rednecky feel, like I don't know, like a southern rock feel, and it was like the shit that I'd like grown up around, and it didn't appeal to me as like something that took me to another place. It was kind of too local, or I don't know. It felt
I
it wasn't anything that like turned me on as
I
I don't
feel like
know.
it was I feel like it was actually the hardest of all those like bands and albums that came out at that same time. So, like the commercial appeal wasn't there because it was a lot harder than everything else. Pearl Jam was kind of weak compared to that album.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
But it
Like
was still,
I feel like that's why it's underrated.
that's the only band, and that's one of the bands that I'm like so sad that I never ever got to experience was Alice in Chains.
Yeah, there's too many for me to list on that list.
Oh well, yeah, that. Well, I mean, yeah, if you want to get into that,
And I
geez,
just
don't
mean
even
that
fucking start.
like of bands that I've been able to see. They weren't one of them, but you know, like
Dude,
I missed Prince by a week. I missed Tom Petty by like 3 days.
I didn't go to Prince the last time he was here, just because I was like fucking outraged with the ticket prices. Which it goes to say with fucking all fucking concerts and shows in modern day, man, it's ridiculous. But but I also get it because it's really, I mean, bands getting on the road and selling merch at their shows is seriously the only fucking way that any fucking musician makes money these days. Hopefully, the Web3 world will change that once it becomes mainstream. But that's still, it's, let's face the facts. Like, as far as being mainstream, that's years away still.
Yeah, and I don't want to go down the ticket rabbit hole because I have very strong opinions on that, and the artists don't get most of that money. Is basically all I'll say.
No. So I'm not
Right?
saying that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that bands touring and their ticket sales get them money. Bands touring and being able to sell their merch at each show is, and I know even that is
Oh,
starting to try.
there's problems with that. Like that entire industry is fucked from a
Sad,
consumer standpoint and from an
sad.
artist standpoint. Like
Yeah, yeah.
it sucks. It sucks on both ends.
No, that's where this Web3. This is where the Web3 world is coming into play. It's just it's not mainstream. It's like we talked with Fendel.
We're so punk rock.
When we talked with Fendel, right? We were like I said, right? If we had a player, right? If you could download, that was when we started talking about Winamp.
Oh
But
yeah.
it's like if you had a player where you could buy all your music NFTs and they would just be in a player and you could play them like, play them like any other, music that you buy nowadays. It would make it more feasible, but I mean, it's just not the world we're in at this moment in time. Once again,
Dude, there
super
is
early.
there is some kind of player, and I don't know too much about it because I just saw it in like a Telegram chat, but I think it was Max Capacity that threw it up. But there is like a rudimentary player for NFT music, and I'll figure that out, and I'll send you guys what I find.
But that's, I mean, I imagine there. Okay, so even if there is, like, but I'm hoping that
And
it would. But how does
and
it cross platforms and shit, right?
yeah, that's going to be a problem. But I mean, Flexosaurus Rex also told us that Object is close to having a player, like it's in beta, I think. He was telling us.
Oh, I didn't. I don't remember that.
There's
I thought he was telling us that.
Hen Radio or
No.
whatever. Like that's one where it's like you can like just like listen to, you know, old school like Hickok Nunk music on a roll, but
Cool.
I don't know how customizable it is. But yeah, Hen Radio's been around, and I think they were looking for funding, and I hope they're still around. But I mean, yeah, it's all
I want to be
so
able to
new,
connect my
guys. You
wallet
know.
and build a playlist.
Yeah,
Everybody else
exactly,
is
right.
out there
Exactly.
listening on the recording.
Exactly, right. It's the way it needs to be.
Yeah, and I want to like search for music when I'm wanting to listen to music and not get bombarded by like some sound on a visual image. I don't know if you guys get this, but like if you're just looking for like visual art and all of a sudden like you get like hit with this sound that like startles you and it's like
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
I mean that's something to I don't know how we figure that out, but I mean fuck, I love music, but sometimes
Well,
it's like it kind of like throws a wrench in it or something. I don't know.
I'm muted by default, which makes listening to actual music NFTs different. Because then I just see it like half the stuff I buy from Findle, I'm just like, I know it's good. You know, it's Fortes. I know it's good. I'll listen to it later. And then I haven't listened to it. Like I usually am listening to it first time when Bits plays it as an opening.
I'm muted by default, but when I go now, I recognize it every time I go to an NFT. I see the little black dot in the corner, and I'm like, "Yep, hit it."
Yeah, you kind of look for it now.
I get where you're coming from, though. Yeah, no, I do. I totally get that. I get where you're coming from there. But again, folks, right?
And it took us a year to figure that out. Like if you're brand new into the space, you know, how are you gonna figure that out?
That's where I was gonna go with. Like again, we're so beyond infantile in this space that it's like we're bitching about things that literally people are solving the problem right now as we're bitching about this. Like we know they are. We know they are. 100% they are.
And or we're like creating the solutions right now, right here as we speak.
Could be.
Well, I'm not coding shit, so I wish.
I wish.
Well,
I
mean, a good idea. I mean, you need all you need is a good idea, and then you know, figure out how to do it.
Fuck yeah. Denver Donkey. Fucking the donks, man. Denver Donkey, like it's smart. His like I mean ETH. Of course I go, God damn it, ETH. But immediately I minted one as soon as it was available, and then I was like, well, I need more. And then I found out about the fucking that donks need fucking they're a herding animal, and I'm like, well, fuck. Can't just have one. But
Dude, that's such a beautiful and laid back, awesome fucking marketing on this deal. I mean, for a PFP, oh my god, like what a masterful fucking. I mean, it was just like so organic. Oh, dude, I loved every minute of that. That was so cool.
And they're really reasonable as far as it goes, like, and especially with the price of ETH and everything right now, right? Like whatever it was, they're 0.02.
Yeah.
Right. So that's really that's fuck all. And then when you look at it for 0.05, no questions asked. You don't have to wait for shit or anything. For 0.05, you'll be on the list to have it animated, and he's basically doing them as quick as they're coming in. Is like how it's gonna roll, right? Like that to me really
and
so
customized to the collector.
yes, like he's gonna talk to
Dude,
you like,
you get to make your own hee-haw.
dude, I am fucking
What's it called? What's it called? Your
What did he
bray.
call it?
a
Your
bray,
bray.
a bray.
Holy shit, man. It gives you like a fucking hee-haw.
Oh hee, hee haw. Which way do you go? Do you go haw hee or hee haw?
I mean, I'm
Mine's
gonna
gonna
go
be
hee-haw every
go
time.
huh?
Or
Go huh?
hee-haw.
I've been
Or
practicing.
I don't
you
know.
do like, or you do like that old show Home Improvement. Huh?
Dude,
Oh,
it
yeah.
would be awesome to do like one of those old school, like the horns on like one of those old like Model Ts or something. Like they're
Aruga.
yeah.
Could do a foghorn. Maybe I
That
could.
fight's got a name. Why don't you know the name, Mike? This is your department that you usually know.
What's
It's
that?
got a name.
The
Like
horn,
that
the
kind
air
of
horn.
Yeah, it has a specific name. It's not an awooga horn because that's just general, but it has like an actual name in front of that.
Really?
Damn it! I thought you would know.
Oh
This
fuck,
seems like one of those
man!
things you would know.
It
That's
seems
new to
like one
me.
of those things I would know, and I probably once you tell me, I probably will.
You'd be like, oh, yep, that's it. Wait,
Damn it!
Um,
I don't know. It's like an air horn or something. I don't know, like a squeeze. Fuck, I don't know, dude.
I mean,
it's like
what a
it's like an old name. I don't know. I'm gonna
what a
think of it tomorrow in the middle of the
Is
day.
it like
sometime.
somebody's last name or something?
I kinda yeah.
what a
Like it's
one of
along
my
those lines.
one of my donks. I think I'm gonna have to get him animated so that he's like not facing forward, but then he turns and looks at the screens and going, "You are listening to WX8BK Night Train broadcast." Right?
Just
like
like
that.
very seriously,
Yeah.
or like a pirate radio thing where he's like, "We're on the air, motherfuckers."
We're on the air, motherfuckers! And shit bombs going off in the back. He's like flipping up hoof signs with his hooves. No. I think he's. I mean, with creating, honestly, in modern day, never mind how the market is, but to do a PFP style project is even a really bold thing to do at this time, right? Like, because they were quite bombarded by them and they were quite burnt out on PFP projects. Like, it's not even
Yeah,
right.
it's especially an original PFP project, something that's not derivative. But so many of them are just derivatives, and it's like, okay, well, seeing that, you're just making this plus that.
Yeah.
and using AI as like a base for it. Holy smokes! I mean, that's
Dude,
like a double whammy.
I didn't know it was AI.
Yeah, I didn't either. I thought it were his 3D generated, and I was like,
Mm-hmm.
fuck. That's why I said again, over and over again, that dude needs to be the person that talks to every person that wants to shit on AI, because like, don't get me wrong, all the other AI artists that we've spoken to, like they've got it locked down. They know what they're using AI for, and they know how they're using it, and they know exactly what they're doing. But he was the one that really put it into the layman, real world terms. Honestly, like it really, really was. Like he said, like the way it speeds up his storyboards, like when he's
Yep.
when they're trying to get when they're bidding on projects, and fucking he can just like whip up these characters like in no time flat. Like that is exactly it.
Triple O Nines was talking about that with car design and stuff, and like how they were using it for that. That was really cool too.
Yeah.
Was that on our space?
Yep.
Yeah, it was.
Let's re-listen to that.
Oh, dude, man, I love that guy so much. Holy smokes, man. Yeah. Ever since that space, dude, I've been following him super close, and everything he does, and he's been doing this really cool stuff with furniture, like
the paintings
like
on the wall, like
the
pouring onto
vintage,
furniture.
yeah, like straight up like mid-century, like real chairs.
No,
Oh man, I've fallen in
that's
love
Make
with
It
that.
Rad.
No,
That's double O nine or triple O nines or
triple O nines doing that
O
too?
nines. Yeah, dude.
But he has like there's like the one that he
It's
has that
like the
one
wall
like,
is like turning into like water and like destroying
yes.
the room.
Oh yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
fucking rad, dude.
I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, no, that he's another one that Twitter doesn't want me to follow apparently, because I have to go search him out, even though I try to like and retweet everything he does, but I have to search him out to do it. Really? Come on, Twitter.
Yeah, no,
I just don't get it.
Twitter has not become. I posted it up a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, when Twitter stops becoming a tool, why bother having it in your toolbox anymore, right? Like it's, and I don't even get it. Like with whatever's happening, like even if they're trying to steer us some other way, they're not steering us anyway. Like it's just a bunch of garbled garbage as far as like what the algorithm is coming up with. It's just garbled garbage. It's not anything. It's not trying to steer us to ads. It's not trying to steer us to certain people. It's just
Right. Fully agree. It's not trying to steer me towards, I don't know, Clown Fan or somebody else that I don't follow closely that has a bigger following. It's just sending me whatever it thinks it wants. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any sense.
that Juliet that came up and spoke with us. I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you saw the tweet that she left tonight.
Photographer?
Yeah, she is a photographer.
Black and white PFP. I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, she has a PFP that's like a woman that has like stick or antlers or.
Yeah, she came in a
yeah,
like at the end of a space one night.
Yeah, I think she was
time of
talking about her dog. I believe she actually was speaking about her dog. We were somehow talking about dogs.
We were talking about your dog.
We could very well, obviously, it probably was, right? Obviously, because I always talk about this idiot. So, but
Rolo.
she posted up a really nice post tonight. Like I think I think we'll get her into the Google Sheet and fucking reach out to her to be on as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think you bought a couple of her pieces, didn't you? Or Mike Nash did, maybe.
I know somebody did.
Yeah,
I probably did, man.
I told you, Mike Nash is in every piece. I don't think there's a piece on Tez that he doesn't have his hands on.
I think Mike Nash is Tezos.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we might have actually gotten an actual invite to the Tezos party.
Right. No, I'm adjacent. I'm Tezos adjacent. Yeah.
I think I'm actually gonna actively look at going to the Denver thing. Like if I chose between LA and Denver, I think I would really like to go to Denver.
Dude, so Sage Storm like really turned me on to Denver hardcore when they were staying here. I mean, because they live there, but how it's free. That's one thing. So you can go to all the sanctioned events and like the speakers are like yeah, I guess, but I mean, why not infiltrate?
I mean, I like that philosophy.
And but a lot of the speakers are just are Web3 on-chain type mentality. I don't think they're like a lot of
so many people are cross chain anyways, so it's not like
yeah,
so
dude.
It's a big deal that it's called ETH Denver. Like
that
I'm
creates
still going there and be like,
that creates a really, really great opportunity to we can infiltrate, but we could also fucking have like a punk rock guerrilla meetup where we're like fucking
hell
boom,
yeah,
right in the middle we're having Tezos fucking a Tezos slam jam or whatever.
There were some killer Tezos parties. I mean, it was less advertised down here in Miami. The Bitcoin Bitcoin convention or whatever down here. I mean, I met some Tezos homies down here in Miami during the Bitcoin deal. I can't remember when that was.
So just a couple days before Art Basel.
No, it was like in the summer or something. I can't remember exactly when it was, man. But yeah, there's all, and then there's like, yeah, these like guerrilla ancillary, and then like okay, so during the Bitcoin convention, which they had like the big, like, I don't know, like Wall Street bull, but it was like mechanical and crypto-y. Um, I don't know if they still have it down there in Miami, but then they're like around that time they called it, the, instead of Bitcoin convention, it was the shitcoin convention, and it was like all others. And actually, Solana had a really big presence there, which was kind of Gestapo, but there was a bunch of other, um, and I think they had like a, I don't know, like a mushroom festival or some sort of like weed deal going on at the same time. So yeah, like all these ancillary things, like even like at the big sanction deals like Art Basel or NFT NYC. I don't know. I've always found all the
There's
best
always a little
experiences
satellite
and
inside.
homies. These are all these side guerrilla back alley parties and get-togethers and stuff that have nothing to do with if you have like a wristband or something, you know. I think just being there, and being with your homies and getting to meet people, I mean, it's like super beneficial.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But yeah, Bits, I don't know. Let me know if you're going to Denver. Let me know.
Yeah, no, I just kind of like
That's a
tonight
quick
I
flight
started.
for me as well.
Yeah, well, that's kind of where the jam is for me, right? Like it's good for you and it's good for me. Like,
Well, the only thing about LA is I don't have to fly at all. I can drive down for
yeah,
the
well,
day if I can't
well, fuck
get
it.
a
If I gotta
babysitter or
if I
whatever.
gotta
So.
fly, so do you. Well, you got the you got.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, you could fly to LA and hang out at the wall for a little while.
I actually could. Sorry, hang on. I'm filling the dog's bowl full of water here, guys. So
I thought you were taking a big old rip on a bong or something.
I thought you were taking a piss.
No, I'm smoking out of a glass pipe tonight. So I'm gonna order a new Dynavap tomorrow or the next day, Willie. I gotta get a new. Have you used your Dynavap, Willie?
I'm using it right now, actually. I need
Oh,
a new cap. I burnt the shit out of the cap because I didn't know how to use it.
Well,
So it
that
doesn't
doesn't matter.
click right.
But that does.
It
You
overheats
gotta.
What's
sometimes.
this
It doesn't click
Dynavap?
right, so.
You gotta bend the tab on it if it's not clicking right. Hey. But
I haven't. Right,
but you can't really burn. You can't really.
It's a
burn the
marijuana
cap.
smoking device, there, Mike.
Okay, all right, sir.
It's a vaporizer for weed, but it doesn't use like it's not all fancy dancy and electronic. So
Fancy dancy, there you are. There he is.
I know.
There's the catchphrase.
Is it what? It's not like one of them like volcanoes or
no. It's you use a jet lighter instead of it being electronic or anything. You use a jet lighter on it, and it clicks the metal.
I am fancy dancy. I got an induction heater because of when I bought at Christmas time.
Oh,
Like I went fancy dancy with it.
Oh, wow. Fancy
Yeah,
dancy.
so I don't use a lighter. I use a precision temperature induction heater. Handheld.
Oh wow! So it's like one of them things where you don't actually put fire to it.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Exactly. So it's
it's designed that you can just hit it with a lighter. Basically, it's like a vaporizer that you can just light with a lighter.
Like a crack pipe.
Yeah, it's more like that. Well, I was going to say people have watched me. People have watched me pull it out, and when I use the jet lighter, and they've watched me heat it up because you have to spin it. Like it's like a pencil. It's like about 3/4 of the length of a pencil, and it's a little bit thicker than a pencil. And in the end of it, so you have this cap that comes off, this metal. It's all stainless steel. Well, it's two metals, I think, stainless steel and something else. Anyways, you can put a little plug of weed in the end of it. And like when I say a plug, like it's a tiny little ball like weed that you put in the end of it. You put the cap back over. So when you heat it with the jet lighter or the induction heater, as Willie has, eventually the metal is a little bit different, so it clicks. Like it'll get
the cap is titanium, I think.
Oh, that's what it is. So
Holy
when you heat
smokes.
it up,
So it heats at a different temperature, right? So it contracts faster.
so it'll click against the main smoking device, and it'll click a second time, and then it's ready to go. It's at that 420 degree or whatever the fuck the temperature is that it clicks at, and then
Holy moly.
you're vaporizing the weed, so you're not combusting it, right? That's the key.
So it's like supposed to be like healthier, that you're not getting like
Yes.
carcinogens or something?
Correct.
That's the idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I love it. You get more of the flavor. Like, that's the big thing to me. That is the real, well, not getting all the carcinogens and everything is actually really a big factor, but the flavor, you get more of the flavor from the
So
weed
it
that you
tastes
smoke.
like it smells instead of like.
Yes.
I got you. That's interesting, man. Yeah, that sounds like something you'd smoke fucking heroin out of or something. I don't know.
Oh, dude, when people have seen me, like it's not like you're sitting there for like 5 minutes trying to heat it up. It's like I heat it up with the torch. It takes like fucking 10 seconds, but it's like there's always been people that go, "What the hell are you doing?" Right? They're like, "What are you like? Are you smoking some fucking crazy new drug that we don't know about yet?" Like, but yeah. I dig it, and it makes the weed go further, right? And especially if you're a person like, I'm sure Willie's not like me, who has fucking
I don't
ounces
know.
kicking around the house.
I think
but
I smoke a lot more with it than I do
it's
without it.
good. But I mean,
But I
how
definitely
many
get higher.
Yeah, well, you should. So I usually do about 3 per plug of weed. So I'll put weed in it, and I'll do it 3 times before I dispense of the weed. What are you doing?
What does it look like when it's done if it's not burnt? Like, is it just like...
It's like brown.
Brownish, yeah.
Interesting.
It's like a really dark brown, like a burnt paper. But
I would
not a fully burnt paper, if that makes sense.
I would totally firmly believe that if you put it in a pipe and fucking hauled on it, you'd probably still get high off of it too.
It fucking hauled
off
on
the
it.
brown shit?
Yeah, the brown shit. I think you could get high off the brown shit.
I don't know about
still.
that.
I bet you could. I don't know.
It might take a lot, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but yeah.
Okay, let's timestamp this. We'll call it 1054, and we'll send that to Dynavap as our sponsorship. 1054 to 1056.
That's right,
and we'll send that for sponsorship.
When we come out to hit up your wall, Willie, we'll have to try that out.
I love I got Willie was the one I got Willie into the Dynavap. Like,
you were the one to tell me about it. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember hearing about that like 5 or 6 years ago, but I never looked at it. And then you were like, yeah, I love mine. I'm like, well, let me check this shit out.
And I don't know where mine ended up. Ever since the girlfriend and I parted ways, in somewhere in that melee.
It probably left with the boat.
Yeah, maybe it did. Maybe it very well could be fucking. One of these days I'll be, I'll pull the couch out to vacuum back there, and it'll be back there or something. But no, actually, I've looked honestly, but I love it. It is my favorite go-to way to smoke weed. Like, I haven't had it in 3 months now, just about 3 months now, and no, I need to buy a new one. Like, I'm done with this shit. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong.
They've got really cheap ones now too. They've got new not plastic, like a polyurethane kind of model, like where the main stem part, not the heating element, obviously, but
they have the ones with the wood. They've got ones that they've made of wood.
They've got even cheaper ones now. They're like they're like a poly.
Huh. I think I would still
rubberized kind of deal.
I would still stay with the fully medical grade metal.
Oh yeah, I would too.
No, I love those things.
Trying to extend the ad into the new shit.
Oh yes, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, for sales purposes.
We could smoke. So I just bought some new marijuana I unpackaged today. I got delivered. I haven't smoked any yet. I got biscotti and what the fuck is the other one here? It is Pink Kush, biscotti and Pink Kush. My mail order marijuana.
You're still buying it? Have you not done any growing lately, or?
It's not worth it anymore to me, man. For the prices that I can buy all kinds of different weed for, I'm not. If I think
Well,
if I had a basement,
Yeah, how
where
many months of the year can you grow up there?
outside you basically can't. Like I can start plants inside, and if I'm lucky, I can finish them outside. I finished plants outside twice. 2 years in a row, I finished plants outside, but I had them in big pots that I used to put the wheel dolly underneath. Like when our temperatures got really cold at night, I would wheel them inside the garage so that the frost wouldn't get them. But like in Western Canada where I am, you can't really do it outside. They don't grow quick enough. Eastern Canada and the West Coast of Canada, yeah, 100%. They get one grow season out of it. But you're also growing plants that are like fucking, 10 feet tall. So you're getting high
That's
yield.
wild. That's fucking nuts, man. Western Canada. Okay, I didn't realize you were in Western Canada. Okay, I guess I did. I mean, with the time zone thing. I used to do some work with a real estate company out of Nanaimo. Is that close to you up there?
Nanaimo? Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah,
I'd say Nanaimo.
Yeah, that's on Vancouver. Well, that's on Vancouver Island, so that's right west coast. Like that's like California, Seattle, right above Seattle.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah. That's some high end. You did some high end shit out there, did you?
Well, no, I was. No, I just did. No, they. It was like a. Like kind of like a website lead generation company that they're based out of there.
You don't have a magic apartment in the sky from the grandparents out there?
No,
that we could all hang out at NFT Seattle in.
Oh fuck, I'd go to Nanaimo in a second.
That'd be dope as shit.
No, I'm still on the, I guess, straight up East Coast on that. I still had the place in New York, man. I might be spending some more time up there. To keep it because of this rent control thing. I didn't realize that we were able to take advantage of it. So I might be in Manhattan more often than not.
Well, shit, give me a call.
All right.
That rent control shit, that's what they talk about in all those shows, like even on Friends, man. Rent control shit. Like, you got to get in there.
Mm-hmm. If you've got it, you got to not let it go.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like, shit, dude. It gets cold up there in the winter, but it's super affordable if we can keep that ball rolling.
Everything is everything happens in New York. It doesn't matter, it's cold in the winter. Fucking like New York is a hub.
Yeah, especially for art, man. More and more NFTs. It's and I don't know. I was up there like 4 times this past year, and I'm starting to get the groove. I don't know. It was pretty intimidating the first couple times, and then and I drove in the city every time that I was there.
Oh shit.
I got to the point where I was like honking at New York City cabs, and I thought like, holy shit, man! It's like I got my stripes now,
You're like, you guys have been to Miami.
And then I realized like how accessible everything really is, especially if you're not driving. And there's so much shit going on, and you can, hell, I mean, when it comes to anything, it can be delivered to your door any time of day, no matter what you want, and all that. But yeah, that's a. I mean, my brother's really pushing me because he wants access to it. So so he needs somebody up there to like to be there and pay the rent and keep it rolling. It could be a possibility, man. But it's nice to be down here in the warm weather for sure.
It could be your jet set lifestyle, right? You can go up there in the warmest parts of the fucking
I could do like all these snowbirds, dude, that are down here. Like,
Yeah. Yes, sir.
it's. I mean,
Hell
we've
yeah,
got
man.
a lot of Canadians down here right now, in the building. I mean, it's super full at the moment. But yeah, it's so funny. Like this old boy from Tennessee, like doing this damn New York, Florida snowbird bullshit. But I mean, it makes sense, you know.
Hey, man, you're doing something that people, you know, work there and save their entire fucking lives to even be able to have a glimpse of, and you're fucking if it's there, man. Give her, fuck yeah, makes sense to
Give
me.
her, give
Give her,
her.
bud. Come on, go out for a rip there, bud. Give her.
And if you go to New York, you can take threes to lunch, and he won't be so mad at you.
Oh, I know, dude. He's pretty pissed. God, I can't believe I didn't show up to the grotto, man. Oh my gosh, dude. I'll never live that down. I don't think. But yeah, yeah. I've reached out, and hopefully we're good to go. That was a good space, though, man. Last week that was fun, just talking about the art and everything, and kind of getting to know him on that level.
I felt that we did really good. Like Willie and I definitely, hopefully not speaking out of turn, Willie, but like we definitely struggled a little bit with it because we were worried about. I mean, it's threes. I mean, he is.
Well, I was worried because I met him in L.A. and I thought I had asked him all the questions
Yeah, but
that I wanted to know, basically.
But you also said that it also ended up very gameplay all the time, right? And it was like, well, then there was other things that you didn't. I don't know. It was cool, and I think anyways. Long story short, like I think last week's space I think went really well. I think it went in the exact direction that we wanted it to, and I think threes was
Yes.
very okay with. And I think he dug the line of questioning and how the vibe went.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I think as an artist, maybe that gets put on the back burner with all the utility and mechanics and everything, and to just talk about like the process and the backstory and the influence and the inspiration and all that is. I mean, I felt like he was like really enjoying that, and I saw another side that I don't know that I really enjoyed to learn about.
That's cool that you say that.
Exactly. I think he doesn't get asked that kind of stuff a lot, and it's always more of like an elevator pitch whenever he's on a space. They want him so that he brings his following, not to actually talk to him.
What did we end up on that space? So that's an interesting that you said the following, because I mean, obviously, well, we're part of the following, so that's not the huge thing for us. We were definitely doing it to be able to talk to threes, which was great. Like we literally had threes come and sit down and talk with, like, it was like, I just thought that was fucking cool.
Like in the middle of his sabbatical,
and for 4
too.
hours.
I mean, yeah, dude. Like, I mean, like when Grotto was like on pause, I was just, I don't know, man. I thought that was like really cool. Because yeah, I mean, a lot of the people in the grotto, I mean, they're like looking for hints, future utility. They're looking to turn and burn and make some green and just to talk about the art. I don't know. I thought that was fucking awesome.
Yeah. Well, and the cool thing was, I'm trying to find it here. I don't know why it's not coming up, but like 207 people the last time I listened to that episode. And you know that if it was Grotto members, you fucking goddamn know they listened to the 4 hours that he spoke.
Oh, like, yeah.
There's no, I
well,
know
even a lot of non-Grotto, even Jin 0009.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
And there was a couple others in there that I noticed that weren't Grotto, that were there from beginning to end.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the followings that we got, like on the WX8B account, of course, Grotto. It was really funny because it was Grotto members that I was already following as bits, my Bits account and like back and forth. But the ones that came to WX8BK after that I just didn't even like. It's an interesting thing because my Bits account, I don't know if it's true at this moment in time. It still might be, but like my Bits account had more followers than the WX8BK did. But I think we're starting to come around now where now WX8BK is starting to take over, I hope. But,
yeah, I know. I had a lot more followers. I still have more followers.
Yeah. No, we are with threes like the Grotto. They all followed. Like it was beautiful, and it was like I say, like I said when we were in Miami handing out 200 WX8BK stickers. It's like if we hand out 200 stickers and we get 6 new people listening, that's worth it, right? Like that's how the numbers work. Just like when I used to play when I used to DJ. If you go to a wedding, if the wedding has 110 people in the room, if you have 6 to 10 people dancing on the dance floor, that's really good numbers, right? That's the reality of it all. So,
well, you guys had a full dance floor last week. That was fucking amazing. That was fun.
That was special. It was good cover. They always are. They're all good. I don't care who we have on, man. The spaces where we don't have super huge numbers, that's all I think is if those people knew like how good it was, they should have listened. Everybody should listen.
Dude, I didn't know anything about Denver Donkey's art until tonight. I mean, I've known Denver Donkey, for over a year in the temple, with the Paper Buddha stuff. But man, I learned so much. I mean, seriously. I mean,
what's his Discord
name? Amazing.
It's not the same. I don't think.
No, I gotta go find it. I gotta go find it.
Well, just tag me with it or something in the Discord if that's where you find it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
No,
But
like being like the Jayburn stuff and the paper stuff. Yeah, I always thought Denver Donkey was more of like a collector until tonight. And holy smokes, I mean, this dude is an accomplished freaking designer, artist. It's
and
nuts.
who knew that we were going to get to talk Avatar with somebody that actually knows what the fuck was going on the special.
I thought that was really fucking dope how he just like really insisted that, hey, people, when those credits are rolling up, you should really look at those names and you should realize that those fucking and it's true. Like I remembered, like I kind of worked loosely in that kind of an industry, like the movie industry, but I knew like Grips and other people that worked in the movie industry, and like they always used to say that too, like those names go by and that's a big deal. Like when you get your name on a fucking credit on a movie, like that's huge. That's your resume, right? Like that's okay. Fucking
and I fully respect that, and I fully respect that what they've done. But at the same time, from someone who doesn't know anybody in the industry, like I'm not gonna know Julianne Smith from Oklahoma.
No.
You know what I mean? So like
no, but it's also just kind of that you didn't
like what am I trying to read here?
I was gonna say this is really making it way too simpler than it needs to be, but I was gonna say it's just like you don't know every war veteran either, but you also give respect to them on right. That, and I know that I'm generalizing way too much, but you know what I mean.
I see what you're saying.
Well, I'll say, I mean, it's especially speaking of like a James Cameron film. I don't know, after like when I was back home, to keep my dad from like watching like fucking hardcore far right news and stuff, we watched documentaries and we watched the Challenge Deep of James Cameron going down to the Mariana Trench and how he rode everybody that worked on that project. And it was like, man, I bet he wrote everybody on Avatar the same way. Like, yeah, like it was like they were bleeding, tears, and so like just give them a little bit of respect just to hang out during the credits. I mean, I kind of, that's how I felt about it.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I guess.
I get all that, but going back to your veteran analogy there, Bits. Like my uncle was in Vietnam, so when I was in DC, I looked for his name on the wall. But I don't know anybody who was in the Korean War. So while I still have the same respect, I'm not necessarily going to the Korean War Memorial and knowing a lot about it because I don't know anybody there, right? So if I don't know anybody, now if I know one person that worked on that movie, no matter what they did, yes, I'm watching those entire credits. I'm looking for that one name of that one person I might know. But any other time,
I guess for me,
time my exit.
I guess for me too, though, it's kind of a nerding thing because I always, don't get me wrong, I don't sit at movie theaters watching all the credits all the time. Just depends on how full the movie theater is and when everybody's trying to get out. But I do sit there sometimes and I just nerd out and I look and I go, what's that? Like, what is that person? Like, and why is there 50 of those people? What the hell is that fucking? That's kind of my, it's just some weird thing that I do
from like the category header.
Yes, correct.
Like
yes,
grips
correct.
or what's this very weird specific thing underneath CGI animation? Like we have this huge CGI section and then we have this one weird like CGI leg animator. Huh? There's one person just doing leg? What's going on here?
Now in like the Web3 though, man, it's like I'm thinking, it's like I'm looking at like all these creative deals and it's like, are these people like doing shit like on their own? And would it be cool to like find them and see like what their personal passions are? And is this like a way to like as a discovery type tool or something? I don't know.
Could be.
No,
could be.
I'm with you. I think the data transfer from trying to go from a credit scene to looking them up if they even have a Web3 is
that's far reaching. Yeah, it's because
you know what I mean?
it's probably anonymous and you can't do it. And maybe they got an Instagram or something. But yeah, no, I'm with you.
Well,
on
yeah,
that.
I think Proteon produces movies or does 3D design or something for some major movie house, and he's probably a very well known name at the top of one of those lists on a movie. But he's not going to tell us who he is.
I fucking dig that about him
because
every time we speak with him directly, like on the space, and that comes up, and he's always like, if I told you, you'd know exactly who I was, and that's what intrigues the fuck out of me. Like, right? Like he always says that. He said that 3 times in his space. He's
it's every time.
Like you would know exactly who I am, and I'm like, wow.
Like, nah, I can't tell you. You know I am. Like,
that's kind of cool.
That is fucking crazy. I've hung out with the homie, man. I've done shrooms with that guy. Wow. Yeah, it is nuts, dude. I mean, like talking about all some of these people that we've spent a whole bunch of time with and like their in real life identities or what they did in the past, and it's kind of fun to have that mystery and try to figure it out.
I dig the fact of I believe what I firmly believe is it's being able to act out things and try things that you may have apprehensions in one way or another about, and you get to do it, right? Like it's playing dress up, like or like being a superhero when you're a kid. Like it's exactly what it is. Like there's some people, I mean, we've talked to who have had respectable, huge careers, and they started fucking with this on the side and went, well, I can be this pretend person and drop out of this world and not be fucking, Mr. 52nd floor office fucking anymore. And I dig that. Like it's, dude, you be who you want to be, man.
I don't know if the last space, if my oldest son had played that show yet, or if he was just getting ready to. But
No, yeah, you did the night. It was the night before
I
that
think it
you
was the night
played the
before
show.
you were saying.
yeah. So I mean, dude, he's like just as shy or more shy than I am, but he got up as like a fucking front man without an instrument and sang a full set with this band in Nashville. But it was almost like, yeah, like he had put on like a persona. He dyed his hair black, you know. I mean, he was like doing the whole screamo thing, and he rocked it out, man. I don't know if y'all saw any of the video footage that I posted, but yeah, it was just so wild to see that. And it's like, yeah, it's like you kind of put on a persona, and then you can like act out like some of your dreams and hopes, and or try things out.
Yeah,
Um,
100%.
outside of
You've been on
your
Twitter
own
last week?
persona. Say what?
You posted a video and you've been on Twitter all last week?
I haven't. Well, I haven't been on Twitter too much.
I'm just saying because I thought you had been completely off because the stupid algorithms. I mean, I hate to sit here and talk to you all,
Yeah,
you know,
I mean, I've
for
been like
hours at a time,
relatively
and
off,
Twitter won't show me what you post.
yeah, I'll send you some of this video footage, man. It's fucking cool to like to see him. He was owning it, man, and he was like interacting with the crowd, and I mean, dancing around, and I mean, he's got perfect pitch, and he's an awesome singer, and I mean, he was picking out like film score before he could talk. But I never thought that he had the nuts to get up on stage in front of anybody and do anything like that. It was really cool, man. Super proud.
That's cool, man.
that's dope. I mean, that's the power of the microphone. It's the power of the stage. I've said it numerous times. I mean, I used to freak out like 2 hours before I had to DJ at a high school or a junior high. And when I say DJ, I should say VJ because I did VJ is what it mostly was. But like I used to freak out about it, like to go in front of junior high and high school students. Never mind when I did, big shows with fucking 10 to 20,000 people that were all there, not necessarily see me, but still had to go in front of them. And man, I used to remember. But as soon as those lights would go off, man, as soon as I had power, it was a different world, and you just like you cloak over. It's cool to hear that about your son. The different.
Yeah, it's nuts, man. I mean, it's funny. It's kind of like how I've come to on this space with you guys. I mean, fuck, dude. I've shit, especially like talking about myself. I mean, I can talk about other people's art, and I love to do that. And I mean, just being in public and all that. I don't know. It's really cool, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Oh, Willie, I just saw. So you're getting the print of the Ferrari. Ferrari Testarossa.
Okay.
Ooh, nice.
I let my kid pick that one. So.
All right. Well, that's classic. That's a good car. That's a fucking.
Because
Ferrari Testarossa was like the car of the fucking of the late '80s, early '90s.
Well,
right?
it was the Testarossa and it was the Countach.
Countach. I was a Countach man.
The white Countach was my machine, man.
Red
That was
Countach.
the one that I wanted.
Yeah,
so much.
Countach.
And you had a Samantha Fox poster next to that one on your wall, right? For sure.
No, I think I don't know what I had on my wall. I had like
no, because the Countach posters had girls in them.
Yeah, but you always still had to have the other.
No, I'm trying to think the posters that I had on my wall at the same time as the Countach, and this is funny. It was Public Enemy. It was like some basketball player that fit on the door all the way up or something. I don't know if it was like I don't know, like there are a bunch of skate, centerfolds from skate magazines and surf magazines, and I don't know, maybe even like something like Marky Mark or Paula Abdul or something embarrassing like that. But but the Countach was right there, dead center, and I think it was the only thing framed.
Which Countach poster was it?
It was a white Countach, and it
like
had,
a
it was
Miami
it was
background.
Yeah,
Single white
kind of. It
Countach,
was
like kind of a like high rise but like beachy background,
it
like
was like a
Miami.
it was like a kind of a darker background, and it did have like some sort of like fuchsia or turquoise like streak through it or something. Um, it had a very Miami vibe, yeah, for sure.
No, that's
I
not the one. Maybe, well,
I
I
don't
don't even
know,
think that's the one
dude.
I'm thinking
Was
of.
it written in red, like below, like Lamborghini Countach,
Yeah,
like in like
I think so.
handwriting in red, like right below it, or something? It was
fuck.
a
We
white
could,
one.
dude,
I don't know.
dude. This we could AI this. We could mid journey this shit right now.
We can Nick Dimes the hell out of that shit.
Hell yeah.
The I never had a Countach. I never had Countach posters or
I had a
Lamborghini
Testarossa
posters.
too.
I don't even think I had fucking.
I
I don't
also
even.
had a 911 poster, and I had a Dodge Viper poster.
Oh, I've got the Viper poster still.
Whoop, whoop.
I might
My my,
also.
my old man had. He got one in a '94 SRT 10, and it came with this poster, and then there was a TV show for like one season,
Yep. I love
There
and
was
that
a
show,
couple.
man.
I watched them. I
yeah,
watched them film that. I watched them film that a couple times, like right outside of my place that I was staying in Vancouver.
I was gonna say Vancouver, right?
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, dude, holy shit, yeah, and when it like changed, it was like gray, um,
Oh
like
yeah, it was changing like almost looked like a
looked
Batmobile.
looked like it looked like a real snake, um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yes, I remember the show, dude. I might have to go watch it again, actually.
hell yeah, we gotta find that, man.
No, it went more than one season. It actually went like I think it went like 4 seasons, 5 seasons.
I think you're right. I think it went 3 or 4. Yeah.
That was awesome, man. Hell yeah.
Yeah, we should do a side podcast where we just watch that and then like talk about it. Bullshit.
Jesus fuck. Oh, I was just gonna say, okay, before I call it a night, because we're definitely I need to get to bed and we need to end that. We need to end it sometime. But I was gonna say, so Willie, you got the Ferrari Testarossa. Corin got Ford versus Ferrari. So I'm imagining that's a GT. Or no, that's probably the Cobra. I don't know. I can't remember which one that was.
Ford, yeah, Ford
No, that
versus
was a
Ferrari
GT40,
should be the
wasn't it?
GT40, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then
GT40 and like a 260 Ferrari.
and
I
Dan
think.
Williams got 964 Porsche. Mike
And
Nash.
I got the Volkswagen bus,
You
man.
dude,
See,
no.
that's what I'm saying. That's the one I wanted. That's
Yeah.
what I was gonna pick. Was
Yeah,
one of
no,
the Volkswagen.
the buses were just sick. Like Mike picked a beauty. Yeah. And
Oh
then
my god, I
Those
can't wait.
Those are great.
I picked the 911 Carrera. And then I'm not going to guess on these last two people because I don't want to mix either of them up because they used IRL names. But one got the Capitol Beach VW Crew Cab, and I'm pretty sure that's actually Nez the Great.
I think you might be right. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the other Volkswagen van, but it has an open top, is I think what that one is. And then the last one is a Works Reunion Porsche 914. Three
Actually,
Porsches.
I think that's Nez.
Is it? Okay, so
Yeah.
either one of those.
One of the only spaces he came to. He's only been in like 2 or 3 spaces that we've done.
Yeah, and I remember that space, like he was back and forth with me because about the information, and he kept going back and forth. He's like, "Well, this is the website, right?" And then he was like talking. He talked to me a lot. That was a good space, I guess, for him. It touched something with him for sure.
Yeah.
But I just thought it was very interesting that out of all these prints, it's like Porsche, VW, Porsche, VW, and another Porsche. Like that's a lot of, and basically VWs. I mean, we might as well call the old ones Porsches in the end, anyways. Like,
Yeah, it's all same motor, right?
but yeah, I think that was interesting. So there you go. But they're on the way. and Dan Williams, like there was the note, Dan Williams, I remember we sent that note that said he lives in Australia, but Dan will pay the shipping if he wants. And he's like, in the email that he sent back, he's like, nope, nobody has to pay for shipping. It's all getting sent out. Don't worry about it. So,
dude, that is so cool.
It's cool.
Man, I cannot wait, dude. I don't know the dimensions of it, but it'll have a place on any wall that I end up. It'll be one of the few things that come with me in my car wherever I go.
14 or 16 by 22s, I think.
They were like
somewhere around that.
They were just smaller than movie poster size, I thought. Like they were like regular poster size, if that makes sense to you guys.
I think they're just larger than concert poster size.
Okay.
Hell yeah, man.
Okay, yeah, I don't know then. I have no
idea. Because movie poster is like a 2x3, 2 foot by 3 foot.
Yeah.
I think these
were just
like,
a little smaller than that.
I think they were like half that if you cut it in half, like long ways.
Cool.
So it's I think they're like 22 by 16 would be half of a movie poster.
It'll be dope. Either way, it'll be fucking awesome. Awesome. I think it's
dope. Hey, free prints they retail for like 160, 180. So
I think that
and
was
ship.
I think that was the cheapest because they all kind of varied.
Yeah.
So and shipped, and it was the other thing.
Yeah,
no, it'll be dope.
Shipped. It's amazing.
What more do you want? Let's go, girls, shopping.
I mean, to just to just want to talk to a guy that, and have such a great story and everything.
Yeah. How in the hell did you guys find him to pull him on the show?
That was Willie.
So I bought a print on canvas of a Cobra, Shelby Cobra, for my dad for Christmas when I was up at the race in at what the hell is it? Not Laguna Seca. So I was up at the race.
Yeah, I remember that now. Okay,
right?
Yeah, and you got to meet him, right?
Yeah, and he was just there. He was doing a painting, and I'm pretty drunk walking around. I'm like, "Is the artist here?" And the gal's like, "Yeah, he's standing right there." I'm like, "Well, can I talk to him?"
Dude, that's so fucking awesome.
Kind of, just be a little drunk, kind of half being an ass, and then like, oh shit, oh wait, no, actually, like, mad respect. I'm like, well, will you sign this for my dad? And then he's like, yeah, he's really nice. I'm like, well, hey, I do this space. You think you would do it? Yeah, sure, sounds great. Blah blah blah. I'm like, well, all right, fuck.
The conference call or whatever he likes to call it.
Yeah,
that's what.
Shit, I guess this is a thing now, because this was still when we had like really bad. Just bad with words tonight, but it's helped me out here.
Well, it was in the early days. Like it was in the early days, and it's
imposter syndrome.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I still had a really bad imposter syndrome. So I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, would you do this thing? He's like, yeah, sure, of course. Just let me know when. I'm like, what? Seriously? And then for him to just have such an amazing story, and then give us those prints at the end.
That's where I was going to say that I remember not even a quarter of the way into that space. I remember I texted Willie and I'm like, did you know who the fuck this guy was? And Willie was like, I had no idea. Like it was, I just remember our back and forth that we had. Like if I went through our Discord DMs, I was. It's just like, did you really know who? Yeah, we were like, I had no fucking idea. He's like, I just bought this fucking.
Didn't have a clue.
Yeah, and like this.
Dude, I was like listening to the space, and I was afraid to chime in. And I was like, holy smokes, this guy is like. And Christie's and Sotheby's and worked for all these crazy companies, and it's like, fuck, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just like, talk about like being like starstruck.
But
That was
it
like
was awesome.
crazy.
It was dope that you did, man, because like your story with like, you know, back in the day with you and racing,
with
like
and your
that was,
dad.
yeah, man, that was
Yeah.
fuck, man. It was a good thing that you did chime in. It's a good thing that you were in that space.
Well, plus I was sick. I could barely talk. I was like, well, just thankfully there's somebody else here that actually like resonates and can relate to all this.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, that was just fucking magical how all that came together. That was nuts, dude.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Well, these spaces have all been fucking pretty.
And here we are.
fucking
We still talk about him almost every space. Like
yeah,
his name comes up almost every space.
100%. Goddamn fucking Kelly Telfer, for God's sake. Fucking
Yeah.
sakes. Jesus fuck. I might have been a little bit drunk there when I said that, but I've been. It's really funny because maybe we'll have him on someday again. Maybe we won't, but who knows? But it's like I've always made it an extra effort that whenever I think about him or talk about him, it's like Telfer, not Tefler.
Dude,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a hard one. It doesn't roll off the tongue. You know?
No, it does not.
No, it's fucking funny. Just like tonight, I called him fucking HP Lovecraft. Like, how the fuck?
I love that shit. I was like, wait a second. Is this Love Bucks?
I know, that was
Is this
so
the guy
fucking.
on the pit crew for our homie, or is this somebody brand new? like I don't know. I was like, Lovecraft. Holy shit, that's cool.
No, fucking Jesus, I couldn't believe that. Goddamn, now Willie will fucking correct fucking somebody on pronouncing fucking wines the right way, but he just didn't. Nobody caught me on that one.
I didn't know.
Dude, I totally didn't know either. I mean, I think the
just saw the
PFP was
HP
different.
Love and the PFP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the
So
Well,
PFP was different, and I didn't like draw the
Yeah.
same association or something.
even
And I
though
was
I
like, is this the
DM'd with
same
him
person
almost
or
all
not?
day today.
You know?
and for me, it was like I said earlier. It was that I said it, and then I said it, and in my head, I'm like, oh fuck, did I just say that? Like that's not his name, right? But it was like nobody called me, and I was just like, yeah, keep going, right? Professionalism, just keep going, power through it.
Yeah, I like that. Just work through it. Just move through it.
No,
That was
he'll be.
awesome. He handled it very, very
Oh, yeah.
well too.
No,
I mean,
I
it
thought it
was
was funny that he
beautiful.
came up to correct you.
He was like, "All right, guys."
I'm happy he did. I'm really happy he did. Like seriously, like there's nothing wrong with somebody doing that. Like I'm happy he did that. Like, that really made me feel good because it's like,
Funny.
yes, correct me, fuck, 100%. That was so. Yeah, well, he'll be on next week. I'm interested. I want to know how you get a fucking one of his physicals. I'm just curious about that.
Yeah, I mean that's how he kind of came back on my radar as I dropped a little stealth thread the other day. And
But that's where I was also wondering because see, that's what. I don't know. Well, we gotta have. I know we're not going to start talking about it now because we need to sign off of this, and we'll have him on next week, and we can talk about it. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, gentlemen.
Hey, Mayor, how you doing? We're signing off. But it's good to see you, buddy.
Good timing. I listened to the episode twice today, brother. All right, guys. It's been a slice tonight. Mayor, you can always listen to it. The space is recorded if you have 5 hours, 5.5.
It was fancy dancing for sure.
Absolutely.
Another fancy dancing night train. I'll tell you what. Toot. We're getting down the road, eh?
This is why we can't ever sign off. It's too much fun hanging out with you guys.
I'm dying.
All right, Bitch, take us away.
All right, peace out. Everybody, thank you very much for coming out. Next week, we've got HP Lovebucks going to be on the space with us. We're going to have more giveaways. And Mike Nash is going to be here. One Wheel Willie's going to be here. Hope you're all here. The spaces are always recorded. Come and visit us again. Make sure you take care of yourselves and each other. See you next week. Train's pulling into the station. Good night.